What? What's going on, people? How's everyone doing? I've been doing good. I've been lazy though. I've been locked in on Skate 4. Okay. I got so many skate achievements. Have we covered the Matt Brunegg drama? Which the like investment thing? Um, I mean that I talked about a little bit last stream at least. Yeah, I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, unless there's some new Matt Brunegg drama I don't know about. I'm guessing. By the way, guys, check out, guys. I got the meme shirt, the thing. This is awesome. Hell yeah! I need to buy a shrimp welfare project jacket. Okay, and then I can be truly based. Okay, I'm gonna be wearing my tariffs not only impose immense economic costs, but also fail to achieve their primary policy aims and foster political dysfunction along the way shirt, and have my shrimp welfare project jacket's going to be goated. Tariffs violate the NAP. This is true bones. Has chat bought it for you? What the? I mean, most of my income technically, at the end of the day, is from chat. So I'm sure technically, a lot of the money for this was from chat. I think I messed up my tripod, but whatever. Cobalt oxides and hydroxide. I don't know. I'm assuming, actually, I'm going to guess the US. I'm going to guess we make, oh no, I guess we don't. What's up, Sauce Drama? Welcome back. We out here, indeed. Matt Bruno doesn't understand what expected value is. He's exposed himself as a midwit. I don't really, I think people, I think some of what Matt Bruno, I guess, said is stupid. I don't know if it's, I think maybe sometimes people just confuse the sort of critiques of the, strict, dessert-based claims to stuff as, the substantive critiques or whatever. Because, technically, I think what Matt Brunegg's, the way his argument should be understood is that, people essentially don't have the dessert-based claim to their wealth, basically. Capitalists don't have, sort of that moral claim, and therefore we should prefer, all else equal, wealth to be equally distributed. It's just that, he, elsewhere, he has provided arguments. I don't think they're particularly good arguments either, about kind of, we can actually have a sovereign wealth fund and distribute a bunch of wealth equally without all these negative effects that everyone thinks is going to happen. But I think sometimes I think people might confuse him just saying these capitalists don't have the moral claim to their wealth, for him saying essentially capitalism is a intrinsically flawed system or whatever, because the people who earn the capitalists just don't they think he's essentially doing labor theory value shit, when I don't think that's really what he's doing. That's a total misunderstanding what TVM is. I don't even know TVM. Bro, I have no. I'm gonna guess Switzerland. Don't they make chemicals? I guess not that many. Time value money. Oh yeah. Yeah, we talked about it a little last stream. I mean, I still have the stuff bookmarked or whatever. I think I can find it. I got too many Twitter bookmarks. You know what? Hold on. This is about the Matt Bruneck stuff too, basically. But oh yeah, this or whatever. I think like if you look at the argument he makes here or whatever, I disagree with this, but he at least, I think people might be confusing his arguments because he says it's a viable enough argument, though I don't think it's too defective, but crucially, it's not a dessert argument. It's not proceed by explaining why specific capitalists can said to individually deserve the income they receive based on their production. Rather, it makes a much more collectivist welfare point about why it is good to give it to them anyways, although I won't pursue it here. This is the identical dominant argument for transfer income as well. How would I like more viewers? I think the utilitarian argument would be enough to satisfy the pro-capitalist side, but this quite remarkably doesn't seem to be so. Like, and then I disagree with these arguments because I do think that utilitarian arguments for capitalism or whatever work, obviously, but I don't know. But okay, this is by the way, the one, my notification, the one good thing Thomas Sowell has ever written. Okay, this was actually pretty decent. Totally unchanging economy is conceivable that the hardest working, most foresighted, imaginative, or skilled individual would end up earning, with earnings reflecting these valuable characteristics, so that economic efficiency and morally justified rewards would both result in an economy constantly changing in technology and taste. However, rewarding merit and efficiency, reallocating resources, are often contradictory goal. Rewarding merit and efficiently reallocating resources. When the automobile began to replace the horse and buggy, a conscientious, hardworking, intelligent buggy manufacturer could not earn what someone with the same characteristics was earning in automobile industry. This is precisely why and how people and capital are transferred out of the horse and buggy industry. It is why, blah, 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 the disparities in reward for equal effort, risk, ability, etc. are precisely a systemic means of voluntary transferring human and non-human resource inputs from one place to another in a changing economy. I think it goes over. At one time before uses were discovered for petroleum, the presence of oil in a piece of land lowered its value, since the unesthetic ooze could find its way to the water supply or make a nuisance of itself elsewhere. It was the kind of land that unscrupulous operators would unload onto the unsuspecting. Some people found themselves owning land with oil through gullibility, but when such land later became valuable, the owners became just as rich as if they had wisely foreseen it all. What is this grandized enjoyer? Reward output is to reward tangible results assessed by those actually using the output in light of their own respective diverse preferences. Only by the rarest coincidence would these different procedures lead to the same result. This is actually this is like I said, only good stuff he's ever written. Let's go. The moral question: how does one justify the existing distribution? Also misstates the issue. What is called the existing distribution income is simply a set of retrospective data at a given point in time. These data are generated by an ongoing process in which buyers choose among alternative products at varying prices, and the sum total of these prices paid. I mean, and Matt Bruneck would have his responses. Is we getting tariffs bucks? We've read how many? Well, what's the last? If I check the White House Twitter account, what's the last tweet Trump has said? Are we up to the tens of trillions and now? Count Sumner in the welfare and regulatory state. Just remember, every time we talk about socialism, socialists would have already said too much. This is true sauce, Robert. In fairness, I think Matt Bruneck would make the argument, in response to this, that, one, this is not strictly speaking just capitalism. Part of this is just markets, and you can have markets under what Matt Bruneck would still consider a socialist system if we just had state ownership. If we just did the Bruneck economy model, okay. And he would say you could avoid capital misallocation, which is obviously the other conservative line. Did you see who wants to give everyone a tax rebate funded by tariffs? I saw that. Has he reiterated that? I saw that he wanted to do that a little bit ago. Oh, kill me. I mean, he wants certainly. I mean, there's no way he can do it. He's got to give it to the fucking soybean farmers, bro. We got to bail them out again, dude. Let's go, dude. I love repeating 2018. Let's go. I love the soybean farmers. Well, actually, soy farmers are goated, okay, but not that goated. PPG said state intervention has only produced good results. That's a PPG thing to say. Trump bails out Trump buffer fraud. The be goated. Bruneg wants the central planner to determine how much you deserve capital base. I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know exactly what Bruneg's model looks like, because I know Econoboy's model is just inspired by Bruneg's. Ban soy farming? Dude, I love soy. Soy is so goated. I love soy so much. Oh, yep, I guess he has. Dude, let's go. So we shut down the government because we don't get more government. We shut down the, well, who is we? The government is shut down primarily over dispute over extending ACA subsidies. And I'll fund Destiny anti-Trump tour live now. Do I care that much to watch it live? I don't know if I mean, tell me when can I say what it's not even live, you're just lying. Actually, it's like Erudite streaming it or something. I know she streams this event sometimes. Right, more government. I mean, yeah, but it's like it's kind of more government. Like, it's extending existing more government policy or whatever, but he just ended it randomly. Oh, damn. Well, I bet it's just the internet fucked up. Which, by the way, I got my IRL. Don't say it. Lol. I got the IRL stuff mostly figured out. I got the disconnect stuff figured out too. Look, I have this wonderful disconnect screen now. Pretty awesome work, if I say so myself. So if the connection ever drops, it won't restart the stream. It'll just go to that. It'll just go to that stream. But also, I need to figure out the internet for it, because sometimes I want to find. I did like a test video. I don't want to play a part of it like too close to my house, because I don't want to dox myself. But well, you know, I mean, I can show you some of these frames. You know, it doesn't really. It's not much revealing information there. Truly incredible. It's like rain on your wedding day, free ride that you've already got to pay. Good advice you didn't take. What? You plan to attend any conference and stream it? I think as of now, because it doesn't look like the Unfuck America shit is coming back. October 18th, probably going to a No Kings protest and, you know, just doing whatever there, having fun there. And then maybe I'll do, I don't know exactly what I'll do after, because I don't know exactly which one I'm going to get, but I might go to one in Greensboro with some of my friends, or I might go to Greenville with Isaac. We'll see. But either way, I imagine we'll probably do something afterwards as well, but I don't know what it would be exactly. Now it's live. Oh shit, I was there yesterday at a No Kings protest. They're at like Greensboro or whatever.
Yo.
I mean, I'm not just gonna live react to this, especially when it's a chair stream or whatever. But wow, I'm sure he'll have so many intelligent debaters. I'm sure be goated. He does actually have a proper fucking setup this time, though, at least. Courts has been contacted by the FBI. What if you are next if you stream protest? I don't think I really do not think I would be next. But I even if I was, I mean, the fuck they gonna do, really? Like, you know, I don't think they would do much to me. Don't think they could. It's not like, you know, I'm not at risk of being deported. Yeah, I can't wait for my $1,000 tariff check. Can't wait. What's up, Dylan? I just hope there isn't a big drop off of attendance in the next wave of protest. I mean, I imagine it's not going to be as big as the first one or whatever, but you know, I don't know. I don't know exactly how big the drop off will be. I mean, there have been. I mean, for what I've seen, you know, the protests, it just like ICE facilities and stuff have still been like decently big. Debate: woman can and should be in the military. Truly awesome, cool content that Sarah got going on. You're gonna watch Gibbs v Destiny? I had no clue that they taught. Oh wait, he's at the I forgot. Gibbs is going. He's going to this event, isn't he? When Gibbs goes up, someone tell me, and then I can watch it, I guess. But 8 minutes. Oh, is he the first? Do you know if he's the first one or whatever? I was gonna look something up and I forgot. Oh, I was just gonna look at the ICE protest shit. Like, I know the I get all my news from the cat. Actually, she's right here. Abigail Instagram Reels. Okay. And I know she keeps going to whatever ICE protester in Chicago. So like that gives me some hope that, even though I doubt, like I said, I doubt it'll be anywhere. It'll probably be like half the size of the original, like No Kings shit or whatever. But hopefully, still a decent size. MAGA doesn't like Soul. They like High Terror. Well, they like some of them like Soul, but they don't actually understand Soul even. Like, there are plenty, like the Thomas Sowell quotes do it on Twitter, like, is basically a MAGA dude, right? There are plenty of like MAGA people who kind of like it, like hey, is LARP the right term even? Gunnar tweet, let's go. Like LARP as like liking Thomas Sowell. Like, Trump wanted to give Thomas Sowell the Medal of Freedom or whatever the civilian one is. They like High Terrorist Immigration Moratorium. So what's up Bones of Doom in Twitch chat now? She's so hot, I wish. I don't even know who that was, by the way. Whoever this is, I'm following her. Hutch tweet saying social democracy has a great track record. Incorrect. I mean, great track record at what? No clue who she is, but follow. Cash App. Substack. Lame. I'm going to the anti-gooning rally. Hashtag no kings. She's also a map there. Oh, also Isaac. I guess if you're here now. Look, I got my anti-tariff shirt I can wear to stuff now. I don't know if you're on that side of Twitter, but this is a popular tweet or popular shirt on Twitter. What the fuck is this? Tariffs not only impose immense economic costs, but fail to achieve their primary policy aims and foster political dysfunction along the way. I think that's verbatim what it says. Hold on, let me. Also fail to achieve their primary policy aims to foster political dysfunction along the way. Yeah. What is the country origin on a tag made in? Let's see. Actually, it better be Bangladesh or China. Okay, whatever the cheapest sweatshop, namely was the shirt tariff. It probably technically was. I bet made in Honduras, so it had to have been. Tariff shirt. I mean, like, I don't know if Amazon got rid of this warning. I ordered it off of Amazon. I don't know. I know Amazon used to have the warning. I remember like Trump literally got mad at them for that, so I don't know if they might have removed that partially because of the Trump not liking it. I don't believe Amazon. It doesn't appear to have the warning anymore. Oh, if I just control F tariff though, it's like in the description or whatever. Yeah, Amazon doesn't say it, but I bet it was. Although I don't know if it's like I don't know if they're like a multinational company or whatever, and maybe they ate some of the cost, but certainly when they imported shit, it was tariffed. It was for like a day. I mean, we still have. I don't think we never reached a deal with fucking Honduras, did we? We might have had. We might have some exemptions for the trade deal that we signed, the CAFTA or whatever, with Central American countries, but I don't know. Honduras tariff rate T-shirt. I bet it's at least 10%, but maybe I'm wrong. This is from 2000. I don't know if there's an easy way to check. El Salvador instituted some kind of abortion ban. I mean, not particularly surprising. So this might be. Is this before the? Yeah, it's Google AI citing stuff from 2024 because we had CAFTA, which is the free trade agreement with a bunch of Central American countries. And we might have exemptions for that. No knows. Who knows? ChatGPT created the rates to begin with, so it should know, right? Probably. I don't get why workers have to be paid for real. Workers they always are just extracting the surplus value created by the capitalists. It's so evil. Created by the investors, the donor class, the goats. Yeah, like I don't know how. I don't know how trustworthy fucking fiber to fashion is. But Honduras, I mean, we had at least 10% tariffs on like, literally every country. As far as I know, Honduras never got a deal with us. So we're always slacking off our capitalists doing the real work. This is what I'm saying. This is truth. Yeah, like I don't know. Are these this like this is like the fucking letters he sent out or whatever, right? Hot tech employees should pay for rent / facilities they use to perform their job. Well, they do in a sense. I mean, like that, like some of the incidents of that is going to be on their wages. Like that is a type of compensation, obviously, explicitly. I don't know how you would enforce that, but I take there should be no minimum wage except for capital. This is true. Yeah, this is 2022 shit. I don't know if there's. See, this is the issue with Trump. Okay, no one even knows. No one even knows what the actual policy shit is. Okay, like no one know. When Trump announced the changes to the H-1B policy, no one knew who the fuck it applied to. They didn't specify whether it would apply to people already here. They didn't specify if you left the country, whether or not you would have to pay the fee when you came back. They didn't specify, when it would start applying. And they also didn't. People, by the way, there's still no way to pay the fee. Now, the fee it's not active yet. They clarified that eventually, but no one knows how to pay the fucking fee. There's no one knows, and it's the same thing with half the tariffs. This system Marxist slavery theory BS. Never let them know your next move, Giga-chan. U.S. is about to capture ports and places in Venezuela. Nothing ever happens. Okay. Every person in the chain becomes their own boss. Everyone is their own boss. Well, I mean, this is literally what the capitalists are doing right now with the gig economy, okay? It's what the evil donor class, Uber billionaire capitalists are doing with the Uber drivers and the gig economy and the DoorDash drivers. What's up, John? Once hackers get into their signal chats, they'll have total government transparency. It's true. If Trump overthrew all the communists in South America, he might be a net benefit. Dude, first of all, how many are even left in South America? But second of all, are they like that? Like, I don't know. It's hard to imagine them being. I mean, maybe if we got some actual stable democracy out of that, then maybe. But it's hard to imagine that happen. Like, even if we did, do whatever shit we want to do to Venezuela. Okay, even if Trump called up Daniel DiMartino himself, okay, and said, my favorite Trump supporter, okay. My favorite Venezuelan brain broken economist. We are gonna assassinate the entire government of Venezuela. Like what are we even gonna get out of that? Like there's not gonna be Lula da Silva in Brazil is communist and he's extremely based. I don't know exactly how based he is, but my understanding is he's probably better than Bolsonaro. Trump making things better in South America would be like a bull in a China shop accidentally fixing all the Nick China. Yeah. Should be mandatory with small business allowances for brokies who need a job and therefore must accept a wage at garnishing until they have enough to make a rent. Real. What wrong with gig economy? The left hate it. I mean, it's just the. To be clear, I don't think there's a ton wrong with the gig economy. Like, there's probably conceivably. I want to be terrible. Say like some cases where like you would be able to establish some amount of like monopoly power and force workers and being gig workers and essentially in a roundabout way like artificially depress their wages because you're not giving gig workers benefits, obviously. But the left doesn't like that. Essentially, the view is like, workers, even like in the 70s, you have all these benefits and everything. They used to get a bunch of pensions and stuff, and they used to have all these rights, and it used to be like long term. You knew your hours and everything. And then we started it, nowadays you don't get pensions even if you work at a real job. You gotta put your own shit in your 401k or whatever. And then now with the evil gig work, not only now you have to pay for your own equipment, you have to pay for your own car, okay, and you have to, like, if you're Uber driver or DoorDash driver, and you have to, you don't get benefits, okay, you don't get health insurance and stuff. That's the broad view, is that workers are losing more of their rights and negotiating power, and that you can't necessarily unionize. Would you rather have Ron DeSantis or JD Vance? Probably Ron DeSantis. Probably. I think JD Vance is pretty fucking bad. There's no such thing as workers being paid too little. Their inflated wages could be collective billionaires. This is true. It's the meme, okay, of the fucking child in the leaky pipe. Okay. It's the fucking billionaires getting the one drop. The workers are getting all the income. All right. You want me to quote tweet this? Why can't democratic policies with a liberal capitalistic structure be the goal? Why shouldn't we be beyond that? Social democracy is a great track record. Socialism with centrally planned economies is not, to put it lightly. I mean, I don't like. It doesn't have a great track record. I don't like. It might come down to look at Latin America and India. I mean, I think if you're, first of all, I don't know Latin America. I think you can make arguments for. I don't know about India. My understanding is that India, since the 90s or whatever, had been liberalizing, but I could be wrong in that perception. They could have more recently shifted towards social democratic stuff or whatever. But I mean, I think you would just say, like, what would an Uber union even look like? Uber union picket line even looks like? Well, exactly. That'd be the leftist points, basically. Is that's hard to do. But, I think that, I think the point would just kind of generally be like, probably just need to have good institutions to do social democracy, like the same way you probably need to have good institutions to even do a more, capitalistic country. India started as socialist countries in the 90s. It turned into a social democracy. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of my understanding. Communist is probably a bit of an extreme term, but I don't know if I don't know. I don't know enough about India, but user-centered is the future for commies want. No one is employed except for themselves. Want to work, rent space from another business, and work to ensure you turn a profit on your overhead. Well, no, they just want the they don't want the workers renting their own space and everything. They want the workers owning their own space. Okay. Nope, Europe is literally stagnant with social democracy. Look at UK, Germany, and Spain. I don't 100% disagree, and I don't classify myself as a social democrat. I don't think that would. I don't think that's what Hutch is referring to. When can we get non-fun v Hutch? Actually, I remember he called himself on, or in the fucking Live and Learn episode once or whatever. He really had to specify, I'm not a neoliberal. I'm not a neoliberal, just to be clear. Okay, when can we neoliberal? But I don't think. I don't know. I want to be charitable, whatever. I don't think it's it's probably not all attributable to just whatever social democratic policies they have, but. Ireland's Europe is stagnant because of their failure to pursue policy typically considered social democratic during 2008. Well, I mean, yeah, certainly that probably plays a role too. I don't know. I'm not gonna get involved in that debate. I feel like I have to do more reading. Okay, but certainly there are people like I know Krugman makes that argument a lot. Is Europe failed to do stimulus after 2008. Neolibas and neo. Can I say neolibas is? The fact that we're putting the the end there at the beginning makes it even worse than the libas. Okay, like we're pushing it a little with that one. Neoconca saw some special economic zones. Where exactly? I mean, like, shout out to all of NGG. Automod did not like that. Oh, it's so over. Insofar as special economic zones allow for liberalization within essentially non-liberal countries like China or whatever, they're probably rather good. America is so resilient because of its neoliberal policies, typically pushed by Republicans. Truth. I don't think that's exactly why we're so resilient, but I mean, some of it is circular, like circular causality, like the fact that part of the reason why we're the world reserve currency, or whatever, is just because everyone wants to hold U.S. dollars, U.S. assets, because everyone else is holding, U.S. dollars and U.S. assets. They want U.S. bonds, they want U.S. dollars because that's how everyone else is conducting, trade and stuff. That's how everyone else exchanges their currency. You don't buy Zimbabwean currency with Spanish currency. You use Spanish currency to buy, or I guess they use the euro. You use the euro to buy the dollar, then you use the dollar to buy the Zimbabwe currency. Like, actually, since Zimbabwe's currency pegged to our dollar now or whatever. We have really flexible labor markets, truth, the biggest capital markets, etc. It's a dream to start a business here. Actually, it might be a dream to start a business here from like obviously the flexible labor and capital markets. My understanding though, this is like a kind of like a meme thing or whatever. My understanding is it is actually harder to start a business in the U.S. sometimes than like even in like more social democratic countries. Like a thing a lot of like libertarian people say, whatever, is they're like, actually, you've got to consider that in Denmark, you only need one permit to open a business. In the U.S., you need 500 sextillion. And I think it's a little silly to say like to use metrics like those, or the fact that like Denmark doesn't have a minimum wage, to say actually Denmark is some free market paradise, because obviously it's not. But certainly, I do think U.S. is the most dynamic economy, though. Yeah, for sure. I remember, like, it is a lot easier to do, like, mass layoffs here and stuff. Like, and that's probably just, that probably helped quite a bit during our COVID recovery and stuff. Pick the correct form. There are twos in the English language. I mean, I feel like I don't know if is there one correct one there? I feel like either all of them are incorrect or any of them would be correct. You could say there are three. Is homophones the right thing? I think you'd probably have to specify. I think you'd probably have to say there are three homophones or whatever for two. Possible that I could be trans. I was born in the wrong body. I was meant to be Chinese. It's possible. It's possible. Yeah, we did go over this a little bit, Easy Money. And maybe I probably need to go on just like a stronger, like, pro-finance arc, okay? It's like, I don't know, it's just hard for people to understand the benefits of the capital markets. Like, I remember, like, that first amender dude or whatever who I, like, wants to, like, sample text talk to, and, like, he's, like, a liberal or whatever. He's, like, basically a social democrat. Like, he's like, oh, stockholders, like, don't do anything. Like, investors don't do anything beyond the initial investment, okay? Talk to King of the Coast about this. I mean, that's up to, like, I would love to talk to him. I mean, if I DM'd him and asked him for stuff to read about, I'm sure he would reply. I don't know. I think he's often, probably too busy to do a lot of stuff on stream, but from past experience, even Econoboy fell for this guy's ideas on finance. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Well, I mean, I don't think Economy would have gone that far. Whatever, like he would still say there's obviously benefits of capital being allocated to different places, but or being able to be essentially freely allocated to different places. He would just say it should be done by publicly owned holding corporations, because of course, because of course. Libertarians are not wrong. The starting business in Denmark is easy. It takes 30 minutes. Yeah, like that's the, you know, which Lorenz curve makes for the best economy. Whatever one has the biggest banana. Remember that's when we were taught it in my fucking high school economics class. That's how they phrased it. They talked about the size of the banana. I don't think. I mean, like, there's not gonna be an amount that's just like strictly optimal or whatever, right? Like, it's just gonna be. Not the most efficient way to redistribute income to the extent that we think redistributing income is good either for like strictly like growth reasons, like literally like the economy will just do better overall if we redistribute some income from billionaires to early childhood development or whatever, and just for sort of instrumentally good consumption reasons, like, you know, it's just there's higher marginal utility and consumption and stuff from redistribution. Like, but Doge would do things like streamlining starting a business to make it like Denmark, but they didn't. I don't know why you ever had faith in Doge to do that. I don't think that was ever even their goal, really. But I don't think that was ever was that even a stated goal ever. And a lot of it was probably state stuff too, but certainly quite a bit of it's federal. But yeah, there's one. I thought there was another thing. This was a failure. Well, from the start, everything it might have done well should have been through Congress. Yeah, I mean, I don't really disagree. Although the Supreme Court, I guess, has said that some of the Doge defunding stuff is constitutional. So that's great. That's wonderful. Woohoo. Oh, this book. I need a more. This was what it was. Easy Mod. I don't know if you're here for this. I need a more modern version of this book. Okay. This is the 1884 book, and like, it's not gonna have any. It's gonna be one, the grammar in it is gonna be fucky sometimes. Not that it's like that hard to read, but you know, um, and two, it's just not gonna have studies in it. I feel like there'd be studies that'd be good. Breaking FBI Director Kash Patel fired an FBI agent trainee for displaying gay pride flag at her desk. There's no fight. There's no shot. This is a troll. An FBI agent trainee? Like, that sounds like the lowest level you can be. Oh my god, it's fucking real. Like, in the FBI, and this is the director of the FBI fight. What the hell? A longtime bureau employee, okay, who displayed pride flag in his workplace during a past assignment. In a previous non-agent role at the FBI, the employee who received multiple awards for service during his career had also been a field, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. That market shell and its inherency coalesce on God's equilibrium. This is so real. Did not specifically mention a prime flag by name, but said a trainee was being dismissed for past poor judgment and an inappropriate display of political signage. What do you think of Estonia? From what I've seen, I've seen Micah talk about it, and I've seen the Tax Foundation talk about it. I know Estonia, from my understanding, it's a pretty good tax system. I think Tax Foundation literally rates them #1 in the world for their tax system, and 2 has some really efficient government administration. Like most of their shit is online. Like you can do almost anything in Estonia online, including I think voting, which is probably not good for Russia, but it's probably not good for Estonia because it is good for Russia. But other than that, they do have safeguards in place. But where do they rank in per capita GDP? Probably not particularly high, but I bet it's 20. No, it's probably a little less than 20,000, but it could be something like that. I'm gonna guess 18,000. 31,000. God, I was way off. Well. I guess that's maybe closer to what I should have guessed. What's Bosnia's? 8,000. Okay. Yeah, no, I assumed they would be twice as rich as Bosnia and the Balkan countries or whatever, but 31,000 ain't bad. Ain't bad. And it's actually been growing. They're all so poor. Listen, for an ex-Soviet country, it's not that poor. Okay. What's Poland? Poland is close to Poland's over 60,000, right? What the fuck? I thought Poland was way better than that. I thought Poland was comparable to Germany. Germany is yeah, I thought Poland was up here by now, but I guess not. Goddamn. Wait, Estonia has higher GDP per capita than Poland? Next president should be running on making a government admin like Estonia, making a business as easy to start as Denmark and be based. Poland is good because they have fascism. This is true. Dude, oh my god. This fucking... We're never getting through any of the shit we were talking about. This fucking dude, bro. On Twitter. Dude, I saw this tweet. It just said in 1975, Sweden ranked 4th amongst all countries by GDP. In 2024, it ranked 25th. And I was like, I saw this tweet and I was like, dude, he's not even gonna blame the socialism stuff. He's gonna blame immigration, isn't he? Oh my god, kill me. And yeah, and then he quote tweeted it and said, in 1975, the Swedish Social Democrats passed a major immigration bill emphasizing 3 core principles or whatever. I just asked, dude, this shit's insane to me. Is there any good causal evidence that immigrants reduce GDP in a country that doesn't require any sort of assimilation, including speaking Swedish, and where mass quantities of refugees were absorbed over decades? Yes, LMAO. And then he doesn't link the study. He links a screenshot of Grok linking the fucking Wikipedia. Sweden ranked 4th in GDP. I also don't know if he means GDP or GDP per capita, but it probably could have been 4th GDP per capita in 1975. I guess that wouldn't surprise me that much. I don't know. I didn't even fact check that much. Sweden was really rich pre-socialism. Real. This is 1980. there might not. I don't even know. Is there even good data on that? Like, I don't know if there's base dimwit energy. Like, kill me. Anyway, I just said 1, link it so I can actually know the length of time they're considering and if they're referring to the average or median or majority or non-Western immigrants. This is, by the way, I think only looking at non-Western immigrants or whatever, right? And I was like, okay, I don't even know if this is like, I don't know if they're saying the majority of immigrants are going over to Sweden, or like the average immigrant, or the median, or if they're only considered like the median of the subset of non-Western immigrants or whatever. And 2, as I said, it's entirely possible that refugees are fiscal negative, especially in countries with strong welfare states. Like, it's certainly from the stuff I've seen the case that, you know, a lot of Syrian, for example, refugees to Sweden are probably a net fiscal negative. That's not at all surprising to me, but I would expect. And then I just said, but why should I then assume they're a negative for GDP? Like, I would expect, like, they potentially could even be a negative per capita GDP in a short run. That's entirely possible too. But I would expect they would increase GDP, and then 2, I would expect almost anything that decreases the working age population. Or sorry, or just decreases the average age in a country, increases the working age population, like long term, especially because, you know, Syrian immigrants are having kids and stuff, is probably gonna, in the longer run, increase GDP. I went looking for data. I couldn't find exactly what I wanted. What is this? Is John Stossel?
Lots of people just.
Oh no, I think I've seen. I mean, yeah, I know. I'm familiar with this dude. Yeah, I've seen this dude talking about Sweden before or whatever. But I know the memes. Okay, I know that Sweden has been rich and Sweden has been socialist, but we've never been rich
is
and
this socialist
or whatever. But, and then this is what he links me. Okay, he links me a parliamentary question in the EU Parliament about, again, this is the fiscal impact. He doesn't answer my question. and we're linking the, like, grok slop question that someone asked in the EU Parliament. Like, to be fair, like, I have it highlighted, like, it's like, again, you know, this is not even looking at Sweden. This is looking for all countries, but I think these 2 studies look at Sweden. Actually, I don't even know if these 2 look at Sweden for sure. And again, this doesn't tell me, like, immigrants migrating for other purposes and work, such as study, family reunification, asylum, all bring net negative contributions. Again, that's fiscal net negative. It could still be, at least the long run, increased GDP. But like, really, bro? I don't even know if this is looking at just Sweden or the whole EU. I think this looks at the whole EU. Yeah. Admiral Gibbs debating Destiny live right now. Well, okay, we'll check that out right after this. But like, bro, dog, like, really? And then he tweets like today or whatever. They always go quiet. It's me asking, is there any good causal evidence immigrants are like? It's the thread we just read or whatever. And it's like, I heard you have a debate coming up. I don't. First of all, you know, I am always gooning. Okay, so if you're referring to that type of coming, the coming you smelled, okay, maybe. But I don't have anything scheduled, I don't think. Unless I forgot. One, if this dude ever wants to, this dude offered multiple debates to this dude. Eventually, he has about hate speech on Saturday. I don't believe I agree to that. It's Gibbs time. With who? I mean, I don't have anything. I don't have anything in my calendar. Gorp and Horsey seem to think that. What the fuck? I mean, like, I'm, like, in Horse Ranch's server and stuff, so, like, I know, like, every Saturday the host their shit or whatever, and, like, I'm invited if I want to go, but I did not even know they're talking about that. Do we really, like, live react to Gabe? I'm pretty sure we can miss 30 seconds of Gabe to let me finish the train of thought I'm on, okay? But, like, don't know how many times to tell you. I don't do Discord debates. The guy who, like, I think I spoke to him twice over Discord because he, like, was on WIC panels with me, but okay. If you reread my original post, I never mentioned all immigrants. That's just something you asserted when I presented evidence that derailed your argument. Because it was very clear from his original post that he was obviously only referring to the subset of non-Western asylum seekers. That was so obvious, especially when this dude opposes, like, H-1B visas and stuff. Like, oh, this is just. ChatGPT stuff? Is this even from a study or whatever? See, can't help you. Can't go through the 3 sources in a link. Bro, he didn't even go through these sources. And these 3 sources aren't even talking about GDP, and he never answered my question. Obviously, like, you can be a negative fiscally and still be positive for GDP. Never once made an argument against immigration on this app. This guy, like, kill me, bro. This guy hates everyone. Hates, like, almost all immigrants. He does hate everyone, but I'm against mass immigration with loose vetting standards, as do virtually all Republicans. Democrats like you avoid any nuanced conversation on immigration because they know the evidence is damning true. I'm the one avoiding nuanced conversation, okay? I'm the one who has not read the damning evidence on immigration. Oh my God, kill me.
Well, wait, why is it an unfair? Maybe we just have more money to spend.
What, do you have just more money to spend? I mean, let's go back to what I was just talking about, though, real quick. You just asked why.
With the car, you'd leave the title of the car dealership?
Yeah, but maybe if I get the car dealership, I mean,
or fear of, like, us actually descending to that
point. Promoting civil war is promoting violence directly, is it not?
Yeah, but, like, worse than.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good.
All right, so I kind of want to talk about a topic that's close to me because I feel like most voters vote local.
Okay.
Right, and so it's kind of going to include some of the.
Oh my God. Bro, is it going to be the beef prices or is it going to be the illegal immigrants destroying its fucking fence on his ranch? Oh my God.
Some of the tariffs. So I'm a rancher, and Trump is the best president that we've had in the last 70 years for ranchers. What do you have something to say to people like us who are excited about what Trump's doing with the tariffs?
Ranchers, that doesn't include, like, ordinary agriculture? Is that just animal ag? Or?
Yeah, specifically cattle.
I'm not
a farmer, so I can't speak to that, but I can speak to ranchers.
Sure, because I know he's been horrible for farmers in his first term and right now in this term.
I don't even know.
Soybean thing that just happened with Venezuela, I think.
My understanding is Gibbs' argument is that the tariffs have raised the prices of beef, and that's good because he's a beef farmer or a rancher, and he sells beef, and he gets more money for beef. But also, you'd have to weigh, like, I don't know how tariffs aggregately affect the beef industries. And my understanding, it's not even clear that the tariffs are the thing raising the price of beef domestically. But obviously, like, you would have to weigh the potential benefit of that and the cost of everything that the ranchers import. Because I'm assuming the shit they use to build their fences that get trampled by all the illegal immigrants is not made domestically. I'm assuming that's Canadian lumber being tariffed. I'm assuming that's fucking Chinese steel being tariffed to build that shit, but you know, as much as I can't stand him, he is looking fly.
Well, I mean, part of that's also the overregulation with what they've done with alfalfa and they've done with
Doesn't
grain.
matter.
No, it was
One
due to
subsidy-
Trump's tariffs and horrible negotiation
No.
skills and getting outplayed completely by China. Yeah.
I mean, well, we can look with ranching due to gestation periods. We can see specifically that over the next 2 years, we're going to have a turn. We're going to go from being the lowest herds that we've ever had to actually starting to be able to grow again and be competitive in the market. And, you know, all these policies that Trump's put forth have been very beneficial to us. You know, the trade deal with the UK specifically being one, some of these other trade deals done out.
Yes, yes. Thank God we got the fucking 50,000 units of beef import free to the UK. Yay! We did it.
Other countries like Paraguay, which was opened up with Biden.
Import quota free to the
I mean,
UK.
why do y'all hate ranchers?
Why do we hate what?
Why does the left seem to hate ranchers?
Well, I don't know what the left.
True. I'm brave. I'll say it. I'm in the left, and I do hate ranchers because cows are cool, and you shouldn't be mean to them.
Hates ranchers. Trump hasn't made any trade deals with any countries yet, so I don't know what trade deals you're referring to when you talk about the UK or anybody. All Trump has done is increase the tariffs to basically every country on the planet right now, so I don't know how that's helping.
Well, that's not true. The UK just agreed to get rid of restrictions and match USDA requirements regarding beef, and so they agreed to get rid of the restrictions on how much beef they've included. That's something
My understanding, unless there was another thing that came out, my understanding, the UK, just like almost every other country we've had a deal with or whatever, has signed on to like the, you know, phase 1 non-binding agreements about this shit where they just both sides are like committing to like principles or whatever, and it did include like the US, you know, gets the UK imports like 50,000 units of US beef tariff free or whatever, so you know, huge win. And by the way, we're still leaving up a 10% tariff on the on the UK. Oh my god. Well, the first thing that comes up now is Trump tariff threats punch holes in UK trade deal. Did you watch Ryan versus Eru? I caught a little bit of it live, but it's not on stream yet. We're definitely not going to watch the whole thing or anything, but real question, was that suit tailored? Probably not. I think it was more than 700 million in ethanol exports and 250 million in other agricultural products like beef. I think like this is what Gibbs is referring to. And this is a not legally binding phase 1 agreement that looks like it might fall apart because Trump just wants to do more tariffs anyway. Let's go. Left British officials scramble to keep up and expose holes in a trade deal. Starmer and Trump struck in May. Since pharma, yeah, so he announced like whatever sectorial tariffs on like pharma stuff, and apparently that's not gonna. Apparently they don't like that. Mike Fellman posted, yeah, I saw that. I haven't read it yet or anything, but I'll read it probably. We might get to it tomorrow, and I know Matt Iglesias and people have responded. Thanks, Bill Hicks, for sub.
Speech, but there hasn't been any like deal formalized yet. Like these are all like skeletons of plans. We're still waiting for.
Well, I mean, that's better than nothing. You just talked about how, you know, with the border, right? You just talked about how, oh, they just slapped the thing on there and then, you know, we haven't finished the job. You know, well, at least we got something started before. It was just continuous bleeding. Would you agree that getting some kind of start is better than no start at all?
No, because we're starting 1,000 feet behind the starting line because Trump started by tariffing the entire planet for no reason.
Yeah, because they've been taking advantage of the great United States.
They haven't been taking advantage of us.
Yeah,
Our economy is
absolutely.
destroying the rest of the world. We're the biggest economy on the planet.
Yeah, exactly. So they should be paying for access to that. You know,
Part of the reason why we're the biggest economy on the planet is because
I think it was a I don't. It wasn't a blog post, but I believe Matt Iglesias had a just tweet about it. I don't have the link to it.
don't have to pay for access. We have open and free trade.
Yeah, but listen, you know, everybody wants to be a Walmart. That's great and all, but eventually Walmart has to up its cost if, you know, if there's no kind of, you know, benefits to them making money. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
Part of the reason why everybody wants to go to Walmart, though.
What does that even mean?
Best of that, you know,
Part of the reason why we're the biggest economy on the planet is because they don't have to pay for access. We have open and free trade.
Yeah, but listen, you know, everybody wants to be a Walmart. That's great and all, but eventually Walmart has to up its cost if, you know, if there's no kind of, you know, benefits to them making money. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
Part of the reason why everybody wants to go to Walmart, though, is because everybody can go to Walmart. As soon as you start making it restrictive, you start putting tariffs, and other people start counter-tariffing, you nobody wants to go to your place.
Yeah, but whenever you have to pay all these different things with Walmart specifically, right? Like, there's a reason why Walmart's closed down in certain neighborhoods due to crime and theft because it becomes not profitable. Right now, we're running with the biggest deficit we've ever run, and it's time to make some changes. And specifically with ag and ranching, you know, we're actually seeing benefits.
Gibbs like rarely cites like anything concrete about the U.S. being taken advantage of by trade. By the way, usually the thing he cites, I mean, he just cited that. I don't know. I guess that I don't even know for sure if it means the trade deficit or budget deficit there, but he just said we're running the largest deficit, whatever that one means. I don't know. But like also he'll say like, for example, the fact that we don't own the Panama Canal anymore. Like, as an example of the U.S. being ripped off by other countries. Like, this is what that type of stuff is what Gibbs is referring to. Like, kill me. In all honesty, probably my more favorite MAGA guy on the internet. This is a testament to MAGA and not him, lol.
Benefits and changes that are benefiting ranchers, especially with the border control. It's helping to stop the screwworm infestation in Mexico from coming here. If that comes to Mexico, the beef industry collapses completely because of the small herds. I mean, why would we not want this kind of security? Why wouldn't we want these trade deals to benefit Americans?
What was the There was a fucking fly or whatever. Ah, God, I forget what it was called. The U.S. government had a program where we would like literally drop like infertile flies in Central American countries to prevent like the invasive species from progressing further north towards us or whatever. And that like I think part of the like foreign aid like freeze that Trump did like fucked that up. It might have been what he mentioned or whatever, but like fuck, this was like a while ago now. I don't think it was a fuck.
We don't have any trade deals yet, so I can't really speak
What
to
do you
it.
mean we don't have trade deals? They're announcing trade deals all the time. Stuff is finalized.
Yeah,
it's
we're
part of the process.
always 2 weeks away from them.
No, that's convenient. I mean, it's not always 2 weeks away.
It is always 2 weeks away. That's why there's not a single trade deal. The UK
Well,
trade deal is not done yet.
I'm specifically citing the UK. They've already come back and said we're relaxing restrictions on American beef. We're going to match American. That's a change. That's like maybe it's not a formalized trade deal, but whenever it's accomplished a goal, that's basically essential.
Oh, I think it might have been the screw worms. No, 2023. You like CBO, right? Yeah. What is that? What is that about? I don't know.
Trade deal and all but name.
Yeah, the name is important. That's why it's called a deal.
Yeah, but
like if I were to tell you that like I have a mortgage on my house, like I'm good to go, like I've got everything done except the bank just hasn't like signed it yet. Well, that doesn't mean anything then, right?
Sure, but if I go buy a car cash and I go in there and I'm like, hey, I want this jalopy, and they're like, hey, okay, cool, and I give them $2,000 or whatever, and they give me the car, and I don't have to sign anything except for the title. I mean, that's the same thing.
Yeah, but if they didn't give you the title, you wouldn't feel like you owned the car, right?
I mean, maybe, depends
You
on
would
the
give them
car.
all the cash, you drive out with the car, you'd give the title of the car dealership?
Yeah, maybe if I get the car dealership, I mean, I would say if they're getting rid of the restrictions and I have the title, that's the same as the title. It's basically essentially the same.
Yeah, the reality of the situation is that Trump has just been horrible for trade in every respect. I don't know how anybody who likes free trade or thinks that trade is beneficial to the United States.
It's great to sit here and try to say,
No, he hates free trade.
oh, we're pro-free trade, we're pro-capitalist. And that's like, you have this envision, this idea that all the people on the right are just these
This
anarchists
is one of the Nordic pagan sects that's what's talking about.
and capitalists, which isn't true. We want trade that's going to benefit us. And right now we've been taking advantage of it, especially in the beef
Why do you think
industry.
we've been taken advantage of?
Well, because I know for a fact the reason we're losing beef, we've had beef cattle herds go further down, is because other countries have taken over our market under the Biden administration. We've had not been able to compete fairly at the international level. We have all sorts of border problems because we have all these different diseases come up into the cattle farm.
You think that beef failed under the
And
Biden
the corn
admin?
subsidies have been a
Why
problem.
how did Biden make beef fail in a way that Trump didn't protect
Well,
in the
that's
first 4
easy.
years?
Well, one, Trump's already got rid of some of the subsidies, like the corn subsidies. He's cracked down on illegal immigration. So, if you know anything about ranching, then 97% of the United States ranches are family owned. That's something that's very important to this. And when I look, there's a small percentage, maybe the top 5%, that have most of the base.
Paragraph 2. I mean, I know broadly it's not for whatever.
For this production, and
How
those people are all competing
effective
unfairly by
rates
using
are,
illegal
like,
immigration labor, and then whenever they get busted, they just
I don't
use,
know what the
pay the fine and don't care. And with this bust, it's basically help the mom and pop, which is 97% of the ranches, about the 80%. That's not these select 10%.
I don't understand. Wouldn't a legal immigrant labor help family farmers keep their costs more competitive so they make more money? Is
No,
that the whole
because
reason
we
they hire
can't-
legal
That's
immigrants?
because as a regular
Example
farmer,
my
I
offense,
can't go and
bro.
a regular rancher, I can't go and afford to pay the fine that a massive corporate loan
Cheese ain't Trump change. Yeah, but it's just horribly inefficient way to raise revenue.
or family corporate owned
That's
basically ranch.
over
They
10
just pay the
years
fine,
or
hire new
whatever.
immigrants. I can't do that. I have to go through the legal process.
Is this assuming 10% on everyone stays up or whatever? Or no, is this assuming 18%?
Process. I have to hire legal people because they come and check us and come and get us if we do that.
Okay, but then all I'm saying is at the end of the day, this is going to end up raising your costs, so it feels like you're going to be less
No, it's going to
competitive
make
in
us
the global
competitive.
market anyway, no?
It's going to make it competitive cost. So if one person has an advantage the other has, that's not good at all. Isn't that what they all want to do with DEI? You want to get rid of a competitive advantage that certain people has?
Okay, hold on. Just as a baseline, you acknowledge that like a tariff is a tax paid by an importer, right?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, you know the trade deficit doesn't mean that we're being taken advantage of by another country, right?
Sure, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it's partially part of that, though.
No, how?
Because if you're sitting here having to compete in that unfair advantage, you're going to have to offset it in some way in the trade deficit and all sorts of other deficits.
Wait, why is it an unfair? Maybe we just have more money to spend.
We have just more money to spend? I mean, let's go back to what I was just talking about, though, real quick. You just asked why it would be fair to, like, the regular guy versus the other. Okay, cool. If you can look at the tariff argument and say, okay, maybe these people pay more taxes, but if it eliminates the bigger net negative, which is like the illegal immigrants working for these ranches have a certain special advantage that most ranches don't have. Other countries
How are
just taking
tariffs
advantage
even
of
doing this,
Like, these are all benefits that
dog?
we've gained since Trump has taken office that was on a steady decline under the last, 3 or 4 presidents.
Just when you say other countries are taking advantage of us because they can sell us things for cheap, I think
Well,
that's like a truism that's just given, but it doesn't really logically follow. Inflation is increasing again at a faster rate than it was before. Our trade deficit is exploding. Trump did absolutely nothing to bring it down. Now we're paying a whole new category of tax that we barely paid before.
Not really. I mean, it exploded for like 1 month, but it's basically been the same as a percentage of GDP
Tariffs.
other than when people were directly like front running it.
Having to bail out our soybean farmers now because we just got cracked over the head with China and Venezuela. Like the idea that there's all this help coming through because he closed the border, although apparently 25 million illegals are already in here. Like I don't see where the help is.
I can give you an example though, right? So this is kind of like bait and switch that the left seems to like to do, right? First of all, I go, oh, tariffs are all bad, and then I want to bring up other things like the trade deals, and you'll say, oh, they don't happen. But when I say, I go, oh, hey, look, the UK is now matching American standards. It's a little bit of a bait and switch because you go, oh, they haven't taken advantage of. Then I go,
I don't even know. The thing I remember is that the UK agreed to allow imports of U.S. beef up to a certain amount tariff-free. I don't even know if this is true.
look at Europe, and I go look at Australia, and I go look at the UK, and they have all the
illiterate. But this is the respectfully, it doesn't matter for Gibbs though, because Gibbs is not even the Gibbs's argument is incoherent. He's never gonna get into the specifics of any like economic shit. Like it doesn't even matter for Gibbs, bro.
These extra standards on beef that restricts us and doesn't allow us to sell over there in the markets. They're able to import.
Like he's just citing like his personal experience on shit. Like he doesn't rely on data. Like he's not having any meaningful discussion. He makes like this so like weird like 4D chess arguments about like any type of like America getting ripped off from trade, and tariffs are gonna help so much by allowing like beef farmers to expand their production. Like, oh my god.
Here and we're not able to export there. That's an unfair advantage. You can say they're not reciprocal, but well, we don't even have an option to go in there and sell because they're sitting here excluding us. And they're like, oh, maybe it's technically not a tariff, but the tariff is forcing them to react and change their policies at the local level, which benefits us here. So it's kind of like, it's not a direct one-to-one comparison. You know, I mean, I'm sure.
I think if I heard more conversation about like these particular standards, maybe I'd be more amenable to it. But the problem is Trump speaks so broadly, and then conservatives never actually detail any of these things. Like it's okay for different markets to have different standards for different things. That's fine, right?
Sure.
What was the FDA? There was some drug that they didn't approve a long time ago that was approved in Europe. I wish I remember the name of it. Women would take it when they were pregnant, and their babies were coming out like 7 arms or something. It was a bad drug that didn't get approved over here. It wasn't approved in Europe, but like, there are different standards in different countries for different things sometimes. Like the idea that somebody might have a different standard for beef, and then so we can't export to that market as much, at least not all of our beef. I don't know if that's necessarily inherently exploitative. It can. There are some standards like that that are be exploitative. But also, if Trump wanted to negotiate these, he said it himself, we have the largest, hottest economy in the world. Why would we have to start with a global tariff and then work from there?
It's because it's sending a message, and then these people come back and they make more fair deals. They get rid of the
They haven't made any deals yet, though.
They've made all sorts of deals.
We have
got
zero
deals with
deals.
Panama. We got deals with the UK.
And all the deals are and like Gibbs doesn't care about Gibbs. I think this is good, obviously, which is what they should actually be debating. Like all these deals are literally like mercantilist fucking deals. They're all just deals that leave up tariffs on the U.S. side, and you know get some concession in the form of the UK brought down their tariffs on beef from 2% to 0%. Like this is what we're getting out of this.
Hey,
we have zero deals.
What are you saying? We have zero deals when they've been announced. We've had the prime minister.
Yes, we've had announcements. He's talked. That's all Trump can do is talk. You know, the deal we did have was the U.S. Mexico-Canada trade deal from Trump.
Sure.
He blew that up. So we have no deals.
Yeah,
negative deals.
So that's interesting you bring that up. Do you disagree that, like, okay, things change within a period of time? So I've heard people on the left, like yourself, sit here and advocate that this is just a massive failure that Trump came out here to do. You just advocated earlier that, oh, hey, this guy, he's a politician. He's going to adjust to what the people want. Trump's a politician. He's saying, oh, this deal failed. Let's adjust. Let's get something new in there. Let's do something else. Now he's trying the stick instead of the carrot. And it seems to be working.
It's not working, though. Inflation is increasing. Our exports and import markets are hurt right now. The treasury yields are increasing. The world economy is losing faith in the United States. Like basically every conceivable metric, we're worse off than we were before. The budget is out of control. The one big beautiful bill massively. Our government is being shut down again. Like everything is failing. I don't know where all this
Well, I
success is coming
disagree.
from.
Like I said, I can point specifically to the beef industry as one of the industries that's growing. And this is kind of the misnomer I think y'all are talking about. We've been a service industry nation for a while now, and it looks like we're trying to move back to more of a manufacturing and production nation. And I think this is one of the major ones.
Yes, don't look at any of the statistics about how well manufacturing is doing. Yeah, don't look at it. Don't consider the fact that every U.S. manufacturer relies on fucking imported materials. Oh my god.
If the beef industry fails, that's a national security crisis. You know, like first thing that happens if you lose your food supply.
True. Oh my god, I forgot this fucking argument too. Oh my god, we need the beef for national security, bro.
Cheeseburgers are the only food supply in the United States?
You act like that's funny. That's a good one though. But here's the thing: like I used to be able to go get a thing of fajitas, some skirt steak, a couple pounds of it, 99 cents a pound. Now it's $14 a pound, right? And that's crazy and it's bad. And that's due to exactly because the Biden era policies under soy, the Biden era policies under alfalfa, the Biden era.
He's still gonna log away thinking he destroyed, dude. He's gonna tweet immediately afterwards that he did. Yeah.
Policies under corn, all these subsidies made people switch, and all of a sudden now we didn't have feed, herd shrunk. We had these unfair deals with these other countries.
I don't
And
know
now,
if there's just FYI, but we
hey,
can.
if we have the screwworm
can't be
infestation,
blind to the reality we are in. I don't know what I recognize tariff raise. Like I recognize taxes raise revenue. I don't know.
and have a porous border, which we know a porous border causes infestations of these screwworms and other kind of diseases into our beef market. If we don't have this secured, it's going to be bad. And under Biden, we didn't have any of that. And under Trump, we've secured it, just like the gentleman that just went before me said, and you agreed. So, like, how can you say this is a net bad for some of these industries when we're in a transitionary period?
Well, if we're transitioning backwards, I guess it's a net good. If we're trying to regress economically and security-wise, but like if you care about national security, Trump has been worse on national security in like almost every conceivable metric.
Kill me. Now we're.
Wait, do you think going backwards into production and manufacturing is actually going? You think that's going?
It doesn't even. By the way, notice like we're not examining any of the aggregates here. Gibbs is just talking about the beef industry. Obviously, even if you conceded the tariffs are somehow on net helping the beef industry, and I don't think that's even true necessarily, or the deals that we get out of the tariffs are helping the beef industry on net. Is the beef industry the industry we want to be helping? Is that the industry we want to promote and artificially protect and draw resources away from other more productive industries? Really, for beef? Really? Do we think beef is more important than any of the, like, actual service sector cool shit we do? But
backwards, I guess is what you're
When
saying.
people speak derogatorily about like service type economies and then they want to step back into manufacturing, that's a regression.
See, I disagree. I hear a lot of people, I guess they want to go backwards to a time where they had more money in their pocket. Like, I hear all these people that were big union guys
oh
going,
my god, it's not even. By the way, I can only go on this same rant so many times, bro. But trade probably only destroyed, like, it quote unquote destroyed maybe 16% of the U.S. manufacturing employment, and the rest of it was just due to automation and shit. Kill me, dog. There's no reason to believe that tariffs would even help manufacturing, because again, it's like over half of the imported materials to the U.S. are intermediate goods, many of which are goods that manufacturers use to build their factories and or make their products. Like, the robots that we have in American factories are imported. The steel that American companies use to make nails or whatever is imported. And yes, we would be overall poorer. We'd be overall worse off if we regressed back to an economy that, instead of, specializing the high productivity service sector software shit that we do now, we went back to making a bunch of raw materials. Okay, I mean, it's literally like, it is the same. It boils down to, like, literally the same type of thing as, like, the candle makers petition, right? It's like, oh, the sun is gonna put all the candle makers out of business. Okay, we should mandate that we don't have the sun to light people's homes because the candle makers need work. Okay, like, it is literally that same argument, because trade is just a type of technology. All that trade lets you do is indirectly produce the things that you import by first producing the things that you export and then trading with other countries. That's all it is. Wait, are you an MMTer? No, I would not consider myself an MMTer.
hey, I'm just working at the factory making $30 an hour. Why can't we get back to factories?
By the way, I mean, there's the funny, like, Financial Times graphs or whatever. If you ask Americans, like, should we have more factory jobs, is like 70% yes. If you ask them, do you want to work in a factory job, it's like 70% no. No, there's no reason to believe, like, on net, like, wages would decrease and income would decrease if we didn't have free trade. But
Here, ranchers talk about, I remember in the 50s, which is crazy that they're talking about the 50s.
and also, obviously, tariffs
larger herds.
reduce after-tax income because they're fucking taxed. The tariffs reduce or just increase the price of goods that people import. People import a lot of fucking things, especially poor people, by the way.
Beef prices were way down. Even in the 90s, beef prices weren't as egregious as now, but they're still flying up, and it's because of all the bad lefty policies where they're
That's
over
fine,
here.
but like in the 1500s, if you knew the Pythagorean theorem, you were the smartest guy in your math class. Like,
I mean,
times
I mean,
change.
I mean,
It's
that's
like, you
what-
can't just say
what does that have to do with anything? I
Because
mean-
going backwards to a manufacturing economy, that might have been good 50 to 100 years ago when the entire world was doing like manufacturing and was working that way. You can't, like, no economy. You can't give me a single example of an economy anywhere on the planet that
that's
regressed
ludicrous.
economically.
That's ludicrous to argue that you were the smartest person in the room.
Well, Tessity is touching. He's like touching on a good point there. You can't really point to an economy that doesn't experience the same hump-shaped path into manufacturing share of employment. Even economies, we're strong manufacturing sectors that have trade surpluses. Germany, South Korea, right, still have a declining share in the manufacturing, still have a declining manufacturing share of employment, because of a bunch of bullshit about elasticities and shifts in consumer spending as, people get richer. Don't worry about it. Why does Noah Smith want manufacturing back? I mean, Noah Smith, I don't think Noah Smith's goal is not to, I mean, he's industrial policy build. I don't think his goal is to raise the manufacturing share of employment substantially. I think Noah Smith's goal is to have the capacity to build batteries and drones here, essentially.
The prerogative theory has nothing to do.
So 70% don't want such jobs. Does that leave 30% who would take them? I think it's like 25% of people, like the Financial Times polled or whatever, said, oh yeah, I'd work at a factory job or whatever. If so, that'd be up from the current 8%. Like, yeah, I do think that, like, the reality is when people hear factory job, they don't, they're not thinking of the type of work that would actually be returning here. They probably, you know, some of those people are probably overly nostalgic or have heard overly good things about them. So I think even if those opportunities were available, probably would be under 25% of people who actually want them. But like, you know, we're a service sector economy, and that's like largely a good thing. Like, it's not like some horrible evil. Like the fact that like, you know, 15% of people, if you ask them in the abstract, would you rather have a factory job? And they say yes. That's not a horrible thing. Factory jobs are, you know, more dangerous. Please don't use that study. It doesn't say what you think it does. What? What do you mean it doesn't say what I think it does?
With what we're talking about right now, which is
what is an economy that is
prices
going backwards from service to manufacturing? Like, who are you jealous of economically? Who do you think does better than the United States?
I mean, we
economically?
could be doing better. I mean, China's exploding at one of the quickest rates. They're doing a lot of manufacturing. We're seeing all
What
these
is
other-
True. Wait, what is?
Who are you jealous of economically? Who do you think does better than the United States?
I mean, we
economically?
could be doing better. I mean, China's exploding at one of the quickest rates. They're doing a lot of manufacturing. We're seeing all
What
these
is
other
China?
If you look at China's manufacturing share of employment, by the way, that has been going down as well. They were moving away from manufacturing sector economy. Like, China's not even that particularly cheap place to manufacture anymore. Now they do still do quite a bit of manufacturing, but a big reason why they do manufacturing still is because they're higher productivity now. China has quite a bit of like capital intensive, high productivity, high quality manufacturing by now. Your conclusion was 70% want to take them. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. What is it supposed to take from that? That America, like, I recognize it, that does show that there is some amount of people who say on a survey, at least in the abstract, they would prefer a manufacturing job over the job they have now, or a factory job over the job they have now. But my point is, there are a lot more people who say America needs a lot more manufacturing jobs than actually want to work in a factory.
What is China trying to expand the most into, though? What does Trump complain? They steal our intellectual property. They have things like TikTok. They're expanding in green energy. They're expanding relations with every other country on the planet.
Haven't they been doing that really rapidly lately, decreasing their share of manufacturing jobs? I don't know how rapidly it's been recently.
They're expanding like all of their tech industry. They're not trying to do more manufacturing. They're trying to do more service.
Do you think tech is only service, producing tech? I mean, right now we can't even make missiles. We can't even make phones. We're running out of supplies to sit here and get the rare earth minerals.
We can't make missiles?
Yeah, we don't have the tech.
We literally bombed Iranian nuclear plants, and they didn't even know about it until Trump went on the media and made an
already
announcement
had.
about it.
We already had those.
Okay,
Also, if you want to be able to compete with China with regards to producing military equipment, you probably should rely on our allies. You probably should rely, a big thing is economies of scale and specialization of, countries can specialize in producing, one niche product, one niche missile, and that missile's compatible with every NATO fucking country because we have these alliances that Trump is stressing pretty hard with the tariffs right now. That's beneficial. We're able to produce more shit overall if countries specialize in producing certain things, but kill me. I think this article, from what I remember, actually had a graph or not online.
We can bomb things. I think we're doing okay there.
You disagree with the Biden administration, the reason why they put forth the CHIPS Act in the first place then?
So no, I think the CHIPS Act is fine. I think there are certain things that we can incentivize here.
Oh, so then you are pro-manufacturing then?
I never said I was anti-manufacturing. What I took issue with was you attacking service.
Listen here. We all saw COVID became the gig economy, became just service.
The point of that, obviously Biden, like any politician would, marketed the CHIPS Act as, creating jobs and everything. But the point of the CHIPS Act was not to, in any substantial way, raise the manufacturing share of employment and create a bunch of good factory jobs, just because we probably want some chip production here for national security reasons.
Economy. That's bad. I mean, I don't know anybody that can sit here and just make a living wage off just working.
Specialization isn't great between competitively cooperative entities. Do you think China is cooperative or maliciously competitive? I don't know why it would only be. I don't know what you're trying to say. Specialization isn't great between competitively cooperative entities. Do you think China's cooperative or maliciously competitive? I don't think that means, obviously not the whole reason, a big reason why we trade with China is because specialization is good. And China specializes in what they're good at. We specialize in what we're good at. But, that's a big part of it. Economies of scale plays a big part of it too. But sports aren't fun without rules. Just look at, the revealed preference is that it's good. To some extent, you can say national security reasons for why, maybe we have some concern with regards to, China being unfair when it comes to battery production, and we need battery production here for national security reasons. But I don't think even if I mean, first of all, I think it's really hard to draw the lines with regards to what actually counts as sort of a fair or unfair trading practice, or what counts as a real comparative advantage for some artificial one. But like, I don't think that means that, that there aren't just broad gains from specialization and economies of scale that we saw from trade with China.
Uber or Uber Eats or DoorDash or anything. Nobody can live like that. They have to do this. They have to work the regular job, and they have to work one of these side jobs to sit here and get by. If we can return to manufacturing, people can work there.
Don't look at the percentage of Americans holding 2 jobs. Don't look at it. Because it's like 5%. It's like 5.6%. Like what it's almost always been. Follow international IP laws do they follow international IP laws as a norm? I truthfully, I don't. The IP theft in China is complicated from my understanding. My understanding in China, there is not much of a culture of, and illegally there as well, of respecting IP. That's my understanding. I don't know if I'm really still here from the stuff I've watched from people on China. Like there was that girl who went on a lecture in front of guys. She's talking about China, whatever. But I don't think that's like I don't know how substantial that cost is. But I don't think the fact that China probably steals some IP is like, it means that there aren't gains from specialization. I don't think it means that there aren't just still broad gains from that.
9 to 5s, 40 hours a week, and get back to only having to work 40 hours a week.
You acknowge that those jobs are never coming back like that, right? Like
Some
every
of
time you
them
say
can.
that, you're selling a lie to
They're
people. That
only
will
coming-
never, ever be the
they're
case. You can put a door in a car and make a living wage doing that. That will never be the case in any part of the world.
I mean, how are you intending that we're going to automate, say something like ranching? There's no way you can automate ranching. What are they going to have?
Farming uses more like
my
automation and advanced
God.
machinery. Like, do you think that people that do agriculture
Also, lab-grown meat, literally. But
like go out with their scythes and chop the
No,
crops?
I think as somebody that's done agriculture my entire life, I mean, I feel like I have a pretty good idea. I don't think there's any robot that can go out.
How are we gonna automate something like farming and ranching? Bro, the agricultural share of employment is like 2%. It's like 2% of workers work in agriculture, bro. It used to be 90%. What do you mean? What do we, like... On the margin, it's probably hard to automate some of that stuff now because there's already been so much automation, just productivity-enhancing stuff in agriculture, but certainly it can be done.
Out there and kill snakes currently to keep my cattle from being poisoned. I don't think there's a robot right now that can go kill a mountain lion or a coyote that's eating a calf. No, I don't think there's going to be a robot that can build my fence for me currently. No, I'm sorry, there's just no way you can sit here and automate that. Maybe at a feedlot, but that's the second tier part of the production when it comes to ranching.
So I can understand it. You're saying that the process of building a fence today is the same as it was 50 years ago?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, that's not my experience on any of this, but okay.
I mean, the only difference is maybe the post hole digger, so we can do it faster. I mean, even then, that's still something that's been around 30 years.
Bro.
Okay, when it comes to manufacturing things, there's never going to be a world where we have like the old like the Detroits, like the car manufacturing plants, where like an ordinary person can do kind of like.
What about aerospace? What about just like we were talking about chips manufacturing?
Even aerospace. I mean, look, you're not.
That stuff is all that shit is automated too.
These are all like robot automated jobs.
Shipbuilding, that's another one we need. China's now beating us in shipbuilding. There's all these different industries that are definitely going to be having to be built here if we build the tariffs. And it is transitory.
You think that we're going to go back to a world where
by the way, if you look at the estimates, because again, all these manufacturers rely on economies of scale, being able to export to a bunch of other countries, and the tariffs fuck that over because the tariffs are hurting our exports as well. And the fact that they use imported materials, if you look at the estimates, but like the long run, like manufacturing share of employment will increase from the tariffs probably, but it's in the toy industry. Like it's in like low grade like consumer goods. It's not in shipbuilding. Does SAT style analogy not come across to you? No.
People that are manually putting these things together, making a living wage doing it, we're going to be competitive with the rest of the world on this?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I think we're going to
assume those are supposed to be like emojis or whatever that fails to
be more competitive because lately with the service economy, what do we make? We make nothing. And when you make nothing, you're worth nothing.
What do you mean by you make nothing?
I mean, if you're just a service industry, if you're only able to sit here, say you're a waiter at a restaurant, right? That's
like if we still make a ton of shit. If you look at just output, that was going up all the way until 2008. It's been relatively stagnant since 2008 because manufacturing productivity has basically been stagnant since 2008. But we still make a ton of shit. We're still second to China in the world, and like no one is even like close. Like
service industry. You agree with that?
Yeah, but
Okay.
like people also consider like
Sure,
programmers
so-
like service.
Sure, I mean, yeah, there's gonna be a lot. Let's say you're a waiter at a restaurant, for example, right? The only way you have to sit here and serve that burger, that $8 burger you were talking about, is if someone's able to make the beef, to get the beef there, and then they produce it, they like manufacture it, they feed it, all this good stuff, butcher it. You have to have all these different lines in the line of
They take that off.
in order for the
No, I just don't. Like goods is the services, as services is the IP. Like that doesn't. I'm assuming that's what that is, right? It doesn't make. I don't know. What
industry to
that's
work.
trying to
And what
say.
you're proposing is, let's just kill the beef industry. We don't need that going forward. We're going to sit here and just import this beef, and then, if we ever have any kind of trade problems with these people and they cut it off, suddenly now the service workers out of job because they can't get beef for their
So do you think like Microsoft is like a nothing company?
I mean, you think Microsoft is a service company, or do you think they're a production company? Because they're both.
What do you mean by what do you consider production?
I mean,
They're primarily.
they're building computers. Do you think they're building computers? They build software.
Microsoft's not building the physical computers; they're making the software for shit.
Build computers?
I mean, they used to. I mean, I'm not sure they do. I'm
Pretty
thinking,
sure they
yeah,
have Azure, they're like servers and stuff that you can
Any of the computers that they do, quote unquote, build or whatever, is, they're not making most of those components here in the U.S.
rent space out of, but this is like service electronic stuff, and they do like software or like Amazon, AWS,
I mean,
like
you call
software, like
software
like fake stuff.
I mean, I guess software would be service, but I mean, just because you have
I'm gonna
that
come back to.
doesn't mean you don't need HP building it, or like Texas Instruments building TI-83s,
Destiny,
Texas Instruments building computers, or
IRL.
I mean, all sorts of companies.
Like, is there an example of any other country on the planet that has gone back to, or whose economy that you think we should emulate, who's doing better than us, who does less service and more manufacturing?
Why would we want to emulate another country when we're the world leaders? I feel like we should lead the way and go back to manufacturing.
We do lead the way in all the high capital intensive shit. Just look at the returns to U.S. equities versus the returns to other countries' equities. It's way higher in the U.S. There's a reason everyone wants to hold our fucking companies. There's a reason our stock market does so well. I'm gonna.
See what you just said? We should lead the way and go back?
Yeah,
Like, that
exactly,
doesn't
because
compute
what's
to me.
going on right now is
Look at how much innovation comes out of the U.S. versus even Europe. How many big tech companies are in Europe? Like they have, like, is it Spotify European? Like, isn't that basically it?
not
Like,
working. It's
What was going on was we were dominating the entire world economy. We came out of COVID stronger and better than every other economy on the
Since
planet.
when?
Since what do you mean? Since when?
I mean, it's arguably the whole reason why I think Mr. Pangburn over here brought up Hassan earlier as a joke. I mean, Hassan's always talked about multipolarity. I mean, if anything, the multipolarity people are getting stronger because we're sitting here not doing manufacturing. We're the weakest we've been in 200 years almost.
Our manufacturing has increased. The output of manufacturing in the U.S. has increased like pretty
finally you mentioned it. Finally, he's mentioned it.
solidly.
In what industries? Like a few like specific ones? Well, major industries are like.
I mean, we
strong?
probably don't manufacture the same things anymore, but we do like end stage manufacturing better than most other countries on the planet. But
My understanding is a lot of it has been, by the way, a lot of the increase in manufacturing output actually has been like defense-based industries.
we'd rather be making like the widget monster than making the widgets.
Well, you yourself just brought up at the beginning of this conversation the soy industry, right? The soy, how it got devastated by some of Trump's policies.
Yes,
okay?
the
And then how there's
soy.
having all these problems. Well, that's manufacturing that's gone backwards. You didn't seem to have a problem when something like soy was doing well, but now that
Soy is what?
ranching's doing well, now it's a problem.
That's agriculture, not manufacturing,
Why would you
buddy.
problem with doing well?
wasn't
My
doing
issue
well.
is that conservatives for some reason view everything on the planet as like some zero-sum game where the only way to make gains is to destroy some other part of the economy or to destroy some other part of the world in order to have some piece of the pie for themselves. But like you can talk about these things like manufacturing is being destroyed. Why did Elon Musk start Tesla and start SpaceX? Why did he start it in the United States if our manufacturing is so horrible? And when he did start that in the U.S., it's not like did he put together a bunch of blue-collar workers in the Uber factories? They build the rockets and
I
cars?
can't speak to Elon Musk and why he wants to be a patriot and build jobs here in America or return us to space. I don't know all that, but I'll tell you this. When I'm sitting here seeing people sitting here complaining about, the soy industry collapsing, or seeing other industries popped up, like the corn industry popped up by subsidies, while, the beef industry like languishes and rots in the vine, I sit here and go back to what I said in the beginning. I think it's not that Republicans think it's a zero-sum game. I think it's that we sit here and look and we go, we vote local, right? Whenever I'm having my fences damaged by coyotes coming across, bringing people illegally.
I finally mentioned it. Yes, I knew he was going to say it. Yes, defense, the illegal migrants
People
defense.
sit here getting unfair advantages because they could pay to have legal workers to pay the fine, hire new people, and then I'm having things like the other countries sit here have unfair regulations that we can't compete with while we have tariffs on our beef or numbers. I think it's pretty clear that the left for the last 20 years at least hasn't cared about people like me. And so when I go and vote, I don't know, it's kind of like a big FU all of a sudden when we're doing good and everybody else is like, oh no, it's so bad, and it's like,
I mean, you can say that, but like the reality is, on every single issue you listed, Trump has failed, will continue to fail, and by the end of his term, will have failed on every single one of those issues. Costs are increasing for everything. Tariffs are hurting every single consumer. Disproportionately, middle class and worse. The budget is going to spiral. What?
Stock market's at all-time highs, hitting record highs.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Stock market. What happened to voting local? Do you think the stock
Sure,
market
but
is
I
the
can go back
average
to voting
person?
local.
But
Beef
yes,
prices, like I said, are
stock markets are at all-time high under Biden. Would you say
Don't
that
look
Biden
at the counterfactual. Don't look at the evidence that tariff announcements reduce stock prices.
had a great economy?
Yeah, the highest under Biden is like the highest under Biden is the lowest it's been under Trump. So I guess
Yes, welcome to the stock market. It goes up.
Yeah, I mean, no, it doesn't. What do you mean we have crashes all the time?
Yeah, and then it goes up.
Oh my God, bro.
Last like 3 or 4 years
Sure,
of
I
Obama's
mean,
presidency was all-time highs before Trump came in, and then Trump was all-time highs, and then COVID happened, and then Biden was all-time highs. And guess what? By the end of Trump's term, it'll be all-time highs. And guess what? After the next president, it'll also be all-time highs. That's how the stock market works.
Yeah, but whenever we talk about inflation, we can go look at like average cost going in there, right? Like right now would be, like I said,
How are we shifting to inflation? And we're not even thinking about the.
take 2 years for things to like level out and the cost to be passed on to consumers and it go down. But if we continue under the same policies, when the beef prices are just gonna keep flying up, as soon as it's gonna be $30 for your $8 burger at the rate it's going. We're at an all-time high for beef prices. Yeah, it's great for a seller's market, but it's really bad for everybody else. And so when I'm sitting here looking at what you're saying, yeah, gas right now where I'm at, it's like $2.30, right? I'm sure it's higher in some places like California. Why don't we look at where it's higher and where it's lower? And it's clear that the places with more regulation are way, way higher. So
at the end of Trump's term, when inflation is higher than it should be, when costs are higher than they should be, are we still going to blame Biden for that? Because inflation is higher now. It's coming higher and higher and higher and higher than it should have been. The Fed is going to have to, unfortunately, they're going to have to lower rates now because inflation is not only inflation increasing, unemployment is increasing too. Like on every economic indicator we have, every market indicator we have is looking worse and worse.
Hold on, you're sitting there saying unemployment is up. Yeah, well, cool. That's great and all, maybe. But it's also the same when I look at this. I heard, oh, unemployment's great for all these people. And then you find out, oh, well,
he's gonna cite the deportation shit. He's gonna say, oh, actually, native-born employment. You look exhausted already, LMAO. I'm gonna kill myself.
they included all these people that work like 18 hours a week as employed and whatnot. Like, that's ridiculous.
Oh, sorry. No, we're just mentioning the dual job holders. Okay. I don't even know. Gibbs doesn't even trust the BLS numbers at all. Like, Gibbs totally fucking supports the firing of Erica Mick, whatever her last name is. Oh my god, kill me. Higher rates increase inflation. This is true new.
That's not employment.
Well, that's not how unemployment is calculated.
Yeah, it was under one of the things.
No,
that's why under Biden they keep having to revise the job reports. We figured out their line.
Oh, that's why. Really, that's why.
There's just no trust.
Hold on. I think the thing he cited, or whatever. I think he's just talking about
increasing too. Like on
people who
when inflation is higher than
was it people who work two
it should
jobs?
be, when costs are higher than they should be. What is the? Are we still going to blame Biden for that? Because inflation is higher now. It's coming higher and higher and harder than it should have been. The Fed is going to have to. Unfortunately,
I think you could do this.
Lower rates now because inflation is not only inflation
like an IRL like debate thing.
Unemployment is increasing too. Like on every economic indicator we have.
But the same when I look at this, I heard, oh, unemployment's great for all these people. And then you find out, oh, well, they included all these people that work like 18 hours a week as employed and whatnot. Like.
Yeah, okay, no, he's just saying that the unemployment rate includes part-time workers, which I don't think is true for the headline unemployment rate. The headline unemployment rate, I think includes only people working at least 40 hours, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of Q3 unemployment rate, part-time. Yes, that's a part of Unfuck America. I probably could, but I mean, by the way, Unfuck America basically accepts everybody. You don't have to be popular to join Unfuck America at all. But I think I could do it. I don't know how much I would enjoy some of it, but when it apply, it'd be, I mean, I couldn't, I don't know, I definitely could not commit to going to a lot of the events or whatever, which I don't think they require you to do, really, but I don't know. I don't know if I like the idea of being tied to any whatever org or whatever. Did any work at all for pay or profit during the survey? Reference week include temporary work? Or no, it does include part-time employees. Do they pay you? No, but you get a you get like you can make your own fundraising link, and then people can donate to the Act Blue through you or whatever. And I think that goes to like funding your travel or whatever. My combo is easier to set up. I mean, I have the reach to almost anyone I want to, so. He seems pretty intent to keep it going. I mean, it's for sure still going. I don't know. I think they still have the one event listed. I think the rest of them are basically canceled, which sucks, but, you know.
That's ridiculous. That's not employment.
Well, that's not how unemployment is calculated.
Yeah, it was under one of the things.
No,
that's why under the Biden they keep having to revise the job reports. We figured out their lie. And there's
Revising
no trust from the left right now. Y'all lied about his health. Y'all lied about jobs reports repeatedly. We know for a fact
there's no trust from the left
Road.
because Trump himself will openly lie about everything.
This is something I can look like. I'm not even a super huge pro-MAGA guy. I'm like a Texas Republican. We don't trust big government. And then when I sit here and I look and I sit here and you go, oh yeah, Trump's lied about everything. And I see the stuff he's done. And then I go, oh, it's the highest jobs they've ever been. And then I go, oh, okay, well look, let's see. Why did they?
You can look at, if you want to include, so the U6 unemployment rate includes people working part-time who want to work full time. And this is U6, right? And like that was still really low as well. Like they moved together. It's obviously higher because you're adding a bunch of workers to the headline unemployment rate, but hold on, I think this is the monthly data, right? Yeah. I would apply if I specifically didn't have to endorse the Democratic Party instead of focusing on promoting anti-Trump Republicans. I do think I don't know what the, I think they said the only requirement technically is that you vote blue. So maybe technically you can still count, but
they would just sit here and cut out, 100,000 jobs from the last Biden report. Or why they cut 300,000? And every time the Biden jobs report came out, it was cut under Trump. We haven't seen those things. We've seen very small corrections, if at all. And so it looks
there's no win in these debates, bro. There's no winning because Gibbs will just infinitely shit. Like he already shifted. Like we're talking about the stock market, and then Destiny was like, obviously the stock market just trends upwards over time. You can't just use the fact that it's hitting all-time highs evidence that like things are like great or whatever. It's gonna hit all-time highs no matter what. Like we think they're kind of fragile, and then like we shift to inflation stuff, and then now we're on the job number shit, and like there's no, especially in like a debate like this, is only gonna last like 15 minutes or whatever. They do it like. There's no like, okay, well, Gibbs, so basically they have the establishment survey and businesses take a little bit to respond to. They have to do the adjustments every month or whatever. And you know, it's like, and then they get 2 years later the benchmark data from tax filings and they do the preliminary benchmark revision and eventually the secondary benchmark revision from all the data. Like there's no, like you're not going to go through the entire VLS methodology shit and like, but like you can just infinitely make the stupid ass arguments about like lying about the job numbers, and like it's way more intuitive to people than the jargon you need to explain to understand why the BLS is not doing that. But like it's all transparent. There, you know, reports are, the methodology is public, the data is public, right? Like they've been doing the same shit for years. Like it's all come out, like absent government shutdowns, it has always come out on its regular schedule. The last time it didn't come out on its regular schedule was 2013 because of a government shutdown, and it might not actually, some of the data might be delayed now depending on how long this new government shutdown lasts. But like this is all transparent. Like the head of the BLS who Trump fired doesn't even get the job data until 2 days before it's released. Like they don't even have a mechanism for like fucking cooking the books or whatever. Like
It's like, yeah, maybe it's slower, but it's also not inflated fake numbers the way that you're sitting here portraying, like you're putting out there.
What do you mean? It clearly was because he fired her after the job revisions for, I forget what month he fired her after. I think it was August, right? It was like August and June or whatever. There were inflated, quote unquote, inflated job numbers for the first like 3 months of Trump's term or whatever, and Trump fired her when they released the revisions for it.
So you believe the numbers under Trump, but you don't believe the numbers under Biden?
I'm just saying it from the same agencies, you know, like
You believe the numbers under Trump, but you don't believe the numbers under Biden?
No, what I'm saying, well, hold on. The numbers under Biden that I'm quoting are the same numbers that came out. First, he put one out for the jobs report, and then several times, each time under Biden, those jobs reports got revised. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, they do job revisions.
That's evidence of it not being politically biased. What are we?
Job report revisions are pretty common, yeah.
Okay.
It's not just pretty common. It's done by necessity, by schedule. Like it's done by procedure. It's like they revise, like every job number put out is revised at least 5 times. They do the revisions the next 2 months, and then they do the preliminary benchmark revision. Like it's like a year and a half later when they get some initial tax filings, and then eventually, like a full 2 years later, they get all the tax filings from that year, and they can do the final benchmark revision. Which, by the way, one of something really funny is since all these people are retards, they only read the fucking headlines or whatever. Every single one of these fucking people looks at the remember like last year when the initial benchmark revision came out, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, a preliminary benchmark revision! Oh my god, negative 800,000, negative 800,000, 18,000 jobs or whatever." I think it was saying, I think it was 818,000, right? Yeah. For under in 2022 or 2023, I think it's from 2022 to 2023. Then we got the new preliminary benchmark revision this year for, I think, 2023 to 2024. That was negative 900 whatever thousand. These fucking retards don't even because they only read the headlines and they don't know how any of this shit works. They don't even know that negative 800K preliminary revision, because it was a preliminary revision, when we got more accurate data, we got revised down, as in the number of like jobs was actually only like negative 549,000. But these people are retards, so they all just like add, like if you see anyone saying like, oh, they lied about 2 million jobs or whatever, they're just adding the preliminary revision that got later updated to the new preliminary revision, which will also be updated. Like it's too many of the young ones think that he represents what Republicans look like, and it's scary. There will be some conservative there that will, or he's still stuck in the north or whatever. Kill me. I remember I tweeted about this because the like end of wokeness people did this like. Would a $2,000 tariff rebate be inflationary? Probably not really. I mean, it could conceivably have like some marginal effect on like the velocity of money, I guess. So it might have some minimum impact for some stuff at least. But unemployment is going up is inevitable with AI capitalist economy. So true. I don't think like, by the way, like unemployment, to be clear, not that like tariffs are not good for the job market or anything, but like, you know, I don't think the labor market is like that bad. If we look at it holistically, it's bad for like recent college graduates.
Yeah, and when they're substantial, and you go all the whole time, hey, buddy, this is the highest jobs we've ever had. And then, like, 3 months later, a provision comes out, and it's, 1 million people lower, 300,000 lower, and it's not the highest. Well, that's a lie. Would you agree? You just said it's exaggerating. It's a lie.
So I don't think the revisions were as drastic under Biden. I think one of the reasons for a lot of the revisions under Trump is because Trump has done a lot of self-inflicted harm on the economy that nobody was expecting, and the markets have had to adjust for. For instance, the global tariffs that were completely brainless, that have done nothing but damage to the United States economy and reputation abroad.
So wait, just to be clear, you're saying that exaggerating the numbers under Biden is different than Trump exaggerating.
I think they're exaggerating when they do the prospective job numbers. They collect it from like the census.
See, also they're equally exaggerated under Trump. What are we doing? Yeah, here it is. This is what I was looking for. Like, it's a... Kill me. Job market is bad because wages are too high right now. Is it?
Learning
about how the data works is frustrating. That's why Trump wants to fire guys.
No, it's not. I mean, it is frustrating. Whenever you're the average American, I run up several businesses. It's not very hard for me to sit here and go, oh, I did this. If I go to my investors and I tell them, hey, guess what? Our numbers are actually, 300% lower than what I actually told you in, 3 months ago. Like, yeah, that's going to be outrageous. So I lose, like, oh, we made $300,000 less this month than we actually told you we made, but now that we've done revisions, they're going to go, that's a lie, and they're going to want to pull funds. Like, so whenever you're sitting here going, oh, it's not the same, it's frustrating on numbers. Yeah, it is frustrating to the average Americans who are like, why is this game now? Like, I just don't understand how you can sit here and say it's not an exaggeration or whatever that's
because they do revisions because the first numbers they get are different than after they verify them on the second batch. Like you can, I think they're pulled from different. I think one comes from some census related thing, the other comes from some like final jobs reports related thing from companies. I don't know exactly how they calculate it, but there are always adjustments. There have always been revisions.
Yeah, sure, but that's a lie, especially when you sit here and you run on, oh, we have the best jobs ever, and then you're going to sit here running the Trump
because under Biden, the job economy was very hot, yes.
No, fake news. And when we get sit here, I want to talk about what you just said. You sat here and said, hey, we're going to sit here and get, the inflation rate was the highest it's ever been. Well, I can't remember a government in recent memory that didn't have inflation rates go up, but if he slows the inflation rate, and it looks like it is drastically slowing.
It's not slowing.
It is slowing.
Speeding.
It's not. And to be fair, I don't even think tariffs have been like the main driver of that. Now tariffs have increased consumer prices, but I don't think they're the biggest reason that you've seen like when you have seen good prices increase even in like the PCE and CPI like aggregates or whatever. But like I don't even think tariffs have like been the biggest driver. But like if you just look at we just got the 2.7% PCE report, like it's been accelerating.
Now, I think 2.9 was what it came in under, and it was supposed to be like 2.4, so it's increasing, which we would expect as the tariffs are increasing.
I mean, I don't know. I'm seeing 2.4 from multiple sources regularly right now. That's what they're estimating going to be at the end of the year. So, I don't know. I guess we have different sources on that one. But if there are 2.4 and it did slow the growth, then hell yeah, that's exactly what we want, isn't it?
I mean, if the inflation is coming in hotter than we would expect it to, and it's coming in hotter for literally no reason besides the fact that Trump is adding costs to everything by tariffing the entire world for no reason, I think, no, that's not what we want.
I mean,
an economic contraction for
you're
quarter one for
arguing that
absolutely no reason.
2.9% is bad. Whenever Biden came in, we had a 25% to 50% increase almost inflation.
Where was the Biden inflation from?
What was the Biden inflation from? It's terrible mismanagement in all these different industries.
What was the Biden inflation from?
What does that even mean? Bro, you can blame the Biden. I wouldn't even have a problem if you blame the Biden stimulus package a little bit. Like, that's fine. What does it even mean to say terrible mismanagement of all these different industries? You can see, like, there's a core of PCE, which is the primary thing the Fed looks at. Like, since April, it's been increasing. It's not been decreasing. I think CPI has been basically the same pattern.
Going to blame COVID? Is that what you're about to try to blame?
Don't we blame COVID for Trump's disastrous fourth year? Does it only work for Trump?
I mean, I'm not sitting here. I'm making claims based off what I'm seeing.
Wait, where do you think the majority of the inflation happened due to under Biden's administration?
Yeah, I would argue that all the extra checks got sent out. I didn't even like it when Trump sent out checks, but whenever they're sitting out,
okay, okay. we at least blame the stimulus eventually a little bit, but just remember what matters is inflation expectations. This is real. Obviously, like the Biden, it's not even a word. Like, I hate this so much. And again, like, you're never winning these things or whatever. Like, it's obviously complicated to answer what the fuck, like, what caused inflation under Biden. Like, actual economists using actual statistical methods are like disagree about it strongly. And like, but like, obviously, some of it was probably supply chain shocks. A lot of it was monetary stimulus from the Federal Reserve. which Biden is not controlled. And the president's not supposed to control the Federal Reserve. Some of it probably was the stimulus package, and like, depending who a majority. You think Easy Money? You think a majority was from the American Rescue Plan? That doesn't seem to. I don't know what supports that. You might be able to play. I was just about to say, like, you can maybe play a weird blame game if you say, obviously the American Rescue Plan caused a lot of new debt to be issued, and that debt was monetized by the Federal Reserve. So do you want to blame the government for issuing the debt or the Federal Reserve for monetizing that debt? Like, whatever, but
checks, yeah, that's going to drastically inflate things. Whenever you have people send out, all these different checks going out, and no one has to work, and you can just go spend money like play money. Of course, the prices of inflation is going to go up. Do you disagree?
So we had COVID was a huge thing, right? We had to do some kind of stimulus for the economy, and then we saw the Ukraine war break out, which did a lot for shipping and prices of stuff globally as well for a bit, right? So he had to deal with those two things. For the most part, by the end of his term, inflation was, I think it was sub 3 points. When Trump came in, everything was running fine. We had an economic contraction in quarter one for no reason, and now we've had inflation starting to tick upwards again for no reason.
If we look historically throughout history, in all the different countries, every time we've had like a giant inflation increase, look at like 1920s Germany, right? Or even Venezuela now, what do? They do stimulus packages, and they kept sending out tons of extra cash, all these stimulus bonuses, all this money. They flood the market. All of a sudden, about a year later, 6 months later, suddenly that money's not worth anything because inflation's through the roof. That's exactly what happened under Biden. And,
really? Under Biden, the
True.
USD wasn't worth anything?
Yeah, it's gone way down. Are you disagreeing that the US dollar?
The only thing that was damaging faith in the US dollar was Trump's crazy tariff plan.
No, that's not true.
It's
The
absolutely
US dollar's been on the decline for like 15, 20
absolutely
years.
not. You can see USD
That's not true.
to euro comparison. Like Trump is
I don't even know, for one, the comparisons to saying he's getting like the causality backwards here. I don't know if he just misspoke, but he's saying like in response to inflation, Venezuela did stimulus?
They do stimulus packages, and they kept sending out tons of extra cash, all these stimulus bonuses.
to tick upwards again for no reason.
If we look historically throughout history, in all the different countries, every time we've had like a giant inflation increase, look at like 1920s Germany, right? Or even Venezuela now, what do? They do stimulus packages, and they kept sending out tons of extra cash, all these stimulus bonuses, all this money. They
The causality is rare, probably reversed or whatever, but also, like, we had like 8% year-over-year inflation at our peak. Venezuela has like 200% inflation like month over month. Like, what are we, like, dog?
flood the market. All of a sudden, about a year later, 6 months later, suddenly that money's
And
not
also
worth it.
the inflation, like, obviously the inflation rate will affect exchange rates too. But if you have a relatively, lower inflation rate than other countries, like that, the exchange rate can go up still.
Anything. There's inflation through the
Problems of debt printing machine prioritizes the rich, which use the money to buy up all the hard assets and don't increase their workers' wage to at least follow inflation. So real income fell during COVID. I mean, yeah, that's my understanding for at least a median person.
the roof. That's exactly what happened under Biden. And,
Really?
Trump's
Under
slowed
Biden, the USD wasn't worth anything?
down. Yeah, it's gone way down. Are you disagreeing that the U.S. dollar?
The only thing that was damaging faith in the US dollar was Trump's crazy tariff plan.
No, that's not true.
It's
The U.S.
absolutely,
dollar's been on the decline for like 15, 20 years.
absolutely not. You can see USD to euro comparison. Like Trump has been destroying the USD with his insane.
That's not true at all. I just don't know where you're
You
getting
can look at the
information.
treasury yields increasing.
Destroying is a harsh term, but it is it's like the worst year for the dollar since 1973 or whatever. But like it's
Because other people, Japan and Canada, were possibly looking at offloading U.S. treasuries. You can look at the fact that you want to talk about a deficit or increasing U.S. dollars again. Trump's first term, all he did were tax cuts. He didn't pair it with any spending cuts. Massive deficits. Look at the one big beautiful bill. Massive deficits. All Trump does is print money like crazy.
I
for no reason too. He did it for no reason. There's no crisis right now for these 4 years.
No,
Why
I
is he
disagree.
printing?
I think
what is this? Oh, U.S. market strongly overvalued. Wow, right.
the economy is in a great shape and getting better, especially when I look at things like luxury goods.
So do you support deficit spending?
Do I support
Do you
what?
support massive deficit spending to increase the economy?
It depends, not generally.
It depends on what. If it's a Republican or
I
Democrat
think
off?
Venezuela level inflation
What?
is not.
I mean,
even
sure, I guess, but
bad.
not really. No, it depends.
Like right now, I have no clue what Venezuela's inflation is at right now.
Tony, like for example, I'll give you one that I'm not a huge fan of. I don't like Trump's gun laws as a Texan, right? So I'm not just to sit here die hard. I'm going to die on the hill. I think the big beautiful bill. I'm sure that's what you want to be referring to. I think that was too much. I'm not a huge fan of that. So now I'm not going to sit here and die on the hill for some of these things. However, I do think whenever he's sitting here and he's accomplishing things in multiple industries that are improving things for us, I think maybe we should give him a chance. We've done things one way for the last 16, the last 20 years. Have been done one way, and now we're getting a change, and it's benefiting some people that haven't been benefiting for a while. And all of a sudden, that's a problem. And that's kind of what I keep coming back to. You're saying it's a zero-sum game on our side. When I'm saying it looks like it's a zero-sum game on your side because y'all hate seeing anybody else win.
When you say try something different over the past 20, 30 years, what I've seen is Republicans destroying the economy, Democrats coming in and having to try to rebuild, and then Republicans coming in and trying to...
Wait, well, how come did the general public, whenever time they're polled, say they trust Republicans more with the economy than Democrats?
Because the general Republic is...
Oh, so we're just better at marketing in that case?
Yeah,
And
conservatives, all they do is market. They, like when they've invested...
So, I mean, that would be-
It
all they do-
literally is, by the way, Richard Anadia, I think mentioned this in one of his recent Substack posts. If you poll like American voters on like actual economic issues, typically they are aligned with Democrats because Democrats want to give out free money and everyone likes free money. So Like if you just ask like people, oh, do you support, like the big thing obviously right now is the healthcare subsidies, but just like about like welfare and stuff, like they're typically aligned with Democrats. Just overall, because Americans do it, it's all vibes. They say they trust Republicans more in the economy. The Republicans destroy the economy, and Dems come in to save it. Such a dumb time, dude. The whole thing, it's time to even. Obviously, like presidents can affect the economy, and like to some extent, Trump has a crash the stock market button because he can do crazy tariffs or whatever, and do H-1B visa dumb shit or whatever. But like the real truth, okay, it's not like it doesn't even. It's so dumb because like the president is not gonna have that substantial an effect on the economy to begin with. Like, I thought it was a poll linked in here, but it's not even printing that's the problem. It's wealth distribution. So true, Vermi. I'm not convinced that's necessarily the case.
What did Obama come in after?
What did Obama come in after? He came in after the 2008 housing crisis. Was that the Democrats' fault? No, that was a deregulation thing. That was a repeal of Glass-Steagall. It was a repeal of all
It's complicated.
the mortgage regulations. That was a Republican-run drive-up, right? Where did all the massive spending come
Well, I mean,
under
if you
Bush? It
wanna
was
talk
for foreign
about-
wars. What did Biden come in under? He came under horrible COVID mismanagement, Trump having no
If you wanna
leadership
talk
guidance
about
for the
Bush,
country.
I mean, Bush had his own economic win before the housing crisis. He was doing good. We could bash the wars, but military-industrial complex spending was up, stock was through the roof.
I mean, it's the 2008 housing shit started under
Oil
Bush,
production was up. There was benefits there in some of those regards, but
I don't think it was really Bush's fault. Like.
I mean, the housing bubble, that wasn't good. I didn't like that. The banking crisis under Obama, that also wasn't good. I feel like these are massive crises.
Banking crisis under Obama?
Yeah.
You mean under Bush?
No, the banking crisis underneath it. Was it Bush?
The bailouts, that was because of the
Yeah, I
mortgage
didn't like that
stuff
either.
under-
Bush
sure.
was
But these
bad.
were Republican-led disasters that a Democrat has to come in and clean up under, and then still get the economy moving again. Biden had to do it again after Trump, and now we're going to have to do it again after this Trump.
You keep saying get the economy moving again when it's like clear that some people are getting left in the dust. There's a reason why, for example, I keep coming back to beef, is so high right now, and it's because of the Democrat policies like grain and corn subsidies, where it switched people going away from the stuff that would usually generally go to beef. All of a sudden now you
We're
have
back to the
the feed
agriculture
supply, and the only people that can survive.
Why even? That's not even a Democrat policy. That's like, from my understanding, fucking giving money to the farmers is relatively bipartisan, but probably, I bet if you looked into it, it's probably technically more supported among Republicans just because these are red voters. These are Republican, like all these, like farmers are in red states.
Are people like myself who are grass-fed ranchers, and all of a sudden you just take out a huge swath of an industry that was already hurting. And I can look at other industries like this, and it's just like, oh, well, hey, at least soy is good right now. Like, what? Like, come on, man. Like, that's not.
I think that
I don't even know
animal
what
agriculture.
I can't just like look up corn subsidy support by party because there's gonna be like polls of voters. I need to know like. But I personally hate subsidies. Oh, both sides love bribing farmers, but I personally hate subsidies. Yeah, exactly. I hate farmers. I hate farmers. Farmers are so entitled, bro. I always say, North. Don't know if you've heard me say this. Your enemy is not the billionaires. It's the fucking farmers. Okay. Want to know the group of people? Okay. Ranked highest in tax non-compliance. Okay. People say the billionaires don't pay taxes. It's the farmers who don't pay taxes. Okay. It's like 72% like non-compliant. Okay. Goddamn. They say all the billionaires get all these government handouts, government subsidies. It's the farmers who get all the government subsidies. What are we doing? Okay.
Exports are going to be down by the end of Trump's 4 years. I think that the access to other markets is poor. I think that the reciprocated tariffs now, the real ones, not the fake ones that Trump said were there before, are hurting exporters all across the United States. I think the weakening of our dollar is going to end up. I think there's going to be a lot of things that are going to hurt our ability to export to other markets.
Well, like you look at China, do you think that would you call what we've done with China a general tariff, or would you call it a reciprocal? Whenever they came in at one rate and then we came back in at one rate, and all of a sudden they lowered it, we lowered it, we're still 15% higher, and they agreed to it. Would you not agree that that's a win in our book? I mean, just
No,
look how much money the
everything
tariffs
about
have brought
Trump's
in.
trade has been a loss so far. Everybody
That's not
agrees.
true at all.
Yeah, his whole administration realizes he realizes.
Partially due to the tariffs. We've actually, what was it, the last 2 months have reported a surplus specifically due to the tariffs?
That's not true. I think we had a surplus in June. I don't think we had a surplus any other month. It was not like necessarily specifically due to the tariffs. Obviously, tariffs raise revenue, so they didn't hurt, but they hurt us in other ways. I don't know. I remember this, but I don't know if this was really what I want. I don't know if there's a way to quantify this, but fucking farmers constantly taking from government money, not paying taxes, and failing their business. Exactly.
I mean, do you not agree that's a good thing? Aren't we aren't happy that the government's making a surplus?
You're saying that it's a good thing that we've taxed Americans more on imports?
We're not taxing Americans. We're taxing the overseas people.
Listen, Vermi, here's the actual argument you can use, okay? Vermi, inflation is the only good tax because inflation is the only tax that billionaires can't avoid. Okay, that's the good version of the argument, okay?
I thought we agreed earlier that a tariff is an import tax.
Yeah, and we're incentivizing production here at home. Instead of having
you know
import
what? When Donald Trump said he
goods.
could shoot somebody on 5th Street or whatever, and his audience will support him, I maybe would believe that. That if Donald Trump would have said, I could find a way to tax working and middle class Americans more, and they'll believe me and they'll champion it, I would have never believed that. I can't believe people are defending the concept of raising money via what is honestly like a Democrat dream of having like a type of like an import tax, right? Like, oh my God, we're going to tariff everybody and make all the money this way. It's not even that big of a dollar amount that he's raising compared to all the other money he's lost via the insane tax cuts on the one big beautiful bill. So it's not even a wash with all of his other horrible fiscal
Do you
policies.
disagree that by like taxing foreign products such as like
one
foreign
in July as well. Let me know if you need a source. I mean, I wouldn't. I remember the one in June.
for foreign manufactured goods, whatever those may be, it's not going to incentivize people to buy those goods locally, as opposed because you're saying, oh, it's a tax. Well, let's incentivize local people to build and produce and expand their operations, and that's going to allow them to have more production here. So,
have economists ever considered that tariffs incentivize local production?
Incentivizes local production, but at the cost of local consumers. It means that you're also going to
in the short term, in the long term, it's going to be better off.
Even, by the way, again, I feel like I've said this like 10 times right now, but most of the imports to the U.S. are intermediate goods. They are not consumer goods, so you're hurting producers as well. Tariffing intermediate goods is like almost equivalent to like a corporate tax. Like you're just taxing production. You just get less production. You don't even help producers.
Why would you assume that in the long term we can outcompete every single economy in the world on every single
does it cost money to ship stuff from one country to another? Yeah, absolutely. If we cut that out.
Also, hold on, did you
production, but at the cost of local consumers? It means that you're also going to
in the short term, in the long term, it's going to be better off.
Why would you assume that in the long term we can outcompete every single economy in the world?
You would also assume, like, if it really was true that in the long term we could be doing all these things, you would expect some investor to have realized that by now and be investing in it, because they would get a huge return on that investment. But they're not, because there is no return, because we're not going to do it, because it's more worth it for us to specialize in what we're good at, which is service sector stuff, which is selling people to software that runs on computers around the world, which is being everyone's bank, like making everyone's tech. Okay, I don't want to live in a world where there's a counterfactual me who's richer.
On every single
money to ship stuff from one country to another. Yeah, absolutely. If we cut that out because it's produced right here in America, you'd be, of course.
July and June. Sorry, no, I remember having one in June. I don't know if we have one for another month. We totally could have. I'm pretty sure doesn't Treasury just have on their website a thing or whatever? We could have, but it wasn't the last 2 months, I don't think. April.
So you think in the U.S. we can outcompete every single country on the planet on every single good?
I mean, it depends. Probably. Yeah, I trust in America's production capability.
I don't even know what to say.
We lead the way in technology.
That's impossible. It won't happen. It won't happen.
So what is it? What is it? Is it that we're the leaders in technology and all this service stuff, or we can be one of the leaders in production, and we can actually lead the world in this? We are the current leaders, or are you saying no, that we're not actually the leaders that you're saying we're number one in?
No, we are the leaders when it.
So we don't have a either competitive advantage or economies to scale in these things.
Comes to like end stage assembly and technology and service and like software. Like this is the stuff that we lead the world in. These are the envies of the world when it comes to production.
Well, so look at like HEB. We mentioned Walmart earlier. Why is HEB the fastest growing grocer in the United States? Well, the reason why is because
when it comes to production.
Well, so look at like HEB, and we mentioned Walmart earlier. Why is HEB the fastest growing grocer in the United States? Well, the reason why is because they have taken every step out of the way. They own their like cod farms out in Alaska. They own their lobster farms in Maine. They own their beef production facilities here in the United States. They sit here and they work when they go overseas for coffee. They own the coffee production, right? It's all built within their system, and they're eliminating the middlemen, and that's led to lower costs, even despite the tariffs. Because guess what? They're an American company producing the goods here. I can point to numerous examples of this. That's what the Walmart model was. And I'm sitting here looking at this.
We're just saying vertical integration good, therefore tariffs good, because what, we're gonna have more vertical integration within a country? Like there's nothing the reason multinational, or not the reason, but a bigger, like, multinational firms have vertical integration. Like that's why a lot of the goods that we import are intermediate goods, because we're vertically integrated. Because companies there are a lot of companies that aren't vertically integrated. Like obviously Apple it doesn't like own the factories in China producing iPhones. Apple is contracting that out essentially. But there are a lot of firms that are vertically integrated, and that's what free trade allows. But okay.
and I say, oh, you're saying this can't happen. And I'm saying I see businesses internalizing and excluding the overseas people all the time and benefiting. And you're saying, no, that can't happen. Well, why is it already happening then?
It's not happening to a large extent. There was a reason why
the fastest growing grocer in the United States is at a quick percent. Isn't a good example. What do you mean?
Like, do you think that the whole world is looking at Taiwan because Taiwan makes like the best car doors?
No, it's because they make the chips. But why? If we were sitting here,
which is an end stage advancement. It's not because they're mining silicon. It's not because they're out of the coal mines. It's not because
how big is Taiwan?
Pretty small.
Small, right? Like, okay, so I said I'm from Texas, right? Imagine if we just took all the counties that were the same size as Taiwan and we started building facilities there, which they're already doing.
Like,
I don't see how we can't.
Why don't investors do this?
Produce these in-game things like you're saying as well.
Because we don't want to build that. We want to do steel.
What, steel? I mean, sure, American steel is better than Chinese steel. Like,
if it's so much better, then why do Americans buy Chinese steel?
Oh my God.
Well, if we put the tariffs on them, we can build it at a cheaper rate and faster here.
Then why would an investor already be doing that?
It won't happen. I don't know what to say.
You're just saying it won't happen, and I'm giving you examples of when it is happening. Like
we don't have the people. We don't have the physical.
But like, yeah, obviously we're not. There's an opportunity cost. I don't know. We're so screwed. Like, how many times can we say the same thing here? It's a type of technology lets you indirectly produce the things that you import by producing the things. The export and then trading, and it's not even.
Oh, what do you mean? Aren't you y'all the ones sitting here saying, oh, hey, we need all these illegal aliens for all these jobs because Americans won't do them? I'm seeing
yes, now we're pivoting here.
Poultry farms, like butchering facilities, they're hiring Americans.
People's usually down due to tax income. Yeah, that's my understanding, yeah.
Americans now, after they cleared out all these legal, so it looks like we do have the people, and it's just kind of like inconvenient truth to you.
I don't know how to. There's like, if I were to ask you for an example, you wouldn't be able to give me a single one. If I were to ask you for, like, there's just no world where we can outcompete the entire world.
I can give you
no
an
economy does it.
I can give you an example right now. C&J Farms in Texas.
That's not a country.
Oh, a country. Oh, now we got to change it from like companies to
I'm asking about a country that tries to do everything. Some economies, like in some ways, like Germany has issues getting trapped in like a manufacturing
where
they
can't make like Oklahoma. So I mean, that's a bad
I'm just saying that you can't make everything. There's a concept called comparative advantages. Some people do some things better than other people. Some economies are geared more towards the production of certain goods or services than other economies. If our unemployment is sub 5% and Donald Trump is obsessed with kicking a whole bunch of people out of the country, where are we expecting to invent all these people to take place of all these other things that we're importing from other countries? We just don't have the people for it.
If we have a massive unemployment rate, then why
we don't have a massive unemployment rate?
Yeah, it seems like we have a lot of people unemployed or working on the gig economy who have to work 2 part-time jobs.
It seems like.
I don't know what it seems like is. I can't talk about it. Seems like I don't know about the official reported numbers.
Listen, it's pretty simple. When we go and look, we do have. You were just saying unemployment is climbing. If we're getting rid of illegal aliens, like Trump is trying
to climb from 4.2 to like 4.3%,
or stopping the flow of immigration. Why wouldn't these people suddenly that are here not be getting hired? I mean, it seems like a no-brainer that you're going to hire here if you can't hire from overseas.
When I say unemployment is climbing, I mean it's getting like back up to, and then
they're already employed. That's the city's point. You'd be drawing them away from other more productive sectors. I don't know why we would assume that and also obviously tariffs are going to cost jobs in other sectors too, to the extent that like you're tariffing. I mean, for example, the steel, we saw this during Trump's first term. If you tariff steel, because a lot of companies use steel, they can't hire as many workers. They're harmed by that. You're taxing them. The same way that a corporate tax is probably going to reduce employment and wages as well.
Then it's going to go north of 5%. Now we're at 30%, so we can open every single new shop in the United States that we were importing from every other country.
I mean, hold on. Are you saying all these people that are sitting here working on welfare, living on welfare, they're sitting here?
I don't think there are that many people that are sitting here on welfare not working.
What? There's all sorts of people working on welfare that don't have full-time jobs. Unemployment, there's they get unemployment and whatnot. They don't go work. You literally have to go in there and just show that you apply for jobs just to get it. I remember when I was in college, I knew tons of friends sitting here living basically off unemployment, and they would just extend it for 6 months, and then they would go and get a job for like 1 or 2 months, and then they would do it again. Like, you can't tell me this isn't happening when I've seen it regularly my whole life. Like, I know tons of people. Like, I grew up poor. Like, I saw this. This is what happens. And then when you're sitting here going, oh, it's not happening, it's not believable.
I can't speak to what you see. I live in Miami Beach. I see a bunch of people in swimsuits all the time. I'm not going to go to Alaska and expect to see the same thing. It doesn't make it. Like, I'm just saying that like in 1 year, what are you looking for to see if everything is going as you would hope it's going in 1 year?
I'm looking at traceable data. Like, and this is why I brought up I came in here specifically talking about.
No, you're not. You're looking at how well your ranch is doing, dog.
It's something I'm familiar with the data, right? But you're sitting here going, oh,
well, no. So I'm just asking you. Don't worry about what I'm saying. I'm just asking you in 1 year. So like, if the export total of beef has decreased, would you say that a Trump failure, or have we just not adjusted yet?
Say that again.
If our total animal agriculture exports have decreased, would you consider that like a failure, or?
Well, they are going to decrease over the next 2 years due to gestation rates, but then they're definitely going to be primed to increase due to how the cattle production.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by that?
So cows, it takes about 2 years to get them from pre-production to the feeding lots and feed facilities before they can even be processed. So right now, based off with cattle, it's really easy one to track. I can sit here and track based off where cows are in their production cycle nationwide. I can tell you within their reproduction cycle at what exact year.
You're telling me that in cow manufacturing, they don't stagger the gestation? All of them gestated the same cycle?
No, that's not. I'm saying they do stagger it, so I can tell you exactly how long it's going to take based off economic indicators. That's why I'm saying within 3 years we're going to see our first growths and herds since the 1950s. So when I'm sitting here saying, oh, hey, I'm seeing exact production, exact changes that are benefiting Americans, like with ranching, I can sit here and point to an exact data point. And this is why when you're sitting here saying, oh, the stats for this, and I'm arguing over the stats, we're sitting here arguing over definitions, or arguing over like, hey, how much unemployment is. I go, hey, well, there's good liars, bad liars, and statistics. That's kind of what you're doing right here. And I think it's,
oh my God,
it's kind of like not really being honest. Whenever I can look at something like ranching, and I can point to an exact data set that's going to change based off established principles, and established like
9 woman pregnant beggars you can have a child in 1 month. This is true.
Economic conditions. And with cattle, for example, I know exactly it's going to take 3 years based off of the changes that have happened in the 6 months. And it's very simple. And so, like, there's not going to be a change unless something crazy happens that'll, you know.
Okay. I guess we'll see where
I don't know. Like, I mean, you could obviously stagger the. I mean, Destiny's point is you can stagger the. You could stagger the when you get them pregnant. You know, you can get one woman pregnant every month, and then have a child every month. Like.
I mean, like right now, like for CPI and stuff, like the cost of a basket of everything has gone up, except eggs that came down because of the whatever egg price went. But everything else has gone up in terms of average cost. Like housing prices are still going up, cost of education is still going up. You know, now we're paying import tax on everything.
Why we? Well, it's probably not because of the tariff. I don't think you've seen like a particularly high jump in those since Trump's been in office. Anyway, but you know that's to the extent they have increased, that's due to much broader trends than the tariffs, but.
Everything we get from other countries. Maybe in a year.
Maybe, to some extent, maybe you could blame any increase in university costs, at least at some universities, to the changes to student visas. A little bit, maybe, but
the cow gestation will save us because of all the beef agriculture, maybe. But it just looks like every indicator right now is bad. We're always 2 weeks away from any actual trade deal from other countries, even though we keep saying things. And now we're having to spend a bunch of money on soybean farmers because Venezuela and China are screwing us because we don't know how to manage any of our trade policy.
So let me just ask you this, because you keep saying we're 2 weeks away from trade. If, say, no trade deal signed, but they suddenly match our standards, is that not a net benefit?
It should be like enunciated in a trade deal. I don't know if I would consider that a benefit because it could change at any time.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Like, every country has the right to govern themselves, right?
True. Like the issue is, like Gibbs doesn't realize any of the costs on the other side.
It depends what you mean by that.
So, like, I mean, whoever's in charge of the country, whether it's a dictator, whether it's a democracy, whether it's a republic, whether it's whatever, they're somebody have a governing body that makes the rules, right?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. And so then, if they have a governing body that makes the rules, they can change those rules at any given time, correct?
No, that's not how that works.
Oh, yeah. It seems like. I mean, because
wait,
are
you a free person who can do what they want with their time, assuming you're not breaking the law?
Sure, but
you can say that. But what if you sign a contract? That's why you have contracts, is so that you can hold people to deals, so that they're enforcing them in the future. I wouldn't want to be on a friend deal with a country for something as important as trade, because you yourself said it. Like a lot of these industries have to ramp up and ramp down.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're in business, then you know there's such a thing as a good faith gesture, right? If I'm going into business with somebody for, like, I don't know, credit card processing, right? And I go in there and I'm like, hey, I'm going to give you the, I don't know, POS machine for free, and you know,
do we think any of this stuff has been good faith? Was it all good faith when like Trump blew up all the trade deals we had, even the countries with that we had trade surpluses with, like Australia, like Korea, like, oh my God.
And you're going to sit here and you're going to get this rate, and I give you the POS system, and I give you a trial period before you have to sign it. You would agree that's indicating that you're going to be going along with the deals that we're going to be making, correct?
You would never sign a contract on good.
And you know, just like we really just looking at the UK stuff, like it doesn't seem like Trump is so unclear of all of his policies that, you know, no one fucking knows what any of it means. So like when we sign a deal with the UK to have like only 10% tariffs on them, but then we say, you know, Trump announces on Truth Social at 3 a.m. actually we're going to have 20 million % tariffs on all pharmaceuticals. It's like, okay, well, does that apply to the UK as well? And we decided to deal with, like, no one, like, no. So all these deals are very much up in the air.
You would never operate on good faith like that. I think you would always want something.
I mean, but this is
but also,
international
America has
diplomacy,
no
though.
good
Like,
faith.
this is
Well,
different.
no, if you want to talk about diplomacy, America's lost all good faith with the tariff war. We destroyed that.
No. These countries have been taking advantage for a while.
They haven't been taking advantage of
yes,
us.
they are. Like, you're sitting here, we're acting like, okay, like, I mean, they absolutely have. Whenever they have standards that exclude us from a market, how do you think that's not taking advantage of
I
us?
thought you just said countries have the right to regulate their own
Well,
country
that's
and
my
decide
point.
what
You're
they
sitting
import
here
and
saying
export.
that, yeah, you're sitting here saying that, oh,
The
hey.
rancher pokes around a cow shit to find the real thing. He's going off what he sees, okay? It was revealed to him in the manure.
You have to be a contract. You know, at least when I see somebody put in an office in another country and they're sitting here trying to make strides and change regulations at the local level.
If you think that there are unfair things like that, why didn't Trump just go out and negotiate that?
I mean, that's what he's doing.
No, that's not what he's doing. He tariffed.
I mean, Patrol, I don't think people disagree that if you tariff pharmaceuticals, if there's going to be more pharmaceutical production in the U.S., and the question is how good that is.
What do you think a deal takes to make? They take months.
Apparently a lot longer than Trump thought, because he said we have 100 deals in 100 days, and so far we have 0.
I mean, it seems like a lot of these people have been coming and dealing with him. To me, I don't
Doesn't
know.
seem like that to me. Again, we're past 100 days, and we have 0 deals. Where are all of the trade deals? They're nowhere.
They're all over the place.
They're
we got
nowhere.
Panama, we got the UK, we got the EU.
They're
deal
not
going
materialized yet. We have like
we got the
tariffs.
tariffs. China are higher than they've ever been, while theirs are like equal to what they were before. Like
They're not equal to what they were before.
We have
Okay.
a surplus from the tariffs as well.
We don't have a surplus. We're still in a massive
Well,
economic
no, we don't have
deficit.
a surplus.
Just checking in, guys.
Yeah,
We have about 5 minutes left there, Mr. Beef. Gibbs. I'm sorry, I have to. Is there anything you wanted to touch on with Destiny for maybe 5 more minutes?
No, I mean, I did want to say I thought this was kind of interesting. Y'all were just talking about the political violence thing, and you know, I was making sure I brought my helmet checked out upstairs before I came out here. But you know, I think that you know, I'm glad you said that. Honestly, I think that it has motivated people on the conservative side to go out and talk, and I encourage you to do more of these debates. You know, I will give you my credit for going and talking to people, because I know that it's a lot of people will just comment and they don't you know, want to put their money where their mouth is. I mean, do you think that the heightened environment overall is going to be something that continues, or do you think that this recent like violent activities are going to like be a shock thing that are going to make people go away?
I think it'll continue until President Trump tells everybody to calm down.
Do you think that people will like even listen to him? I mean, I don't.
He got everybody to ignore the Epstein files. I think he'll get everybody to tone the violence down if he wanted to, yeah. But I think he likes it. I think conservatives kind of enjoy the environment.
They enjoy them. I mean, I don't think so. Every time I've ever heard someone do something on like conservatives, I say a conservative, I kill somebody. Everybody on the conservative side, yeah, that was terrible. Put him in the meat chipper, the wood chipper, right? I've never heard anybody sitting there like glorifying, except for like maybe like I don't know, the Klan or somebody, which is not represented.
Well, I mean, if it's one of theirs, they memory hold it. They never talk about it.
Do they not?
That later, but I'm saying that specifically, whenever I'm looking, I talk about this ticky tack word game BS. I just saw the other day that the poll split nightclub shooters considered a right-wing violence. And I'm just like, this guy represents the right. I kind of turned against him out one time. I mean, what do you mean? Like,
no, you did not say that. No.
Yeah,
no. Not only did he not say that, but you look at all his actions in it, providing additional Secret Service members and increasing security for even his political opponents, or reaching out.
If they increase,
that's part
of what people like about him is that
yeah, that he's hateful.
No, it's that he's a regular person that you can talk.
Child rapist, for any social cause to be president. Your example is.
Yeah, okay. I think they're just talking about that stuff now. I thought they only had a fucking minute left or whatever, but oh my god, kill me, dog. I mean, I don't think Destiny should. Okay, go back to his econ course stuff. Okay, remember when he was doing that? But like, god, that I don't think there is any winning. I don't know if there is any winning. Like, there's some things that you can make intuitive.
Right? No.
I don't know if you can ever make some of the job number shit intuitive. This is brain rot. Let's read Mike Feldman instead. Well, I wasn't necessarily. I didn't even know Destiny was doing this. I wasn't planning on really watching this, but it's Gibbs, so I gotta keep up with him. But it's it's can't win on that. The tariffs, obviously, you probably can win on some cases. You could have there are intuitive arguments you can make to get people to understand comparative advantage a little bit, to get people to understand economies of scale. They had more time than I thought, though. They had a decent amount of time. It's harder to do things with more limited time. You think Dems will break with the government shutdown stuff, I'm assuming? Is that what you mean? I don't know exactly what you mean by break.
Tons of people.
Kill me. Get a shutdown? I don't really know what will happen. It's hard to know. I think I don't know if there's I don't know if there's high frequency data on I don't know if there's high frequency data on voters' opinions or whatever. So I don't know. I guess I don't know why Democrats would all of a sudden kind of break if they are, as of now, assuming the shutdown is going to be good for them politically. I don't know what would sort of change their mind on that could come out. So I don't know. I wouldn't expect them to for a little bit at least, but I don't know.
Presidents saying they hate the
kind of what we saw.
Okay, what is this person talking about? No offense, this person does not look MAGA. Okay, why is there so much testing?
What do they do when every market crashes? They pump the credit market by giving out loans that they should not be giving out, risky loans, subprime mortgages. They pump the credit market, and eventually, for a short time, the profits increase, right? Like you said earlier with the other guy, for a short time, the economy is kind of stimulated, but eventually those loans are going to default, right? You cannot pump the credit market forever. There's no infinite fake money unless you're relying. I know you hate this, but unless you're relying on the petrodollar having a monopoly on resources and then coercing other countries to do manufacturing. Like base manufacturing workers in the United States overlaps with the set of consumers that are buying the commodities that these base manufacturing workers produce. So how do these two sets overlap, the workers and consumers?
My guess is they
less than 10% of the U.S. economy is in any type of manufacturing, let alone the whatever base manufacturing. I think it will last 2 weeks. I don't know. Maybe the Dems will grow a spine. I wouldn't expect it to last 2 weeks, but I would expect the. I don't know what'll happen, but I would expect Senate Republicans to come to some agreement. Exactly. Why are we letting Israel commit a genocide? Petrodollar? I don't think that's the primary reason we support Israel. I'm not gonna lie. There might be, to some extent, we might support Israel because they think that they help ensure access to oil in the Middle East by helping with the war on terror stuff. But I don't see that direct of a connection.
Overlap probably very broadly, but it probably depends on like the specific, like if you break out like different types of
Also, yeah, you're right.
consumption, then it might
Like
change.
the
Let's say, like,
first thing they want our business. Like, yeah, obviously they want.
Textiles, clothing, electronics. I would actually disagree. I would say that they overlap very little because America kind of operates off of finance capital, where the U.S. dollar is the reserve currency. American markets are stable, so the world kind of invests in U.S. markets, and we just sort of do magic with that money.
Is the video like super? I might these new headphones. The video might be like really loud for you guys. My new headphones, my audio levels I have fucked with quite a bit.
Also R&D, like you say, like top-level manufacturing R&D and that sort of thing. So I would say that most of the
That's the main reason USA is. I don't think the main reason the USA is a superpower is because we're the world reserve currency and/or petrodollar shit. I think it's just broadly, the amount of our large population, the amount of innovation that happens here.
workers that do the base manufacturing actually are outsourced and offshore, like say in China or something, right?
The fact that we have good enough geography such that we're not particularly prone to any actual land invasion.
So sorry. So I thought you meant for domestic labor.
No,
for
no,
international, I would probably agree. Like the majority, I'm super guessing, but I would probably agree that like the majority of like the people that do base level manufacturing in China are probably not consuming the majority of their output. I would probably agree with that. Yeah.
Would you agree that the majority of the consumers in the United States are consuming commodities produced by Chinese workers?
This is
I don't know.
Everything's made in China.
I'm sure it's a big chunk. I don't know if it's a majority, but I'm sure it's a big chunk. Yeah.
Okay, so I think this is a pretty easy thing to agree on. So labor is a commodity, right? So when how do you say this? When labor is automated or outsourced, the price of labor decreases, wages stagnate, and wages for base manufacturing
No, that's not true.
jobs have stagnated. The jobs are disappearing, right? So this
I don't know if wages for like base manufacturing jobs have stagnated. So like automation can increase wages, obviously. Like automation is a productivity enhancing thing. Like you would expect, if automation is responsible for, job losses, but also enables the workers who remain to just do a lot more work, their productivity increases a lot, that probably drive up their wages, right? They'd have higher productivity.
this industry is kind
Internationally or
no, in the United States specifically because we outsource it.
sure. Yeah.
Okay, and your
That's not really, like, obviously, when we specialize in what we're more productive in, that also drives up wages. We also get access to cheaper products, which means the real wage of everyone mechanistically increase because they just buy cheaper shit.
Your argument, well, I've heard your argument to this, which is that higher level knowledge work will eventually come and replace all this base level
It
manufacturing.
already has to a large extent. Even the economist who wrote the China shock paper, right? Which by the way, I found is Bob Marley here actually, because he would find this interesting. But by the way, I found there's a new issue, new Arthur Dorn critique, Arthur Dorn Hansen critique has dropped. Okay, I saw this on Twitter today because someone replied to a King of the Coast tweet about this. Apparently there's this person says that I haven't read this paper or anything, but there's actually a endogeneity problem with classifying, I think, things as either competition from China and or other countries. You have a Google Doc on research for worker co-ops? I don't. FKS, JFS, FSDF. High knowledge work with U.S. education. Good luck. U.S. education is like, pretty good in terms of establishing at least the type of knowledge necessary for the work we do. For whatever issues we have, we do get some good tech workers and stuff. But I don't have a Google Doc on it. Is this public? I guess I can make it public. If it's not. This is in no way organized at all. This is just when I talked to the Jubilee people. I had a bunch of shit written down here for bullshit or whatever. I don't know if you're in my Discord server, but if you are in my Discord server, I can send this in notes, and it has kind of, you can see the co-op section just has 3 different articles, and then I have some stuff downloaded too, but I think all the stuff I downloaded is linked in those articles. Basically, it's just studies linked in those articles. This isn't study, it's a full-ass book. Exclamation point Discord in the chat for anyone not in the Discord who wants to be in there. This education is really good for those who actually take advantage of it. Truth new. It's fun. Majority tech work course bring in is foreigners. We aren't dumb, lol. Sorry, we are dumb. I don't think the majority are foreigners. We obviously do bring in a lot of foreign tech workers, but I don't think it's a majority. You know, bot to auto force your Discord link every 15 minutes. Every 15 minutes would be excessive. I mean, I can't do that. You know, obviously, Nightbot I think like just has a timer option. I've done it before for the Shrimp Welfare Project stream, but it's also just in. I think it's like this third link in the description or something. In a seminar article, the China syndrome, yeah, the Arthur Dorn-Hansen thing, estimated the effects of imports and manufactured goods from China from 1970 to 2007 on employment and wages in the USA. The authors concluded that imports from China reduced manufacturing employment and lowered wages of U.S. workers in non-manufacturing industries. In this article, I argue that the conceptual model used in ADH is misspecified because Chinese imports represent only a fraction of all imports and are correlated with imports from other countries. A correctly specified model would use total imports or imports from all major countries to measure trade exposure and its effects. The misspecification of the model used by ADH results in a violation of the exclusion restriction in their instrument variables approach. This is why I need to go on the econometrics arc, okay? I recognize I can follow like most of this, but the instrument for Chinese imports is correlated with imports from other countries. The violation of the exclusion restriction renders estimates in ADH at best uninformative and more worryingly misleading. I provide substantive evidence to support this conclusion. What I would be curious is I know there are a lot of the other critiques of the ADH paper. Like there are people who use the like same approach as them, but for American exports, because Arthur Dorn-Hansen, to my understanding, did not really account for the fact that American exports also increased. I kind of wonder if they were susceptible to the same flaw if they're using the same framework.
Now that's how the economy grows, right?
Kind of, although in a more qualified conversation, we would have to be more careful, right? Because there's going to be a level of specificity to the training to where it's not strictly replacing it. What really happens is there's going to be some class of worker that's going to be left behind and then some new class of...
Hold on, I feel like there was also Destiny is right there. I'm surprised he's getting that right. I feel like No Opinion wrote I feel like he wrote a blog post about this, but I totally forgot what it was called.
Of workers going to emerge and then take on higher productivity labor, right? Like so in the wake of NAFTA and everything, that's kind of what we saw was a shift away from more like blue collar base level manufacturing to like higher educated stuff. Right. And on paper, the numbers are like replacing them cleanly, but in actuality, there's a group of workers that are kind of being abandoned by a newer economy, right?
Right.
Sure, yeah.
But would you argue that that group of workers being abandoned is actually quite small because they eventually adapt and they they learn the new trade, etc. Like the majority of the United States economy is not based around base level manufacturing anymore. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, probably, but like if we're having a serious conversation about it, like that might not matter that much.
I don't even know. It might not. It might have just been a tweet.
Because like so like gains that you make on consumer purchases, like overall increased access to like cheaper stuff from Walmart might be a thing that marginally improves everybody's life on a small amount, but there might be like a focused group of people that are severely damaged.
This is true. Right? Broad benefits, concentrated losses. Yes, so you got the 101 understanding down. Let's go.
So even if everybody across the country is making small gains, if they look to like Detroit and they're like, oh geez, this place has been like obliterated by the decreased consumption, like on a psychological level, that might outweigh an overall like an aggregate gain that shows up on paper, if that makes sense. Right.
Yeah. I remember that. I have it bookmarked. Yeah. Since 2010, Americans have been moving out of low-skilled service jobs and into high-skilled professional jobs like management, STEM, education, and health. Bill Clinton's vision is finally coming true. Yeah. It was in this blog post, I think. Americans have, in large part, like shifted to high-skill work. Like, this is absolutely a thing that has happened. They can see, like, just employment growth in the high-skill industries by decade. Like, every job that can be automated has already been automated. We are part of the curve where machines become faster. I mean, I think, especially with AI, there's probably going to be more and more automation. I don't know kind of when we'll reach the margin of the sort of net effect on employment being negative, because typically automation is going to decrease jobs in some sectors, increase it in other sectors, but at some point presumably it would get advanced enough where the net effect would be negative. I don't know. I don't know when we'll reach that point, but I would expect automation to increase.
Okay. Sorry, can I look at my notes for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Me for real.
I just want to comment on when I don't know what you were expecting or how much you watch my content to come and have this conversation, but when I'm arguing with conservatives or mega people, my statements are like pretty, I don't want to say hyperbolic, but they're maybe a little bit one-dimensional when I'm fighting against some of these points. One of the reasons why I hate a lot of the conservative takes on economics so much, though, is because I think that there are really valuable discussions that can happen when it comes to the structure of the economy, but we never, ever have those conversations because we're so busy arguing the most hyperbolic things in the world. So what you're talking about right now about like certain workers being displaced by certain types of jobs being exported, certain supply chains being exported, and certain consumers gaining, while there's like
This is indeed a real struggle.
damage on the economy. I think it's a really valuable conversation to have that we don't have. But like on the other side, like what was argued earlier, is saying, well, actually, we can just manufacture every single thing in the United States and it'll be perfect. It's like, okay, well, this is not
No,
like
absolutely not.
yeah.
I
But so
would-
yeah, I agree that sorry.
So I think no, we should not go back to base level manufacturing. That it's like going to the past. The past doesn't exist anymore. That it's harkening back to. I mean, labor was strong then, but it's harkening back to a past that shouldn't exist when it's automated, right? Why would you mine the coal when the robot mines the coal?
Sure.
Okay, so my question for you is: so shareholders constantly need the derivative of profit to be positive, right? And the delta profit needs to be positive. So there's constant growth in growth, right? So what happens when the consumers, as top-level knowledge jobs, are being automated?
We're going to see vending machines that use AI to provide a full coffee shop experience instead of replacing coffee shops soon. That'd be based. Speaking of struggle, Lowell, what's your opinion on my healthcare take? Oh, I don't have a strong opinion on it because I don't have I don't know if I have super strong opinions on sort of what level healthcare should be dealt with at. I kind of think that like this is what my intuition would say, is that there would kind of just be broadly economies from scale in even government administration. So to the extent that the government would administer healthcare or health insurance, it would be beneficial to do it at the federal level, and you should just allow people to not have to buy private plans and everything. And like, I don't even know, I was more curious about like your actual opinion on like what would be over or underspending in healthcare for the government, rather than like just sort of what level it would be dealt with at. What about my argument about decentralizing it to prevent abuse? Yeah, I mean, I guess I just don't. I haven't read a ton about this. Retire in peace, Econoplayer. My understanding is that like so if you look at like actual like fraud and abuse, that actually does tend to be more common in like local governments, because there's just like less oversight, and like in some cases like there's so few people voting for like mayor of some cities and stuff, like it's all just boomers, and there's they don't have like proper accounting of things even, like because I know kind of like talked about this a lot because he read the Public Wealth of Cities or whatever. And the federal government tends to have more advanced institutions, more advanced watchdogs. I guess when it comes to like just the sort of party politics of like, do we want this to be at a national level because either side, when they get a majority, would be able to, fuck over the entire country? It's just going to be, for me, like a calculation of essentially like how conceivably good is the program, and like, how conceivably bad could it be if the other party gets in power and undoes it? I don't know what the solutions there are going to be, and I don't know where I'm going to stand on it with healthcare. Like I would like generally agree, insofar as like a program is not going to be like super majorly like hugely beneficial. Like it probably would be better to have it at the state level, so one side can't just completely fuck it over and everything. But like it could be the case that like because there are gains from just economies of scale when it comes to administration, health insurance, and it's just if we want to provide equitable access to healthcare, the federal government is just more equipped to do that because it can operate across state boundaries. Like, if that is like a good enough thing to justify some increased risk of the Republicans totally fucking it over or whatever. I don't know exactly where I would fall on that, but conceptually, like I agree with the argument. It would just be, in my mind, a equation of expected value.
by large language models, etc. You see massive layoffs at all tech companies for software.
Wow.
And I work in software, and it's become like 10 times harder to find a job ever since the large language model stuff happened. Okay, so when those jobs become
I mean, I think there's been one paper I've seen that found negative employment effects from AI. Like, it's still obviously a new thing, so you're not going to see like a ton of papers on it yet. It's going to probably take a while to understand all the effects it's going to have. But I think people probably exaggerate the extent to which it's happening, especially with like layoffs, because if people were doing this even before there were sort of more valid concerns about AI. It's real for entry level. Yeah, it's certainly what, obviously something I've seen, something that, even if you watch like the press conference, the Federal Reserve press conference, like Jerome Powell even talked about, like, people on the margins essentially are having a much harder time finding a job. And this is, especially true for like recent college graduates. Like the unemployment rate for like 16-year-olds to 24-year-olds is at like 10% or whatever. And certainly some of that's probably AI, but I don't know how big the effect is.
automated, how do you keep the shareholders happy by keeping the delta profit positive?
I mean, I think right now the answer is just we don't know.
Well, we do know, actually.
What we don't know is that all of jobs are going to be automated.
Fuck, and I still subscribe to the overshoot. Because I remember he had a good chart in here, although I could just recreate the chart in Fred, but it wouldn't have the fancy colors.
So there's something called the lump of labor fallacy, which I'm sure you're familiar with, where people are like, oh my god, we've made like sewing looms. Like, how are we going to have, everybody's going to run out of work, or we've created some new electronic thing, new computer thing, new automated thing, and now we think there's going to be no jobs, but like there's always more.
I thought you canceled it. I don't know if I would have announced that I canceled it or whatever. The overshoot's expensive though. As much as I love the Massachusetts client or whatever puts out good stuff, but like $30 a month or whatever.
More stuff for people to do.
Right.
I guess the question is, obviously, when people talk about AI and LLMs and general intelligence and everything, like, are we going to?
Yeah, here it is. I think I am still subscribed for now. I think it probably runs out at the end of this month. But, this is just you can see 16 to 24 unemployment rate going quite a bit higher than everyone else. Or this isn't just the actual. This is the changes. It's not the actual unemployment rate. Obviously, the unemployment rate is not negative.
Reach a level where we've actually hit some kind of
upper limit.
Yeah, I don't want to call it a singularity, but something where like we're actually automating way more than what we can find new
I
people to
absolutely
do.
think that knowledge work and automating knowledge labor is the upper limit. That is. There's nothing beyond that. Like, what is the pinnacle of like human expression? It's like doing art, right? And we have art automated. There's like,
sure. I don't know. There's a saying. I'm very American, and there's a saying. It's like an American can sooner imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. So
absolutely.
I have no idea. I mean, like in a perfect world, we move on to like the free time utopia, where now we only work for 10 hours a week and everybody's happy because the robots are doing everything. In the hellscape, I guess there's only a few like warlords that are robots, and then we're all screwed. Who knows?
So this is why we need collective ownership of the automated means of production.
Bro.
We need collective ownership before all labor is useless and our strikes mean nothing. We need to seize the automated means of production.
Kill me. Isn't this supposed to be an anti-Trump tour?
Okay, but anyways, so profits need to constantly go up, right? So what did they do? What did they?
And literally, like, conceptually, I don't even think the point he's making there is entirely wrong. I think this is I forget where I saw this quote originally. I think it was just a tweet or whatever, and I like this. I like this quote or whatever. AI trained on humanity should pay dividends to humanity. Okay, I like the idea of some AI dividend. You just like, I would just prefer my own wonky tax code DVCFT to any of the socializing means of production shit. But kill me. Communism detected, I know.
What did they do in 2008? What did they do when every market crashes? They pumped the credit market by giving out loans that they should not be giving out, risky loans, subprime mortgages. They pumped the credit market, and eventually, for a short time, the profits increased, right?
Obviously, they didn't give out subprime loans to pump the stock market in 2008. The subprime loans, people defaulted on them, which is part of what caused the financial crisis in 2008.
Like you said earlier with the other guy, for a short time, the economy is kind of stimulated.
It's like this is kind of issue Destiny was talking about earlier. Like, there are actual discussions to be had about Fed policy in some cases, but a lot of that is missed and like not worth having or whatever when we're just saying like, oh, we have the Fed fake money printing, blah 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 blah, pump the stock market or whatever. That's not really true. And I think there's a strong argument to be made that in the lead up to 2008, monetary policy was too contractionary. Actually, should have been more easy. And then post the crisis actually happening, they did not ease fast enough, and they could have. We should have done even more quantitative easing. Okay. Yeah. Cost from MAGA. Let's go. I think you're underestimating how much debt printing machine is in jeopardy. I'm gonna say raising rates, inflation, and leave without elaborating. Your chat face. Okay. I like Vermi. I really just don't think it's in. I really just don't think it's in jeopardy. I really don't. I mean, I think there might be a conversation we had about fiscal dominance. But I don't think that's really what you mean. Look at Tesla stock, who's number one EV company. Do you think a lot of claims about white flight are false? Like modern day white flight, or like white flight in the 60s and stuff. I bet it would be like, I bet it was like probably mostly true for stuff in the 60s, but to the extent that back then, I don't know. I haven't done research or anything. Like I wouldn't currently. I don't think that, but I don't have like strong credence in that.
But eventually, those loans are going to default, right? You cannot pump the credit market forever. There's no infinite fake money unless you're relying. I know you hate this, but unless you're relying on the petrodollar having a monopoly on resources and then coercing other countries to do manufacturing. Like you cannot maintain.
Obviously, Michael mentioned this earlier when we skimmed through this, but we're not coercing other countries to do our manufacturing. They're eager to do it for us. They want to sell to us.
You cannot maintain this growth forever. Eventually, markets will default.
To what extent should Nick Fuentes' views on the race be tolerated? To the extent that they lead to funny Instagram reels.
I mean, banks will default, loans will default, and the market will crash, as it did in 2008.
So I mean, like, this is a very
That's again, the reason they defaulted is not because there was like too much fake money. It's because there was not enough fake money. It was too contractionary. Interest rates, went up. It became harder to pay back debt. Nominal income fell, right? Like, kind of the white people left due to naked, irrational racism. I'm familiar with what like white flight is essentially. I don't know if the way I've heard it is not always just naked, irrational racism, but just because people didn't want to, their value of their home to go down or whatever, they moved out to other places. But like I said, I don't know. I would say we are losing tech dominance. We're definitely not there yet. But I am worried that to the extent that we restrict H-1B visas, for example, that will give China an advantage. Like, if we coerce other countries to do trade with USD, why do other countries not trade in USD? For example, EU countries trade with each other in euros. Real. Like, obviously, coerce is stupid.
This is kind of like a Marxist idea. I think the idea that the rate of profits to fall to zero, basically. Again, this it hasn't been observed yet, but like, is it possible that this could happen? Maybe.
It happened in 2008.
Well, there's this underlying assumption that I can't speak to any depth of knowledge of this because I just don't
Is he just saying the rate of profits fell in 2008?
know enough. But like, one thing that's kind of like underlying the assumption that you're making, and maybe there's more truth than I'm willing to give credit for, is this idea that a lot of the growth that we've seen in the world economy.
Is there a Richard Hanani article about that one?
It's just been artificially done by basically printing money and this kind of inflationary thing. Versus the counter argument would be, well, no, there actually is a lot more. There's more participants in the
global. It comes out okay. That is like partially true, obviously.
Economy now, among Africa, among China.
Like monopoly is a harsh term, but yeah.
India, there are actually more people and there's more value that's actually being added to the economy, and that represents an increase, in price.
What happens? Why are there market crashes if all of this productivity is real? It's not backed by depth. If it's real, why does a market crash every 30 years?
Well, there can be market crashes even when there's real value being created, right? Like that can happen.
Well, I feel like the easiest way to analyze. I'm
sorry guys, I'm not gonna have the answer to why the market crashes, but certainly just because the market crashes doesn't mean that there isn't real value being created. There can be bubbles where people overestimate the value, I guess, but the rate of profits can never fall, comrade. This is true. Well, no, they would be allowed to fall under socialism, okay? Because socialism doesn't need infinite growth, okay?
I feel like when I'm looking at like, it's funny because sometimes people look at market crashes and they'll say like, oh, like this is an example that nothing in our economy is real, or this is all fake because of this boom bust cycle. And it's like, maybe that's true, but like if we take this, like take a deep breath and take a macro step back and then like look at the world,
Right.
like do we actually feel that way? Like do we have, like is a 5090 graphics card really the same as like a 1080, or are the treatments for cancer patients
Well, I mean, I
today
feel
the same
like
as they were like 30 years ago? Or do
There's definitely a.
you feel like the progress of technology is tapering off right now?
I absolutely believe the progress.
No way.
I think the progress of technology has tapered off as soon as we reached large language models, and maybe we hit a limit with transformer models, right? Like maybe
that's
they
true.
just can't model like large enough context, whatever, right? But once you hit knowledge work, what is beyond that? Like,
I mean, I guess we'll see, but there's still a lot of unsolved problems. But I was just not necessarily referring to the LLM thing, but like I'm just saying that it seems like we've been growing in real ways. Like technologies are improving, like manufacturing is improving, like healthcare services are improving. Like there's been like real gains made in technologies across tons of
absolutely,
sectors.
I would see that,
So
absolutely.
like if we were at some point in the future where we have started to have like these crazy boom bust, and I'm like, it kind of feels like everything's the same as it was 20 years ago. What's going on? Then maybe I'd be like, oh, is this all like fake? But I feel like we're not there yet. But this is like a really deep, like fundamental macro econ finance question that I'm just probably not equipped to dive into as much. But yeah.
Final thoughts there, Alex.
Yeah, go
oh,
for it.
sorry. Let me.
We got the admission, okay? Not equipped to dive into it.
Do you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, sorry.
Wait, why does Steve get so much less time?
So yeah, I just wanted to say, right, like I feel like Trump is definitely doing a Weimar Republic type answer to the to the collapse of the economy. It's fascism. I mean, outright, it's the merger of corporate and state
Real.
power. With Musk and government, all these big tech companies merging. It's state power as an arm of corporate power in order to maintain monopolies, brutalize workers, brutalize unions, and massive militarization to conquer
That's
external
the only
markets.
good thing Trump has done is brutalize unions. Let's
To
go.
redivide, all the imperial reserves like Ukraine, etc. He nationalized Intel, like it's disgusting stuff. I
He's
agree
not as fly as
with you on that.
Gibbs.
But I think that
Yeah,
he's sort
but
of
they
the
did give
accelerationist
Gibbs
answer,
more
whereas the liberals are
time
trying to
intentionally,
write a
but-
sinking ship that's sinking. It's going to sink. It's
Yeah, I just don't know how good we are predicting macro trends. Like I think even way back in Marx's time, he thought that the entire world would slowly be shifting to a socialist model. Lenin thought that all of
And it
Europe.
did.
Well,
The USSR mode of production was absolutely socialist.
I
And
mean,
the
maybe,
Chinese
but
mode
it
of
also
production-
like it failed hardcore compared to, I mean, like the capitalist mode of production, right?
No, absolutely not. They competed fiercely for 70 years, and then Gorbachev came in and liberalized and opened the economy to Western pillagers, and then they installed Yeltsin, a fucking
Why
Trump.
did he do that? Did he just liberalize because everything was going so well? Like, and they competed, like there were areas where they, competed fiercely, I guess. Like, obviously, it is true that, like, the Soviets did well in the fucking space race, right? Like, they did, have a good space program and shit. But certainly, I don't think if you just look at sort of the outcomes of the average person, that they were better. And, I don't think, like, the amount of, it might differ by sector or whatever, but I bet if you like compare just innovation, I don't know, there's got to be a paper on that somewhere. Probably be higher in the U.S. overall. Why is he never Weimar? Why is he talking? Sorry, what is he talking about? Weimar Republic with Shutdown? This is real. They were actually communists. Okay, inspired by Lenin. This is true. This is what Gibbs believes, basically, unironically. Because people trusted backing USA's strongest military. I mean, for me, I think it's, Kopta, like I said, I think a lot of it is just network effects. Like, it is just, people want US dollars because everyone else is trading in US dollars. At least gives us closer to the median voter than this nerd. This is the median Gen Z voter, okay, unfortunately.
And then they installed Yeltsin, fucking drug, who sold the country out, privatized everything, sold it to 3 oligarchs.
Yeltsin was
True.
right after the collapse, right?
Yeltsin was the cause of the collapse. Gorbachev installed Yeltsin, and then Yeltsin, raised the Russian Federation flag, privatized all industry.
Yeah, but are you saying that like, I'm sorry, just
I could be mistaken. Was Yeltsin in power before he won the election? He might have been. Interim head of the Russian Federation. So, 19. I guess he kind of was. So when Yeltsin caused a collapse after he gained power. But I thought Yeltsin, I could be wrong. I didn't think Yeltsin was in power before Russia became independent. I thought he just ran for, or it wasn't like that. I thought he just ran for president after they got independence, but I could be wrong. I think I'm wrong. I mean, it looks like he was interim head of gained power after independence. Yeah.
Gorbachev was like right prior to the collapse, right?
Gorbachev was a harbinger.
Are we saying that like wasn't the reason why Gorbachev was installing kind of like more open market stuff was because of the current faltering of the Soviet Union's economy?
The Brezhnev era in the 1970s did hit a sort of plateau, right? But the Brezhnev era in the in the late 1960s and early 70s was on a massive path of growth.
It seems like when I look at one of the best arguments I feel in favor of like the capitalist mode of production is despite like looking at Trump trying to do the damage it can now, it seems pretty robust. I feel like universally, globally, the capitalist mode of production is pretty robust. I feel like the socialist mode of production is not as robust.
I think that once China gains enough surplus capital to be free of the United States for oil, via deals with Russia and food, by deals with Africa and the Belt and Road program, I think that manufacturing in China is going to become far more expensive, and I think that's an issue.
Okay, we'll see. Okay, cool.
It's already been becoming more expensive. Like, China is not even, like I said earlier, it's not a particularly cheap place to manufacture shit anymore.
All right, Alex, thank you so much. All right, and we are going to go straight into our next debater.
ACA. So I think maybe really charitable interpretation would be that he wasn't able to.
Gives a wrecked Destiny, eh? I don't think he wrecked Destiny. I think Destiny could have done better, but I think probably totally gives victory. I think definitely Destiny could have done better, but I think I would say Destiny probably did better overall. Maybe it's just my bias. But I think I would hope guess that sort of your average person watching that would think Destiny did better, but maybe Gibbs is just really appealing on the beef prices, bro. Maybe PBG wrecked Destiny. He didn't even debate him. This is true. Does Destiny to the ACA led to consolidation? You're too fair when I meme. I'm always so fair. God, beef. I don't know how much Destiny knows about the ACA, honestly. By the way, do you have a paper on that, Easy Money? I mean, I believe that to be true from the stuff I've seen, but I don't know. I do like the. I don't know if the I don't even know. Is that like even that major of a drawback though?
His actions in own insurance.
Daniel Bruffett, you're up. Daniel Bruffett is back with us.
First claim, I'm pretty sure you were being hyperbolic, but just to be clear, this might make you mad. So hopefully,
Cold take, but ACA was good.
Just
Probably net positive.
just to be clear, if you mean this claim literally,
go for it. Yeah, go ahead.
it's 100% false. But I'm assuming it's hyperbole. So use exact word.
By the way, I don't know if there's any I was looking for this earlier. I was curious if there was any research on or like any actual published research. I think like the CBO has some estimates and shit from the 2021 expanded credits that are up for debate right now. That's the Shutdown is about. Guys, we'll get there eventually. But truthfully, like, I don't know. How positive or negative the effects of the 2021 like expansions were. Like everything's just so focused on prices and premiums, but I don't know if there were other shit. ACA is proof that policy won't compromise works. I don't think there's been many examples of that, unfortunately. So I think ACA, you had the right wonks in the right places. And even then, it wasn't. It certainly was none of the wonks' ideals. Even I don't think, but because I remember, wasn't that the MIT open course dude who did the lecture on health economics that we watched or whatever. I don't remember if he worked on the ACA itself or if he worked on the state level version of it in Massachusetts. Specifically, we leverage the end of reinsurance program in ACA marketplace in 2017. This program reimbursed insurers to enroll a cost exceeding a threshold, effectively cushioning insurers against adverse selection in this market. We use differential exposure to reinsurance across markets to test whether removal of this program led to a decrease in participation. Consistent with our model, we showed that the end of the reinsurance program led to a decrease in insurer participation, accounting for 21% of the overall decline in the number of insurers. Whoa. Papers there. Yeah, I know. I saw that. Yeah. Very large share consolidation that Obama created can be explained by the imperfect risk adjustment to lack of reinsurance. In other words, government created a problem. King of the Coast was an adverse selection skeptic in the first place, but
word, you said Trump takes absolutely no accountability for any of his actions in insurer. So I'll just assume that's hyperbole and maybe move on to the next one.
I mean, I would say like 99%, but it's going to depend on how you define accountability, I guess.
Okay, that's fine. If you say 99% though, notice how if we take your claim literally, it's not going to translate to 99%. That would be, you used a universal quantifier. You
Sure, but
any
humans, when they speak, every time they say always or never, they don't really usually mean 100% or 0%, right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's why I want to be charitable. So it doesn't seem like we disagree there.
Okay.
All right, so the next claim would be, it's crazy that, I don't know, I want to be charitable. But, okay, so you said, exact words, when you said he, you were talking about Trump, but I'm not going to replace that. So you said he wasn't able to pass any legislation. He wasn't able to do anything about the ACA. So like, I think maybe like really charitable interpretation would be that he wasn't able to pass any legislation that did anything about the ACA.
So for legislative landmarks, I know a big thing they want to do was the Infrastructure Act. They weren't able to do it. His legislative accomplishments were pretty minor. He had the tax cuts would have been the big one. I think they had like the First Step Act for prison stuff, which was minor. I think they ended up defunding a lot of that anyway. And then for the ACA, the big goal when Republicans came was to repeal and replace it. But I think all they were able to do was get the like the tax penalty zeroed out or something.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. But notice how the claim wasn't Trump wasn't
just
able to.
Really, we're just going to debate the fact that Destiny's using universal terms or whatever. Adverse selection is true in health insurance markets. Those with the highest willingness to pay, or those with the highest potential cost, and vice versa. No, I mean, you know, I don't have strong opinions on it. I would assume, obviously, it's going to be the case. But I remember Destiny knows nothing about the ACA. Yeah, I would imagine he doesn't really. But I feel like I thought Ken Coast has said he doesn't actually believe adverse selection's a problem in the healthcare market, but I could be wrong.
And I think they didn't accomplish their goals with the ACA.
They didn't accomplish. Okay, so the claim that they didn't accomplish their goals, like that's fine.
Sure.
But I just want to make sure that we don't disagree on the claim that Trump wasn't able to do anything about the ACA, because he did do something about the ACA.
He didn't do something about it. Yes.
He did do. Okay. All right. Okay, so if he did do something about it, and you know, like I just feel like a lot of people when they listen to the debate, I think it might be a little unfair what you did to Trump. So it's a new claim I'm making. The thing is that I think most people, or maybe not most people, but definitely a lot of people that listen to the debate, if they hear you say something like he wasn't able to pass any legislation, he wasn't able to do anything about the ACA, I'm worried that if I'm talking to someone like that, you know, they're gonna getting elected, right? You're saying that this person kind of wanted this other person to get killed, and if that's not true.
Government.
When you say people like me, what is the implication? Or what do you mean? Like young people or women
yeah,
or?
Young people.
No, I don't think so. I think that, we've had like a literal civil war here before. It's hard to predict sometimes the future.
Diplomacy or something like that.
International, so what, like ambassador positions or something?
Diplomacy or ambassador, yes.
I don't even know what the pathway is to that ordinarily. I imagine that's all like State Department stuff, so it's going to be federal. So it's probably relatively niche. Like I feel like all those people speak like 4 languages and have like been working in offices like that for a long time. I don't know the pathway there. I bet that like if you email their offices and ask for recommendations.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck they're on about. Well, you know, good memes. Okay. Awesome. Glad Gibbs flew out for that one. Can we get how much are tickets to I think this is in Arizona too, actually. Yeah, Phoenix, Arizona. Hold on, let me just I know, only $419. What a steal. That was a little bit cheaper if I go from a different airport. That's a little bit further away. So only $330, $309 if I take the 10-hour flight instead of the 6-hour one. Worth it. Let's go. I like how political commentators can get away with talking about healthcare policy without knowing anything about healthcare econ. You want to get to one of the things I actually had in the React today. It's frustrating how political commentators can talk about economics without knowing anything about economics. Okay. But it is also frustrating that your answer. I mean, like, no one wants to watch. This is why I have no viewers. Okay, this is their only reason. Okay, no one wants to watch someone whose answer to everything is I don't know. It's just complicated. It's like, hey, not fun. You think Democrats or Republicans caused the 2008 recession? I don't know, dog. It's complicated. Like, you know. Frustrating how almost every subject, nobody knows what they're talking about. This is true. Isn't it mean that economists are the ones who always talking about other fields? Well, that is immune. That is immune as well, obviously. But, you know, I don't think it's, I guess to the extent that, like, the economists aren't, like, public figures, it probably just doesn't matter as much, at least for the public zeitgeist. But it might matter more, you know, academically. But I will say, from the things I have heard, I've not done a ton of this reading myself or whatever. From the things I've heard from people, econometrics is typically, more thorough than a lot of the other social sciences. I have heard that be a thing before, that econometrics it does seriously attempt to really tease out the cause and effect of things. You guys are talking about empathy all the time. You think about the economics of $1,000 a month healthcare plan with a $10,000 deductible. I don't know. Is you guys Democrats, I guess? Oh, the current day healthcare economics is cheaper not to have health insurance. Well, I mean, it's insurance. It's cheaper until you need it. I learned in health economics that consuming more medical care makes you healthier, and there's no diminishing returns and no trade-offs. This is truth. I mean, there's probably, like, relatively low diminishing returns. I mean, it's going to depend, obviously, but, like, there's a reason people spend, more in healthcare now. It's because there's still high returns to some of these things, but I had a heart attack and it didn't go out of the deductible. Well, imagine if you had another heart attack, though. Which technically, I think if if you've had one heart attack, I think you much higher likelihood you're gonna have a second one, right? So probably worth keeping it. But I hope you don't have a second heart attack patrol. I did. It wasn't in the same calendar year. But what if you had a third one in the same calendar? Okay, anyway. This is a non-economist talking about economists. Let's go. Political commentator talking about economics. Scholars have spent a great deal of time thinking about the dangers of misinformation. While this concern has sometimes been used as an excuse to censor legitimate viewpoints, any fair-minded observer looking at the proliferation of conspiracy theories and pseudoscience over the last decade must recognize that what they are worried about is in fact a serious problem. I am somewhat sympathetic towards the misinformation researchers. Their field rests on fundamental principle that, as the famous law and sign reminds us, science is real. Of course, the practice of combating misinformation can be abused like any effort to claim power in any area of life. But what's the alternative? Let's think about let whatever lunatic who does booking for Joe Rogan determine what people believe about contentious topics, or maybe the TikTok algorithm. While climatologists, virologists, and political scientists care a lot about false information regarding topics they study, economists seem to be missing in action. To check my intuitions, I searched for economics misinformation on Google Scholar and received 107 results. In comparison, I got 1,500 for climate misinformation, 1,600 for COVID misinformation, and 11,000 for vaccine misinformation. I asked ChatGPT if there were any other phrases I could search for to get the same idea, and it recommended a few like economic misperceptions and economic disinformation, but this didn't change the results. This is a strange state of affairs, given that 1, perhaps no field is more relevant for the choices individuals make as citizens and voters than economics. 2, economic misinformation is rampant. I don't know, I think one result of big studies was that giving people better health insurance didn't make them healthier, at least in short term, but it did make them have less medical costs, less debt, and they were happier. Oh, I mean, I think there's been, I know certainly for like Medicaid, there have been studies that have found like, you know, giving people Medicaid does not decrease mortality at all. But, yeah. Do you disagree with that sign, or are you a bigot? Science is real. I agree. Black Lives Matter. I agree. No human is illegal. It's poor framing, but I get the, if you know, I get the, I agree with the heart of it, maybe. AKA non-fun bigoted, cancel him now. Women's rights are human rights. Believe it or not, folks. I didn't watch it. You're thin ice, buddy. You know, I just don't really believe in rights at all. So this is vacuously true. Love is love. I agree. Kindness first. Expected value comes first, okay? The shrimp come first. Paste. Yeah, I mean, I never. Kindness always has expected value. Well, it always has. I mean, any action is always going to have, you know, some expected value, but whether it's positive or negative. Love is fake and gay. I feel this. Sounds strong, right? This is true. Me when my wife buys the populist slop. Fucking bag or whatever it was. I like the sign where they put oh yeah. Is it P therefore Q or P what's the arrow mean? I forget. Call food shops these urgent economics question? Does she? I mean, I will. Is that real? I don't trust you at all.
To convince me. Thank you, though.
But I feel like we're not there yet. But this is like a really deep, like fundamental macro econ finance question that I'm just probably not equipped to dive into.
I'll join the waiting room.
Final thoughts there, Alex.
Yeah, go for it.
If she's really after me, I guess I'm in the waiting room. We can inform her. I'm sorry, but I don't trust food shop takes. I don't know. We might have to do some praxis here, okay, and correct some misinformation. I don't know if food shops actually wanted me, or she just she saw Bernie the other day. Wait, what? Judging by her historical knowledge. I don't want to be caught mid-sentence if I do get dragged in. Listen, I mean, I've not seen food shops demonstrate a large amount of knowledge on things. But you know, she gets more viewers than me, so what's it really worth? The author article seems to be framing econ as a hard science. I don't know if he. I mean, I can kind of see that, but if you compared it to climate. I mean, I guess these are closer to hard sciences at the very least. Seems to be going to do something. The Democratic Party has always been the party of liberalism and promoting rights. I mean, I don't know specifically what take you're talking about, North, but physics, medicine, yeah. Well, he's climate misinformation, so I don't know if environmental science is that. I mean, is that considered a hard science? I guess it would be, right? Usually psychologists don't debunk psychological misinfo. Oh shit. Oh, what's up?
God, Donfan, hello. Are you a neoliberal?
I don't think that term actually has that much meaning, but
Hold on.
I brand myself as one.
Listen, I'm sure. Okay, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Based. Hey. Yeah. So what's up?
I have no clue. Someone came into my chat and said call food shops. She has an urgent economics question. So,
Oh yeah, sure. What caused the 2008 recession in a brief, concise way to put it?
Oh my god! Wait, is that actually your? Okay.
It's like toxic. It's like toxic packages being sold and overpromised, right?
It's very complicated, and economists disagree, and I'm not smart enough to resolve their disagreements. So, but yes, part of it. So the financial crisis part of it was that, or at least part of the financial crisis part of it was, yes, that banks were essentially giving out subprime loans to people, people who really should not have qualified for a mortgage, got a mortgage. Many of them got like variable rate mortgages, meaning if interest rates went up, the rate that they had to pay in their mortgage went up. And that essentially, that meant eventually at one point when rates went up, people defaulted on their loans, and there had been a bunch of sort of secondary assets tied to these loans. There were banks that like investment banks that essentially, I forget the fucking name for these, that would like package these loans together and sell them as a bond. So there were a lot of people sort of holding assets that were tied to the value of these loans, and it turned out the value of these loans were shit. And
okay,
the price of it, eventually when people defaulted on the loans, these assets went to shit, and a lot of banks had issues. Now there are the issue is saying what caused the recession is that there are sort of economists who will argue that the underlying cause was broader, and it was more like the recession that caused the financial crisis than the financial crisis that caused the recession. So if you just look at like how much unemployment increased in like the immediate aftermath of sort of the housing bubble bursting and like housing construction stalling, unemployment did not increase that much. There simply just weren't not that many jobs in housing. The sort of broader underlying issue was that the Federal Reserve essentially didn't do enough stimulus, and their monetary policy was too contractionary.
Okay, stop. I give up on understanding it. Okay, I'm just gonna accept that I no longer give a fuck. Okay, wait, hold on. I have another question. So,
sure.
Defaulting, the market defaulting is when they don't meet like the financial goals of like that period, right? Like a company or company. Like, what does defaulting mean? Brief explanation. Okay, don't say economics are arguing over the definitions of defaulting. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sure there's some people who argue about it, but defaulting just means that like you can't pay your debt. Basically, it just means like you have a mortgage, but you can't.
Okay,
pay
stop
it.
right there. Don't give any more explanations. Okay.
Yeah.
How do you prevent the economy from defaulting? Like from people from defaulting, I guess.
So it's gonna depend
outside of culture changes,
right,
and using your credit card too much.
It's gonna depend on what you sort of view as the problem what caused the issue of people defaulting. So some people, and I think Destiny said this in the debate because I just watched him talk to these people too. He said, like, regulation was an issue. So maybe we can just say we can just regulate banks and make sure they don't give out loans to people who are super unqualified. You can also just do a, if you believe, oh boy, how do I make this less nerdy? Essentially, you can, okay, think about it like this. Obviously, debt is in nominal terms, like, your debt is just in regular dollars. It's not typically inflation adjusted. So, and obviously, you need income to pay off your debt. So if you have a situation where people's nominal income falls, okay, you know what like GDP is, right?
Yeah.
Just probably.
Not really.
Okay. Oh my God. Okay.
Wait, hold on. No. I think I know what you mean, though. Are you saying that people cannot earn enough money to pay off the debt that is accumulating? Like basically it's a spiral, right? Okay, you could have just said that. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Okay, like payday loans, right? Is that what you're talking about? Like maybe like high interest rate payday loans?
It's not necessarily just payday loans. It's just that any loan is in nominal dollars. So
well, I'm talking about an example, right? Talking about an example.
That would be a particularly. So the issue of payday loans is those are going to be, people are going to default in payday loans.
So it's like it's like a white man trying to compete with a black man with warrior jeans, right? Like on a marathon race.
I have no clue what the fuck that means.
Okay, I get it. No, I get it. Okay, let me think. Okay, how do you prevent the economy? Okay, sorry, I already asked that. Fuck me. Okay, never mind. I feel like
nominal GDP level targeting.
I don't. Answer. Okay, all right. That sounds gay. Hold on. Okay, cool. I hate the economy. I think the economy is fake shit. Okay, listen, this is just astrology for nerds, okay? Like this is just astrology for mathematicians, okay? Like that's what the economy is, okay? Like why do people even pretend to know like how the economy works? Like why can't everybody just be honest and say that the economy is just a bunch of bullshit that does not make any sense and people shouldn't predict how it works because it's all just male astrology. Like what?
Well, I mean, you don't have to even predict how, or like obviously not all economics is strictly predictive. And first of all, I'm being honest. I'm telling you, I don't know what causes recessions. I don't know what caused 2008. But like one thing, for example, like one thing that Destiny gets wrong. Okay, or he doesn't really get it wrong. He just doesn't mention it. In all these debates or whatever, they talk about trade and they talk about manufacturing. Well, there's been a lot of research into essentially, how much trade just historically has affected manufacturing employment. And, this is all just looking at past data. This is not trying to be predictive, although you can obviously get sort of predictive implications from it. Like look at the data. It's like, the highest estimates essentially, which I think the highest estimate you're going to get is essentially, it's from a paper, don't worry about it, Arthur Doran Hansen, 2013.
Jesse, what are you talking about?
Don't worry about it.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
They're like these manufacturing jobs or whatever. Essentially, like 25% of the decline in manufacturing jobs was due to import competition from China. But I think better data essentially shows that like really only 16% of the decline in manufacturing is attributable to trade, and the rest of it's just due to automation. Like we just automated a lot of these jobs, and it wasn't due to trade.
Okay. I'm gonna pretend I knew what you just talked about. Okay, I appreciate it.
All you have to know, okay, tariffs are not going to bring the manufacturing jobs back because, well, for a lot of reasons, but because trade didn't destroy manufacturing in the first place. Okay, it was automation. We just automated these jobs. Robots did them. It wasn't China that took them. It was the robots.
Well, I mean, okay, is it correct that they're not going to come back just mainly because we're like just phasing out the manufacturing economy, right? Like, we find that it's more profitable in general to import parts from other countries, and then build them here, right? And use these products, even in the digital sense, to manufacture services, right? Like services like antivirus software, cybersecurity software, operating systems that everybody else around the world uses, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's obviously part of it. So it kind of is. If you look at just actual manufacturing production, I think Destiny even did mention this. It was actually going up all the way until 2008. So despite the fact that like sort of as like a share of our economy, we did start devoting more resources to the service sector and to software and to tech and entrepreneurship and stuff like that. We were still making more and more stuff here up until 2008. It's basically stagnated since then. But countries specialize in what they're good at essentially, and the U.S. is a very knowledge-based economy. We have a lot of high-skilled workers with a lot of knowledge, so it makes sense for us to specialize in that industry, while other countries specialize in the
which is why we're
labor-intensive.
fat as well, right? Which is why we're fat, because we're sitting on our asses and we're programming all day. But meanwhile, they got manufacturing jobs, so they're on their asses all day trying to make steel beams or some shit, right?
Well, yes, but this
it's kind of like suffering from success.
Ozempic, so.
Oh. Well, I mean, that's also part of the service economy, right? Because if you think about it, the richer company, Ozempic is a luxury solution to a luxury problem, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because
now you're getting
because as the economy, wait, hold on, is there really any other service economy? I feel like the United States is the only service economy, right? Like majority service economy, mostly service economy.
No, I mean, if you look at like almost any advanced economy, they're going to be majority in service sector. I don't know. So I think about 90% of U.S. employment is in the service sector. I don't know if it's as high in even like European countries, but
really 90%? It's that high?
Yeah, it's like 2% in agriculture and 3% in 8% in manufacturing.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so like these dumb motherfuckers want like 90% of the country to return back to manufacturing, which is like what, they want to convert like 40% of that 90% back to manufacturing? How does that even work?
Yeah, I mean, none of these people know exactly what they want.
Oh yeah, I googled and it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy like how much manufacturing jobs are being lost these days. Hold on. Velvet, thank you so much for the 1 gifted sub. On Kick, I appreciate it, buddy. But one thing that I found out is that there has been 74,000 net loss in manufacturing jobs ever since the beginning of the Trump presidency in 2025. That is insane to me. That is crazy to me.
Yeah, well, I mean,
obviously because of the tariffs, right, and stuff. But it's crazy to me how apparently on the White House website, they are claiming that 9,000 manufacturing jobs were created, or 10,000. That could be true, but there's a net loss of much more, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what you see.
So,
historically is because manufacturers rely on imported materials. Like over half of the imports to the U.S. are not final goods; they're intermediate goods. They're goods that businesses use to make other products. Now some of those are for service for service sector stuff as well, but a lot of manufacturers rely on imported steel. They rely on imported robots that make their products and stuff. So yeah, obviously if you tariff a bunch of shit, you're gonna hurt them as well, and that's what we've seen historically, as well as right now as well.
Wait, hold on. What's your non-font? What's your background? Like, what do you do?
I mean,
you don't have to say if you're not comfortable.
I don't have much of a background to explain. I don't know. I'm a.
Oh, sorry. That was just curiosity. It's just purely curiosity because you seem really passionate about the economics part.
I'm passionate
so I'm just wondering if you're studying it.
Yeah, I don't have a formal education in economics. I will go to college to get an economics degree, but I'm at my community college right now, just getting an associate's degree. I don't do anything crazy.
I mean, yeah, I mean, to be fair, like I do appreciate it when you say that you don't know about some things. So that's pretty. I mean, like that's the sign of an expert to me. When somebody says that they don't know anything about like a specific topic in the field that they specialize in, to me, that's like a sign of honesty and integrity, right? So I do appreciate that at the very least. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I just need to tell Destiny to do that. Okay. Tell him to not say the dumb shit about the natural rate of unemployment. All right.
You should DM him. His like he adds people like crazy. Like he like whenever you send someone like you can slip into his DMs quite easily.
I had him at it at one point. He got mad at me. I'm kind of assuming I didn't talk to him much, so yeah, we probably.
He got mad at you?
No, I don't think he got mad at. I I mean, he might have, for all I know, but I DM'd him like twice. He might have just raised the Discord friend limit, and obviously did not chat with him enough to justify being Discord friends, but it could have just been that.
Listen.
Mad at something.
I'll listen. I'll make you ambush him. Okay. Next time he's in here, if he's ever in here again. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
If you
Okay.
want to let me ambush him about the natural rate of unemployment, okay, that'd be goated. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll talk to you later. Okay. Bye.
So, wait, one last thing. Have you heard of the
Yeah.
Shrimp Welfare Project? Okay.
No. What is that?
Oh my God, hell yeah, you're about to be shrimp filled. Okay, basically, shrimp are like
Okay.
the most farmed animal on Earth. Okay, we have a bunch of fucking shrimp in these
Alright.
farms. It's like in the hundreds
Yeah.
of billions, some like 440 billion shrimp. It's over that by now, per year, all right? And typically they're killed in horrible ways. Okay, they're they're buried alive and iced and left to suffocate and freeze
But
to
they're
death.
shrimp, though,
over the
right?
span
Like yeah, but they're
hours-
shrimp.
I'll get to it. Don't worry.
Okay.
Over the span of 20 minutes, okay? Horrible,
man.
painful way for them to die. Stressful way for them to die.
They're shrimp.
And yes,
Okay.
they're shrimp, okay? And you know what the evidence says about shrimp and how much they feel pain? Okay, it says they probably do, all right? We observe that shrimp, when they're wounded, will tend to the wounds, they'll, rub them and stuff. But when we give them painkillers, they don't do that as much, they don't delay feeding, for example, like when you give them painkillers. We can see that shrimp like make trade-offs between essentially how much pain they're willing to accept to get some type of reward. And like individual shrimp will have different individual like preferences for how much pain they're willing to accept to get different rewards. So, that's all evidence of them having some amount of sentience, some amount of ability to feel pain.
Oh my God. Okay. What is the economics point from this though? Like, because I know you're a vegan, so you're like slipping in some of your vegan propaganda. Yeah.
Of course.
What is the economic connection?
The economic connection, I guess, a single dollar helps about 1,400 shrimp per year for about 10 years. So it's 14,000 shrimp.
Oh my God. Okay. All right.
At the margin, okay, margin, economic term, margin, very high, very good use of your dollar. It's goated.
Thank you. Okay. All right. I'm sure everyone knows now. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate
Hell
it.
yeah. Well,
All right. Bye.
All
All right. I appreciate you. Okay. Thanks.
See you
Okay.
later.
Goodbye.
Okay.
Bye.
Appreciate it. Okay, cool.
Okay. All right. I'm sure everyone knows now. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hell yeah.
All right. Bye.
Well, appreciate you
All right. I appreciate
having
you.
me
Okay.
on.
Thanks. Okay.
Yep.
Goodbye.
See you later.
Bye.
Okay. Appreciate it. Let's go. Now, if I'm joining Discord in the server I saw, I just want to see what she
Okay. I
follows
thought
up
he was gonna
on.
click leave. That was funny as fuck. Non-fun actually convinced me to almost eliminate shrimp from my diet. It's been months.
If you want to stream about econ, you gotta learn to explain everything to food shelf
Jesus
level.
Christ.
Listen, I try QQ. That's been the persistent struggle for the non-fun stream. Okay, is that in any of the debates I do, it's like the issue is not even just presenting. The issue is presenting the facts at an understandable level, not just like having the facts available.
That was funny. I thought he was gonna go into an economics tangent. It was just about shrimp. Oh my God. Okay, sorry.
Hardcore compared to, like the capitalist mode of production, right?
No,
Okay, wow. My goat, what's up?
How was the discussion with food shops?
Well, not what I expected, but I'm glad I got the shrimp.
Yeah.
I'm glad I got the shrimp propaganda out there.
When she said that she didn't know what GDP was, I kind of lost my shit there.
Yeah, North. What are the four components? What are the four components of GDP?
What are the four? Okay, I couldn't tell you the four components of GDP.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Consumption plus investment plus government spending plus net exports.
What's your take on the fact that China is probably just like lying about how much GDP they have?
Yeah, so my understanding, I've not done a ton of research, is that sort of the localities in China, have a big incentive to lie about their GDP, because that's that's kind of how that's how the central government allocates some things, and that's how a lot of their performance is evaluated. And to some extent, we can see how much they're lying based on like how much data they just don't publish. Because I know since COVID, China's been more and more stringent about the data that they release publicly, especially like I said, even localities in China, which will report their own data, don't release much of it now. I think, the IMF and I think the World Bank both have their methods for trying to calculate it. I think there's one paper about it, or about using like lights from satellite, or using satellites to look at sort of light pollution and trying to determine it that way. I guess I don't, I don't know what to say other than.
Didn't that paper say that China was like massively overrepresenting like what their actual GDP was?
I don't know. I don't remember how high it said they were overrepresenting, but
yeah, it's and then this is related. In your personal opinion, what is the ideal debt to GDP ratio?
There's not going to be just like a constant like ideal one.
Well, obviously there's not going to be like
yeah.
But in like a healthy capitalist economy, what would you say is like an ideal debt? Like 90%, 80%, 70%, 110%.
In my opinion, the percent of interest spent on GDP is going to matter. Spent on GDP. Sorry, the percent of interest as a percentage of like the government budget is going to matter.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, because you're going to have like a fuck ton of debt, but as long as the interest is like super fucking low, then it doesn't really matter.
If you have a lot of debt,
yeah, that makes sense.
That debt is viewed as a very safe asset, and you have a strong enough economy where people don't view it as risky, then it's not going to matter as much. But I don't know.
So then, if you were to measure it in terms of percentage of budget, spent on debt, then what do economists say, or what do you know about what economists say is like the ideal amount of a budget that should be allocated towards paying off debt?
Yeah, it's probably not going to be a constant ideal, but it's certainly you're not going to want over 25% of the budget to be spent on interest on the debt. Like, that's probably not.
Pretty sure. I know debt is our second or third highest item.
Oh yeah,
we're up to $30 billion more than the U.S. military.
Yeah, we're up to like 30.
U.S. national debt. Are we at 30%?
I think we're like at about like 30% or something. But
God, that's fucked, and it's only going to go up because we're going to be dramatically increasing spending with the 5% NATO spending goal. And
it's only,
we're
sorry, my bad. 17%. I think we're at.
We're at 17.
It was 13% in 2024. It's projected to be up to 17%. Here.
Yeah, and we're. I know the Trump administration is not going to be increasing taxes or anything like that. And I know we're going to be increasing spending dramatically with the military. Oh, I guess that's true. Tariffs. Actually, that is an interesting point, because they keep bragging about how much "quote unquote" revenue the government is bringing in. Are we doing good economically when it comes to the taxes? I guess, because I know economists talked about the projection of like increasing the national debt by, I forget the exact amount. It was like $7 trillion or something like that.
Right. The issue is going to be. One, we even if Trump and remains president and a Republican wins, next term, we don't know, how long these tariffs are going to stick around. Certainly, Trump has been.
But has the tariffs made up for the other tax cuts? Is just what I'm curious about, because the Trump administration likes to brag about how the U.S. government has never been taking in this amount of money before.
So.
I don't know how accurate that representation is.
Right. It's going to depend on, like I said, usually you're looking at things over a 10-year horizon, right? It's like the Big Beautiful Bill, sort of a net 10-year debt increase. And sort of like, I think if tariffs remain basically where they are, like an average rate of like 18% or whatever, and we have our level of imports remains the same, which seems likely.
Which it won't. Or wait, you think it will?
It wouldn't. I mean, they're gonna go down somewhat, but not that much. Like so, the dynamic they call it like dynamic estimates when you try to account for essentially how much people are going to change their behavior or whatever. How much less imports we're going to buy. The estimates I've seen don't show it going down. It shows it going down like 200 billion compared to the non-dynamic estimate. Which
200 billion in
like
imports versus imports and exports, or like what do you mean by that specific number?
As in like the estimated revenue when you account for how much less we're going to be importing. I think it's like down 200 billion compared to the static estimate or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. The issue, there's kind of more complex reasons behind some of these things. Like it's a lot of trade is not driven by trade. It's driven by investment flows, and because of the way stuff works, like you're always going to have a current account deficit if you have a low savings rate and a high investment rate, which U.S. has. But
one more thing. Can you economically justify bailing out Argentinian debt by the Trump administration?
So you probably can, if you believe. Do
you know if we're buying their debt, or like how does it work? Or is it just like a pure bailout?
I forget exactly. I don't know exactly what we're doing. The Argentina shit's always too complicated to follow for me. But my understanding is that the Treasury
the Wild
is,
West down there.
Yeah, the Treasury is like buying Argentine assets to try to stabilize the exchange rate. I think.
Okay.
I think you probably can justify it, like just from a selfish U.S. perspective. Like, there's a decent chance it'll.
Oh, I just want to know if it's a move that is in favor of the United States, and it's not just like we're doing something retarded.
I mean, I don't know.
Because someone managed to like whisper in Trump's ear. Like,
I don't know for sure on net it will be, but I think you probably. I don't think it's entirely unreasonable to argue that there would be a positive return on investment, basically. But I don't know how certain that is. I wouldn't have high credence either way. Yeah, offered a $20 billion swap line and other forms of assistance to help stabilize Argentina peso. So I think if you just assume like if we are able to stabilize Argentina peso to some extent, and if you assume that we benefit from trade with Argentina, it could be the case. That's good. Oh no, 5,000 things. Oh no. Oh shit, I mean, it might be on my end too. I have 5,000 on my end as well, it says. But I'm gonna just update Discord real quick. I don't know why I didn't hear the alerts, by the way, when localists redeemed that. I might have it muted. Shut down the government forever. This is true, localist.
Hello?
Okay, now I can't hear Discord.
Oh, that's not good.
Huh.
Did it change your output? Bippity boppity boo. Wait, no, not on Fawn to figure out his streaming shit. Oh, wait, the stream can hear me. Oh, that's kind of funny.
Okay, now I can hear you. Okay.
Okay, there we are.
Yeah. All right. You were asking something about Argentina. I forget exactly where we left off.
Basically just whether it's beneficial to the United States. Like, that's all I really care about. Like, if they're doing it and it's like screwing over the United States, honestly, I don't really care about like Chinese child labor if it like gives me cheap Nike shoes. That's like the point of capitalism. So yeah. Do you think that? I know that.
I'm gonna ask my buddy, because I remember him telling me he thought it would be a positive for the U.S. And he knows a little bit more about Argentina than me. So
okay. Do you hold on, how should I've heard the destiny argument on Trump tariffs and trade negotiations. And I know Destiny's argument specifically is, well, Trump isn't negotiating well, and he isn't using tariffs as a leverage very well because we're not getting very good trade deals like out of all this. If Trump was able to leverage, or if any politician really was able to leverage tariffs, like the threat of increasing tariffs, as a way to institute a more favorable trade deal and bilaterally lowering tariffs between like two different countries, would that be a good thing? Like if it was literally like anyone but Trump doing it, like in principle?
I mean, so in principle, yeah, it could be good. It could be fine. But I mean, the issue is like, so with Trump, his idea more favorable is just the U.S. has higher tariffs on you than you have tariffs on the U.S. Like that's been the aim of all of Trump's deals so far. It's just been like, you know, we have 10% tariffs in the UK. The UK has like 0% tariffs on us, other than the
So it's
yeah, so that's what they have. So it's
not bilateral. It's not actually
Trump is like just a like mercantilist, like dumb, doesn't appear to understand trade very well. Conceptually, it is possible.
Mercantilism, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Like because conceptually, it is possible that like you'd be able to leverage this amount of tariffs to get better trade deals. But you know, historically, what's funny is that you know part of the way that the world kind of got to its free trade equilibrium. I mean, obviously nowhere near perfect free trade or anything, but compared to what we have now, okay. The free trade equilibrium that Trump hated so much was that we did reciprocal tariff cuts. Like we did I think FDR passed a bill that was designed to do reciprocal tariff cuts. So we said like if you cut tariffs on us, we'll make sure to cut tariffs on you as well. GATT, the General Agreement on Taxes and Trade, or Tariffs and Trade. I forget if it's taxes or tariffs. God damn it! But you know that was something that was an organization that like predated the World Trade Organization, and their whole thing was also tariff cutting rounds, essentially, where people would countries would just agree to reciprocally cut tariffs on each other. And then the WTO has had somewhat of a similar framework where they try to make sure we do reciprocal tariff cuts. So not only
why do we not do a like if someone tariffs us, let's say like 25%, right? And then we have like a 15% tariff on that. Why don't we just raise it to 25%, like automatically? What would be the economic reasons not to do that?
Wait, you're just saying like why don't we just tariff other countries the same rate they're tariffing us? Like that's
yes.
I mean, it's just because like tariffs are bad, and so like it could be that like that
Well, okay, but it feels like if there was a country that was like tariffing us like 120%, right, and then we had like a 0% tariff on them, like
yeah, so
that would be bad for one party, right? Like, am I wrong on that, or is it like more nuanced that my puny conservative brain is unable to comprehend?
Well, I mean, it's bad for so like trade is typically mutually beneficial, right? So to the extent that either side puts up tariffs, it's typically gonna hurt both sides. Now, who it hurts more is kind of gonna depend on. It's gonna depend on a few different things, but like who the bigger country is, how specialized their economies are. But like basically the question would be like kind of to what extent would the sort of automatic reciprocal tariff lead to like more negotiation versus just more escalation? And I guess I don't I don't really know if there's good examples of historically that type of stuff working when it seems like the reciprocal tariff cuts have that has worked relatively well. But I mean the general idea is just that taking the negotiation part out of it, which obviously the negotiating part is relevant in the real world. Unilateral free trade is still like economically the best option. So like the perfect world would be free trade on both sides. But if you're just viewing it in a vacuum without the like sort of political aspect of it, it's still better for you to unilaterally have no tariffs, even when you're a country has tariffs on you, than it is to do reciprocal tariffs. Like you're still reducing the gains from trade. Essentially, is the fundamental thing.
Well, I guess I guess because instead of having Yeah, I think I understand the concept because it's like you're reducing the flow even more. And when the flow once I can like stop half the flow, and then if like you stop even more of the flow, then that would impact you even more than it would.
It's obviously this is more complicated and the specialized.
Yeah, it's obviously in like a vacuum and not like applied to like things like
I was gonna say,
strategic industries and like political situations and
right. Well, I was just gonna go over like the standard, like standard, tariff graph or whatever. The thing I was gonna say is it's more complicated than this because like the standard tariff graph assumes that trade is in final goods. Most trade actually is not in final goods. It's in components for things. It's in intermediate goods. But obviously that same supply and demand graph of the tariff still applies when your opponent has tariffs on you. There's goods that otherwise would be produced offshore for cheaper that are now being produced domestically, and consumers have to pay more, and consumers lose more than producers win. So there's deadweight loss there essentially. Like there's still going to be deadweight loss from that.
Thank you for clarifying this. This is things that I've talked about, and I sort of have like a half-baked script that I'm kind of working on, which is basically talking about tariffs and like Trump and why they're mostly retarded. But
are you making like a video essay or something?
Well, yeah, I got like a bunch of fucking scripts that I wrote a while ago, and now I'm like revisiting them, and then also a bunch of like video ideas. And yeah, I don't want to do like stream clips and just like upload those onto my channel. Yeah, I want to do like more high quality shit, especially because I don't think stream clips can properly articulate some of the ideas that I want to propagate.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
you should do video essays. You would be good with video essays.
Yeah. I always say I'm gonna, then I'm too lazy and I never do. But I will do one. I don't know when I'll get this out. We'll see, folks. Okay, but I will definitely do one just about the BLS because I think it's I think it'd be worth doing. People don't understand the BLS stuff. Although I can't. There's no way to make it like particularly interesting in my opinion. Also, thanks Michael in chat for specifying that your channel name is North is Live, so I can actually find you by looking at North is Live instead of looking at.
It's youtube.com/North is Live. Yes. Yeah, I talked about fucking delay on my channel for trying to get this fucking first video out, which is, I think I have like the whole script rewritten or written, and I recorded it all, and then I realized like my audio was like super fucking scuffed. I still haven't fully solved the issue because I've been busy paying rent or trying to make money to pay rent for these last couple of days. So, yeah, it's a bit scuffed. But
wait, what did you by the way, what did you talk to Ryan about after the Erudite thing? Because I saw you talked to him right after that.
Okay.
That ended.
Ryan was basically just venting to me about the Erudite. It wasn't anything very substantial. Okay. Have I talked to you? I think I talked to you about the sort of divide between like the people that want to reform the Republican Party. Like the two camps
you mentioned
that are
like
sort of growing.
Broad things to me before. Okay, you're building the coalition.
Yeah, very
right. But yeah.
Yeah. There's like two different camps. So you have people like Ryan who are basically saying, don't focus on Trump at all. Instead, you shouldn't focus on Trump because you might alienate future people that might want to like join the movement and previously voted for Trump. And then there's people like me and Connor who are basically arguing, okay, you have to focus on Trump because like Trump's doing all this fucked up shit. And if we don't call out the shit that Trump has done, then we might lead to politicians in the future like repeating what he did just because there's no like electoral or like political consequences. So that's sort of like the two camps that are forming with like trying to reform the Republican Party. Like we all could agree that like the Republican Party needs more principles to stand on, and they can't just like constantly like do major fucking whiplash going from one position to another just because Trump says that's like what you need to do. Like we're the party of free trade, and then suddenly we're instituting a bunch of tariffs, and we're the party of gun rights, and then suddenly we're talking about instituting trans gun regulation, banning trans people from getting guns, and then we're the it's all fucked. It's all fucked.
Yeah.
So yeah, Trump, assuming our democratic institutions are still in place in 2028, like due to legal reasons, constitutional reasons, and for health reasons, because I don't think Trump will be, his health will be enough for him to run in 2028. Trump's just going to be unable to run again. And if MAGA falls apart, should you focus on Trump for like a future Republican movement? I feel like there's a balancing act you can make. Like, I think you should have like grace, I guess. Like, you shouldn't exclude voters and exclude supporters just because they voted for Trump. But you also need to give some pushback. But the pushback also can't be from a place of like you are destroying the country. Like you hate America. That's why you voted for Trump. Like, it can't be something like that, which I think is one of the major criticisms I have of like what Destiny is doing and what Food Shops is doing. It's because they're wanting to demonize. They're wanting to rally the Democratic Party based off of hate, and I don't think I necessarily agree with that electoral strategy. So, yeah,
Sure. Yeah.
it's
To the Republican Party is Trump and Vance now. Why do so many people underestimate Vance? You know, unfortunately, as much as I would love to see your coalition work, okay, I do just have the strong feeling. Okay, it's gonna be Vance. It's gonna be fucking Vivek. It's gonna be
Vivek. Well, maybe Vivek.
He might get, he might get to be someone's running mate. I don't know. I kind of doubt it'll.
Look, 3 years could be a long time. As I said, I don't think Trump can survive outside of MAGA. I think the only reason why Republican voters are willing to like be so fucking brain broken around Trump is the fact that Trump is able to win elections. I don't think Vance has shown that he has like the charisma to rally the Republican base. I don't know, and especially with how like Trump is fucking up this term with like he's fumbling economic issues, he's fumbling foreign policy, he's fumbling just everything. I don't think that I can name a single good thing that the Trump administration has done since coming to power this term.
Wow.
I don't think that Vance is is going to be able to rally the base like Trump can, especially after this.
Yeah, I guess I don't. I'm not qualified to give predictions or anything. I don't. I don't think like no one's gonna have the same cult of personality Trump has or anything. I don't think, but I do. I think one more generally like populist politics is just gonna be more. It's just gonna be more popular. So you're just gonna see more people. You're gonna see more people like Zoran and more people.
The populists. We will
like
fight
Trump.
On the beaches, and we will fight on the landing grounds, and
yeah.
We'll fight. We'll fight the hopeless fight to retake the Republican Party. It probably is not going to mean anything in the end. Holy fuck! Did I just unplug my headphones? I think I did.
Let's go.
Okay. Yeah. It might be a fool's fight, but it's a fight that we're going to take.
This is our role. Okay, you get to fight all the MAGA people on the right. Okay, you get to fight all the socialists on the left. All right, this is our. Let's go.
Moderates unite. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
So. Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. Well, if you need, I would need like links to whatever stuff to read about tariffs for your script or something. Like I'm sure, I have.
Oh, I got a whole list of video ideas that. Let's see. Like the failures. You probably have a lot with this. The failures of Karl Marx and communism is a video. Idea that I have, basically going over like the predictions that Karl Marx had and communists had about like the future of capitalism, how they failed, and how they've basically been in like a massive cope session ever since. And every single time their predictions continue to fail, they continue to cope harder and harder.
Real.
Fuck Marxists. That's what I'll say. Yeah, the QAnon shaman guy is suing Trump for $30 trillion. He is, and it's really funny.
Wait, what the fuck? I didn't see that.
Yeah, he's suing the United Nations, the International Bank, the Donald Trump, and then like the Illuminati or something like that. I forget what it is. He's suing like all of these people for like 30. I think it was like $quadrillion or like some ridiculous number.
Let's go. The globalists are finally getting taken down. Okay.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it. $40 trillion lawsuit. This motherfucker got pardoned by Trump, and holy shit. Debunking Marxism 101. This is
just
right,
these are resources I have. Okay, for the Marxism stuff. All right. Those are both good.
Post-Keynesian economics.
Well, that's
Why is it called post-Keynesian economics?
Post-Keynesian, yeah, but yeah, it's
Keynesian. I don't know. I've heard it called
Keynesian. Yeah,
okay,
but he's interesting, partially because he's a post-Keynesian, so he's someone on the we got a post-Keynesian in the waiting room now. So he's obviously someone like
you say the name and he comes.
Yeah, no, he's like someone on the on the very much on the like economic I don't just want to say economic left, but like he's a post Keynesian, so he's
Are you talking about Steedman? I see him on your stream right now.
No. I'm talking about the Lord Keynes.
Lord Keynes.
Yeah.
Oh, he's amazing for Austrian and even Marxist stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, he has this critique of Marx. I haven't read I mean, he has like just a million fucking blog posts, but I haven't read all of it or anything. But he's got a bit of stuff. And then Ian Steedman. I'm not that familiar with Ian Steedman's work, honestly. I think I've just seen like Unlearning Economics cite it. But Ian Steedman has the Marx After Straffa book, Straffa or whatever, which is a critique.
Yeah, we have economics at home. Nope, you already have economics at home. Economics at home.
Well, Steedman's like whole thing is if you take Straffa's analysis seriously, it like there's this problem called with joint production, basically.
Yeah.
Of how you like find the value of through labor time.
Yep.
Within jointly produced goods. So.
Are you using the Internet Archive to read?
Well, this is, I mean, the thing that's available online. I think I have like a book. I think I have the PDF downloaded, but it's
library.
Send you a link, then
Genesis.
Send you a
EPUB.
Well, yeah,
that is the ideal is EPUB.
I mean, I could send you the PDF, but listen, I mean, you can just find the PDF yourself. I just need to send you the link so you know what to look for.
You can look up Marx After Straffa. Am I saying that right?
Straffa. I mean, I don't know what the.
Then you go to Library Genesis.
What I remember, like the book goes into some math.
I'm gonna commit.
I haven't read it. It's like nerd shit. It's
Yeah.
What is an active live gen link? Because LI is no longer working, motherfuck.
Destroyed. I mean, I use Anna's archive.
You could use Anna's archive.
Yeah.
Sure. How is it slow? And you can't download more than like one thing at a time. So.
Yeah, they have a limit or whatever. But yeah.
You could, Marx After Straffa, and then specifically make it a EPUB file, and then you can read it on your phone.
Incredible. I use Zotero because I'm cooler. Okay, so get owned.
Cringe, very cringe. All right, I'm gonna go to sleep. I've spent like 2 nights in a row going to sleep at like 5 a.m. and my sleep schedule is thoroughly fucked. So,
base. All right, well, I appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have fun.
Non-fun. I want to talk to you about healthcare because this is something I haven't looked into in a while. But
sure.
I know you're
probably going to be more knowledgeable than me, but sure.
Okay. Yeah. So generally, like my view on it is, I'm not. Ideally, like morally, it'd probably be for like a Medicare for all system. I just don't think we have the capacity to do that now. So I don't know, probably like catastrophic care is the best we could do. And then like subsidies for credits or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Well, we do already like subsidize basically on the back end, the uncompensated care, right? But for Medicaid, I think we pretty sure Medicaid is the uncompensated care shit. It's like if you go to an emergency room and you can't pay Medicare, we'll subsidize the hospital that takes care of you. But
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, so like the main issue for me with healthcare is not so much coverage, because people are like usually going to be covered at the end of the day. It's mostly cost. And I think that's kind of what people should be focusing on. I feel like there's like a lot of like moral problems people have, but I feel like you can make a really convincing case that there is administrative bloat, and there's a question how much that is useful, because a lot of people like signal it as all useless, but it's really some of it is useful. But at the end of the day, like payment rates are high, there's a lot of administrative bloat, and there's just some really unpopular decisions we'd have to make that people would, I think, kind of intuitively be against, but also they don't want to deal with at the same time. So like an instance of this is kind of like, I think doctors are way overpaid, and it's partially because of payment rates that are attributed to like no negotiating power on behalf of the private insurers, because they negotiate prices. And so, given that, it's like, well, you should probably pay them less or something, or slow down their pay a lot. And I like, if you look at that, I feel like that's just like not popular. But
I mean, I don't know the breakdown of that exactly. I guess I don't know like what percent of like increased health expenditure in the U.S. or whatever is due to that. I mean, I think sort of. I mean, the more relevant things to be like, I don't know how much have you seen me talk about healthcare to people at all before?
I think I saw it once. Did you talk to Micah about that? Have you ever talked to Micah?
I've talked to Mike before. I don't think I've ever spoken to him on stream about healthcare.
You may have been off. I don't know, but
I probably cited Micah for
that may be
stuff before. But I mean, like the general thing, like I do, I think so. I think there's some administrative bloat, like within the government in the U.S. just because we have so many like overlapping is not the right term, but so many like redundant programs. Like to me, it's dumb that we have the VA, and the VA like actually owns hospitals, but also part of the VA is like privatized with whatever TRICARE system we have, and we also have Medicare, Medicaid, and Medicare as the Medicare Advantage plans or whatever that are privatized. I guess I think the if from the stuff I've seen, like the administrative costs in the U.S. are probably like worth it within the private sector. I don't I don't know, if we switch to a single payer system, I'd be concerned about medical innovation. Obviously, I'd be concerned about the quality of care. The stuff I've seen suggests that like medical investment into R&D and stuff is sensitive to future profit expectations, which would
well, I feel like you just like reform patents at that point. I don't think it's necessarily an issue with private health insurance.
Well, how would we? So, what would reforming would make patents stronger to make up for the?
No, you can make them a lot weaker, and just like fully publicly subsidize the R&D, or like mostly subsidize it or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, that's I remember talking to. I can get a post on Twitter about this. That's something I've never seen like particularly good research on or whatever, is how well we could effectively substitute what the private sector does now for medical R&D, because some of it is already publicly subsidized, with more public subsidies. I guess like I have seen, I wish I remembered this paper. I feel like I probably have it downloaded, but I have seen stuff that suggests that like obviously the type of medical investment that we do, or that private companies do, is sensitive to things like the population. For example, like when the population's aging, they will invest in more like drugs for people of old age, and that's something that politically the government might not be able to respond to as easily. There might be some models where you could have some technocrats try to manage that, but I don't know if it would ever produce the same outcome the market would. And it,
I think there's a trade-off, right? Because like we're already spending 20% of GDP on health, like nearly 20% of GDP on healthcare, and I just don't see, I don't see that getting lower unless we try and tweak it a bit. And if we keep going the same trajectory, I definitely see it getting higher. And I just don't really feel like that's worth it, honestly. Like there could be some inefficiencies gained. Like I'm not denying that. I just think it doesn't really matter, right? In terms of like the overall costs they're going to be spending, because we like economics is about capacity, and we're using capacity that could be used for things that would make people's incomes higher or lives better off living while they live it, on things that we're trying to prevent. Given the standard of living now, I don't think it's entirely worth it as much as it would be if we were like an African country or something to spend healthcare or designate healthcare.
Yeah, but I guess, to my knowledge, a lot of the healthcare spending in the U.S., it's just because we're more unhealthy to begin with. We're all fatter, and maybe Ozempic will, change that a little bit. We'll see, but I imagine it will hopefully bend the curve at least a little on that. I think it's already started to some extent. And then, we just get higher quality care and higher quality like drugs and stuff. Like we get newer drugs sooner, is my understanding. And like we have, at least for the people who like get healthcare and like can afford it. Typically you see like higher like stroke survivability, like from my understanding.
See, I just don't know, because like you did mention administrator, and I don't want to kind of question you on that, but like besides that, like there is the cost disease, right? Of like healthcare and even education. Like they're just going to get more expensive because you can't really be more productive in that. So I could see like health benefits coming. I just don't think that'll outpace the productivity demands unless we actually like publicly negotiate the prices down. And on the administrative side, like it's not like we're spending like a non-insane amount of money. Like if you look at how much private insurance is spending, even on like Medicare Advantage, I think they're spending a lot of money on admin, just compared to the public sector. And I'm not going to deny that like all of it's useless, like some people do, but I don't think it's worth it overall compared to the amount we could save on that, and then probably even designate that to further R&D or whatever. So like
I don't
a portion
know.
of
So
that.
the stuff I've read, like I've read somebody like King of the Coast wrote a blog post relatively recently on it or whatever, where he says like the administrative costs actually aren't particularly high, and most of the estimates like essentially overestimate the actual amount of administrative costs because of the like subsidies that we provide to health insurers through the ACA. And then I think I don't know about like I don't I'm not gonna know specifically Medicare Advantage sort of how much of that administrative cost is worth it or whatever. But I don't I guess I don't view that as like I don't see evidence as sort of like the main the main issue or the main driver of like U.S. healthcare costs. I do think it's like a pretty significant portion of it. It's just that we're unhealthier to begin with, and we get higher quality care, newer drugs sooner, things like that. Like it's a combination of
Yeah, and that's kind of the issue, right? We're not curtailing inflation enough within the system. I just do think that there is some administrative issues.
What do you mean
by
they're
not all negotiating?
Curtailing inflation? Curtailing the inflation there would mean like, reducing the return that pharmaceutical companies get to their.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and I understand that could lead to inefficiencies potentially. But I just don't care. Given the fertility rates, I don't see a way in which we're not going to spend like just a shit ton of money on healthcare that I just don't really find worth it. Like I understand that sounds bad. Like people are probably going to die from that decision, but like at the end of the day, like we accept that in some case. Like as much as I wish we had more public transit, I wouldn't be in favor of like banning cars because we could save more people though. Like I don't know. Like there are some things like.
Not a true war on cars advocate.
True. Yeah.
I mean, I guess.
But it's a bad analogy, but like I don't know. Like I just there is a cost to it, and when we're talking about capacity, I don't want to be a country spending like 25%, like a fourth of every dollar, it just goes to healthcare. I think that would be really bad. Like. I mean,
if people are getting good quality care for that, like if people are getting cool shit from that, I guess I don't know like why that'd be super bad necessarily. Like if we're a service sector economy primarily, and we're spending a lot of money on healthcare services, presumably people are getting some value, a decent amount of value over that.
Well, yeah, but I think there's like diminishing returns to the value you get, right? Like Germany or is probably spends like 13%. And they have a lot healthier population than we do. So like if we were to narrow it down, we'd probably be spending like 18% now. If we're really gonna curtail costs, we would probably be spending like 15. But it's like given that what do we really want to do? And I just don't like. I don't think there's much difference between Germany and the U.S. or pick a European country in the U.S. In terms of healthcare costs. I understand that like new technology in healthcare is good, but the degree it's good versus the degree that like a normal like basic OECD European country is good is much different than like a country that actually has healthcare issues than compared to the U.S.
Yeah. I would have to get exact numbers on this, but so the stuff I've seen, and I don't know, I don't think you keep up with me that much, but it's fine or whatever. Like I don't care, but like I've only recently begun the econometric stuff, so I don't feel super comfortable like when I see studies cited being able to like evaluate them myself at all as to like their quality or whatever. I know Sam, like I talked to Sam, and Sam has issues with a lot of the studies about essentially how sensitive investment is to profit expectations and things like that. But I think when you analyze it on like disability adjusted life years or whatever, which is just essentially like how long do you live, like healthier, like a healthy life. It does seem like a lot of like medical innovation has quite substantially helped that. And, even to the extent it doesn't, it just increased like, life expectancy, not disability, adjusted life years or whatever. I mean, it probably makes probably a lot of drugs that essentially increase the comfort of people who have, whatever disabilities. Obviously if I'm, really fucking old and my knees are aching and I, a drug that addresses that issue is not going to affect the disability adjusted life years, but it will make my life, measurably better. And I think that's, that's valuable too. I don't know exactly how we would quantify that, but I don't, I'm not seeing evidence that the trade-off would be worth it to reduce the amount of new drugs that we get.
Yeah, I'm just getting into econometrics too. I don't know. I've spent a lot of time reading theory, and I feel like that may have been a mistake. Yeah, I like digging the math I learned to like calc and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I do think, like intuitively, this is not like even an inductively good like argument, but
no worries,
like intuitively, I like when I see the administrative spending that private insurance does, and the fact that like they're not acting in cartels, I would imagine that would contribute at least more than marginal to healthcare costs. And then when you tap on like the doctor pay, like the physician pay, and the price of pharmaceuticals and everything else, I do think you could realistically save like not to what some of the single payer advocates say, but like quite a bit of money on healthcare costs. And would that reduce quality? Would that reduce innovation? Like maybe.
Can we get his number? Hard numbers.
But
what does the
honestly, I feel like
a life year is worth?
I don't know. I don't really know.
$5, Michael. I appreciate it. I guess I can ask it, but I don't think he's gonna. Yeah, I don't know. Like I'd have to do more research too to get like super strong opinions on this stuff. But
Can we get his number? Hard numbers. What is the post Keynesian think a year's life is worth? Okay. Like how do you quantify that? Like
yeah, I don't know.
Like I just feel like because there's tons of inefficiencies we tolerate under the current system that like literally do kill people. And if we prioritize like life expectancy over everything else, we could save money on that, right? Like we could ban all guns, but we hold like thresholds to that, or unironically based. But besides that, I just think that.
Yeah, I know there are economists who try to quantify the whatever statistical value of a life, and I know I think the government
I think that's kind of
like its own internal measure, whatever. Or at least we measure sort of implicitly what the government values a human life at. I think it's like something like $3 million or whatever. But
Well, yeah, that's probably compared to contributions they make. But if we're spending more on healthcare, they're going to like probably take away more contributions from other people that could make income wise, right? Like, I feel like that would I feel like that would be kind of self-defeating. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I know Nicholas Tucker has an article about the statistical value of the human life that he thinks is too high or whatever.
Yeah, maybe a rare W for Decker. I don't know.
Nicholas Tucker's my goat, except for the child porn takes.
Yeah. Well, listen.
And maybe the Israel takes too. But
yeah, true. I don't know. I need to look more into like empirical. That's gonna be my new thing is empirical stuff. Also, you're a debater. I'm kind of a debater. How much value do you think philosophy realistically does? Because I'm starting to become like a really hardcore anti-philosophy build. Not like really, but like I think I valued it too high initially too.
Yeah, I don't talk about philosophy that much. Usually when I do talk about philosophy, it's related to economics. Because either I talk about politics with people, and like that's it's usually just disputes over like, is Trump like actually insane or not? Like it's not dumb. It's not like actually very, very philosophical. It's usually pretty just a dispute over like some factual matter about like deportations or something. Or I talk about like economics, and to the extent I talk about philosophy, it's like, okay, well, I don't think you should use the NAP to justify your dumb libertarian whatever ANCAP bullshit. But I think it's likely, okay, and I've heard this from Sample, that philosophy is probably going to have pretty high diminishing returns. It's probably just not worth reading a ton beyond a lot of the 101 stuff.
That's my take. I'm reading like an intro to like an overview of ethics textbook right now on the side, and I just like after this I'm like I don't really see the point. I might read like a book on God eventually, and that's kind of gonna be it. I'll read like some articles here and there, but it's like I don't know. Like, is it really useful? I feel like philosophy is only good insofar as it teaches you how to like navigate certain things and argue a little bit better. But I don't know. Like, besides that. I agree with Sample.
I think people should have some general understanding of ethics. That's probably important for even political debates. But yeah, beyond that, who cares? For real.
Yeah, true. And also, I know Sample wants to get on the PK train. Do you think you're ever going to get on the PK train?
I don't know. I mean, like I'm not opposed to it. Like I don't think I'm informed enough to like. I brand myself as a neoliberal because that's sort of like broadly the beliefs I have or whatever, to the extent that neoliberal has meaning. But I'm not opposed to many of the PK train things, and I think I have some PK stuff. I'll probably certainly the ideas about the PK's business cycle and endogenous or it's not, that's not the term, the endogenous growth or whatever. What's the
endogenous growth, like path dependency or endogenous money? Like, what do you mean?
What's the whatever the people, the like Cambridge capital controversy shit, the whatever endogenous model that the PK people and that were proposing? What's that called? Like the
endogenous model? Because like Caldor mentioned like path dependency for growth theory in terms of the like the idea of increasing returns, kind of, and cumulative causation. But in terms of an endogenous model, I guess you could interpret Straffa in a way of like re-switching and stuff being kind of, I don't know.
I'm reading Wikipedia right now. The question of whether natural growth rate is exogenous or endogenous to demand.
That's like this, relating to Solow. Yeah. So that's something I think actually like new Keynesians have kind of endorsed a little bit. It's called now like hysteresis or hysteresis. Main idea is like, and you can look up like very basic kind of metrics on this. So like after 2008, you can see in like usually in Europe, but a little bit in the US, there's been a shock to potential output, and the estimations of them have been continuously revised down. Even using like different methodology, whether it's like the econ method or the like Nehru method, which is also new Keynesians are coming to view it as kind of endogenous too.
I'm doing good. Ashley.
So I feel like that's kind of like a lot less controversial than it was in the Cambridge Capital controversies, and it wasn't even that controversial for a new Keynesian jump to start incorporating demands and stuff. I think in the last 10 years, because like Solo had, exogenous technical progress and labor force growth, but like Romer develops endogenous growth theory too during the 80s, I think, which was like the human capital component or whatever. So.
Yeah, that stuff is definitely interesting to me. I'll probably read I know, I think you probably know who Charsky is. I know he doesn't like my price theory stuff that I've done to some left-leaning people, so I probably am going to read some of the Lord Keynes stuff on the post-Keynesian price theory, but yeah.
The best book you could get on it is called Post-Keynesian Price Theory. It's like maybe 200 pages. I haven't read the whole thing, but it's generally pretty good. It just goes over like empirical observations on cost curves, because if the cost curve's usually flat, then the supply curves aren't going to slip upwards, and that could have issues for price theory. And then it's like looking at things like the behavior of firms within their in the ways in which they target prices and like try and make profits off prices and stuff. It's an interesting book, but yeah, I mean, like I've looked into a lot of this, and I'd say I'm like a really big theory head, and I find that to be useful like when debating libertarians, because you can like bring up really esoteric debates that they don't pay attention to in terms of like how dumb Austrian econ is, but because they don't accept empirics. But I don't know. I feel like I gotta get on like the sample text line of reasoning of just like spamming articles now.
Yeah. I mean, the most frustrating thing, in my opinion, is just that people like speak with too much confidence. Like, you have like normie Republican people who like have like really strong opinions on government intervention in the economy and evil and stuff like that. It's like, okay, do you even have a like solid view of the business cycle, or are you just like repeating like some bullshit that you read from Thomas Sowell? Like, really, like, are we really
Yeah, and I don't know. I think I talked to Sam about this, and I think he probably agrees with me. Steve Keen is, I think, the worst thing to happen to post-Keynesian economics in terms of like an orator for the field. He like the worst guy. If you look at, like, I've looked at a lot of his modeling, it's the same model he made for his PhD thesis and nothing else. It's this fucking like Goodwin cycle Minsky model. And besides that, he makes like a couple of good critiques in like some of his books, but it's not from him, it's from other people. And then he just goes on and is like, economics is a cult, and like it's just like, shut the hell up, bro. Like, you're not helping anybody. Like, I think the guy's, I don't know.
Yeah,
if he's trying to change the world, he's definitely moving in a negative direction. So
that would make sense. Yeah. Well, okay.
All right. But yeah, I'm gonna go now. I'll see you.
All right. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. Yep. Oh yeah. Where were we? What were we doing? We're doing this, right? Got a little distracted, and I'm getting double distracted by my email. Wow. I guess the hard science of econ. Oh yeah, yeah. That was your issue. Hold on, I gotta pee real quick. Bunny hop. Oh, we're gonna be a bunch of bullshit. Real bunny hop bunny. Okay, enjoy. I gotta go. Oh my god, what the fuck? I'll be back in a second.
Yo. Hello. Oh, he's AFK. It's gonna be one of these things where I like join, and then like he can hear me the entire time, and then he's like not gonna come until I like am over it. So I just leave, and then he's like, "Oh, I heard all of that, by the way." We've had that like 5 times by now. He's peeing. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna leave, and then I'm gonna watch stream to see him say, "Oh, I heard all of that."
The shirt, by the way, if you haven't seen it, chat, goated, goated, the meme, the meme. Get him a blinky. Jump back to Bunny 9. Oh no, it's eating chicken. Oh no. Oh, Bunny 10's awesome though. Wow. Do you approve? Technically not. Denounce? I condemn the feeding of chicken to rabbits. It's probably not even healthy for them. I don't know for sure. I mean, we used to have pet rabbits. It was actually the same type of rabbit that Bunny 9 was. It was a New Zealand rabbit. I don't know if they eat. My understanding is that like they eat, insects. I think, but I don't even know if New Zealand rabbits are like wild. They might just be totally domesticated. It might be selectively bred. Okay, this is about eating rabbits. Why, when I highlight this and hit backspace, did not what I want to do? ping sample, get him back on. Sample join while I was gone. Our boys do not actually meet. Yeah, we used to have rabbits like these. I think you're gaslighting me, actually. Was never here. Liar. Oh no, he was here. Was he talking to me or was he just
Even
interpreting
these like
chat?
these things where I like join, and then like he can hear me the entire time, and then he's yo, hello,
Oh, what's up?
what's up? I'm good. Python's abusing me. I've been staying up all night just recreating a slop regression I read about.
Let's go. About what?
I
What
like
is it?
it. I like
Is it about
it.
the? I know you were planning on doing the DC crime stuff. Is it about that, or is it?
No, the data was too annoying. I was you know what Jevons paradox is?
Nope.
That's like a degrowther argument. So, the argument is this: let's see if you could spot the fallacy. Let's say we have some polluting technologies, right?
Mhm.
Like oil or something. Well, if we actually increase, energy efficiency and green energy and all that, then you can have it depending on the elasticities. The case that would now consume even more energy, and that's like that. So, yeah, that's like the paradox. Increases in efficiency.
What do you mean
Increase.
increase in?
Yeah, well, the thing is, okay, so Noah Smith wrote a good article about it. The thing is, basically, if imagine we have oil, right?
Yeah.
And then we increase the efficiency of production of oil or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so now the marginal cost goes down, the supply curve shifts to the right. Yeah, we do consume more oil. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
But with green energy, which often Jevon paradox types apply to green energy, that's not the case. It's not that the marginal cost gets reduced. It's that we have a substitution, so the demand falls for oil.
Yeah.
And so oil consumption would go down. Now, green energy consumption would go up, but it's green energy. It's good. So it's not polluting. So who cares? Right? That's the argument. So, yeah. So that's basically what it's called. It's called like the rebound effect or like a Jevons paradox and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, so I was just reading around and some people did like a regression. I don't like regressions that much. I mean, no one should, but it's better than anything degrowthers society ever. And they just did like, they took an index of energy efficiency by state and regressed it to explain energy consumption, controlling for a bunch of stuff like temperature changes and manufacturing and income. And I was just, so they cited all their sources and I was just like going one by one, downloading the data and putting it all in a big CSV. And now I'm in do the final regression stage. And Python is just like, oh, by the way, we cannot import NumPy, which is like one of the most basic libraries ever, by the way. I don't know why it's doing that. I'm running it again now. Let's hope. Nope, nothing improved. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's like really awesome. Yeah, so I don't know. I've been losing my mind. But wait, yeah, what are you covering right now? Oh, by the way, it's been a nightmare to download a lot of the data because of the shutdown. So just
let's go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, the next BLS report might even get delayed, but we'll see.
Oof, that's bad.
I don't know. I've gotten distracted. And I was going to talk a little bit more about the shutdown and just healthcare or whatever. I guess I did talk to just more broadly about healthcare with the the Caldor fan a little bit ago, but I don't know we talked
Oh, with
about
Nick?
yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess talked a little bit about the shutdown, I guess, and talked about what I've talked about again, because the chat wanted to hear about it again, I guess. The Matt Brunegg Twitter stuff with the investment and blind trust. I don't
Oh
know
yeah,
if
that's very dumb. That's very dumb. I saw, but yeah, Rose wants to talk with me about it. I don't know how I can steel man it. It seems like he's only talking. I don't know. Matt Brunig is fucking.
Well, I think this isn't exactly the steel.
I don't think he's dumb. I don't think he's all that. I don't think he's all that.
Sure. I do think there are maybe cases of people confusing his arguments, because he does part of his argument is just trying to combat the desert claims to wealth and everything. And he's not necessarily
not read
that,
not fun blog. Oh my god, man.
But
he's not read your blog. That's so sad.
Exactly. Do you want to know what was depressing that I saw? I saw Thomas Sowell actually has a I saw the Price Theory Brian, I always forget how to pronounce his last name, tweet about this. Yeah. He tweeted some Thomas Sowell stuff. Thomas Sowell. This is the one good thing I've seen from Thomas Sowell. Okay, this is the only.
Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, I've seen this.
This is the only thing Eric good he's ever written. Okay, the one and only thing. But he wrote about it too. But regardless, I don't know. But I think there are people confusing sometimes. Him just saying hey, it's not actually the case that these people really have a some moral claim to their post. To him saying that socialism is actually better because egalitarian distribution of wealth, blah 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 blah. We need state ownership for everything. But
yeah,
I don't know. But yeah,
mm-hmm.
I need to go on an arc to justify financial markets, and not to justify them, to find more intuitive ways to justify them, because people don't see the value in them. People, I need to read more about it. Remember when you were talking to the first Amendo dude? I don't know if you remember the part where he was just investors provide no value, the stock market provides no value other than the initial investment. Okay, beyond that, it's all
Wait, Terrace, I gotta know something. Terrace, do you think utility is ordinal or cardinal?
Cardinal, but not interpersonally comparable. As in.
Oh right.
Also,
right, okay.
Also, I have to clarify this. Because the thing is, I don't know if you've seen Coase versus Becker on utility theory, but there's a good video. But Coase is right. It's you can't really have a measure utils because utils don't exist. But you can still have cardinal utility, and the way you do that is just by if you're doing any sort of trade or transaction, you just compare the one utils to the other, and then you sort of have a ratio between the two, and that's a ratio which
just do von Neumann mortgage term.
Yes, but that still only works. At the very end of the day, it's still a dimensionless quantity that's expressed. So there aren't actually utils involved in it.
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
I just mean, let's say good A gives me a marginal utility of 1 util, and the second good gives me a marginal util of 2. I'll keep trading until the price ratio is 1 to 2 along my indifference curve. But at the end of the day, it's just dimensionless. There isn't actually a unit called utils. And also, even if there were a unit called utils, it wouldn't necessarily be comparable between people. My 1 util wouldn't necessarily equal your 1 util.
How would it not? You just.
I'm not
defining
listening
it.
I'm not listening too much because I'm doing something else in Python, but we can talk about this later.
Okay, damn.
How would it not?
Tyrus, what was the I added you about this. I don't know why you joined. What was the argument that
Argentina?
Bailing out Argentina would be good for the U.S.
Oh, I from what I just heard about Besant buying Argentinian pesos and parking them in Argentinian peso treasury bonds, I think is a plus expected value trade. So I don't necessarily think it will lose money. So I don't think there's really any transfer of real income from the US to Argentina. I think I would expect both countries to benefit from it. Now, I'm not saying that the US should intervene
Yeah.
As a normative thing, but I highly doubt it will lose money. Well, actually, I don't highly doubt. I just have the expectation that it will make money. If I could take part in the deal and buy 0.001% into the deal, I would.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I had someone ask me about it earlier, and I said, I said kind of, I don't have as good a justification, but yeah.
I mean, the peso is undervalued, and it has a real interest rate of like 60%. So, can't get better than that.
What I remember asking you about why you thought their assets were undervalued. What's the justification that the peso is undervalued too?
The justification for the peso being undervalued is that Argentinian goods priced in, if you converted pesos to US dollars, would be cheap compared to as if they were sold in the US. That's one reason they're undervalued. The second reason is that Argentina has higher real interest rates than the US. That's why you should invest. If you want a currency you should short, it would be the Swiss franc, because they have very low interest rates and their currency is overvalued by a lot. Like, everything's very expensive in Switzerland.
Oh,
the currency you should buy is the
currency.
You should buy you should buy the Mexican peso and the Brazilian real. They're cheap and they have high interest rates.
All right.
Yeah.
I guess Tyrus, you might have something to read on this too, Tyrus, honestly. But for a sample, if he's not still busy doing his stupid Python stuff,
right?
I need to be able to intuitively justify financial markets and like just capital allocation more generally to probably primarily more like left-leaning people, because like they don't there's just so many like popular stock memes about.
I think it's kind of hopeless.
It's hopeless.
I'll be real.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, what would the objection be? I mean,
people.
They could.
One would just say like
they're just like doing that.
I mean, the Matt Bruning stuff. Just call him an idiot. Okay, he's old enough. You're not going to educate him.
Why should we debate with Kautsky? It's enough that we call him a class trader, and everyone will understand. That's a reference. That's a fake Lenin quote that people cite a lot.
But yeah, I mean, like people say, one, it only benefits the wealthy, and 90% of the stock market owned by 1% of people, whatever. Like, some of those are definitely made up numbers, but I haven't read super far into them. Then yeah, people say like, oh, like I remember that do a sample talk to is like, oh, essentially investors only provide the like upfront capital like one time, and beyond that stocks are just useless, right? They're not actually doing anything. And then people will say like, oh, people do the stock buyback memes, and I think I'm good on the stock buyback memes, but yeah, people generally have issues.
Well, like on that second point, basically the argument is It's fine if you have a primary market for shares, but there's no point having a secondary market like the New York Stock Exchange where they just go wash around and trade shares among themselves. You should just say, well, without the existence of the secondary market and the liquidity that adds, virtually no one would want to invest in the primary market if they had to hold them forever, presumably. And then firms would have a far higher cost of capital and wages would be lower. Basically, always circle back to wages are lower if capital is more scarce.
But don't you know, they need to suppress wages because they need, in the stock market, they need profits to always be growing, okay? They can't, there needs to be infinite growth, all right? What is going to do that mean?
Yeah, I got the same results as the regression. I just finished running it, and yeah. Let's go.
It is like a Galecki thing, like the higher wages are, the higher profits are. I don't know. Some silly Keynesian thing. It's like you raise wages, but there's like a multiplier, so the income growth in the economy as a whole is greater than the wages, so then you end up with more profits. Now, I wouldn't argue that, but so this argument wouldn't work on me, but you could use it.
Okay.
Also, with the buybacks, just say Tobin's Q will drive more investment.
That's big. Yeah, just say Tobin's Q when in doubt.
Yeah, just say
why is utility not interpersonally comparable? Did I not own you on that already?
Well, I will explain why. Because the assumption relies the way you would be able to compare utilities between people was if we could actually swap our positions. Like, if I thought your life was twice as good as mine, I would take a 50% chance of taking up your life
but their levels
and being dead.
All right.
Yes. But I don't think we can do that, and that's not possible, and I don't think it's possible to...
What do you mean? Well, I cannot. I don't think we can switch lives, but
yes,
I think we can. I mean, come on, that's dumb. I mean, there's wait. So, I mean, well, I'm so tired. My brain is like running on 20 speed, but I understand. I understand everything. What I was gonna say is that there are things that we cannot take a bet on that we still have utility over.
True, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're comparable. Like, if we can't make a bet on it or we can't do a trade on it, we don't know where it lies.
Well, okay. So, for example, do you think we can say someone hears music twice as loud as another person?
I have no idea. I would ask a neuroscientist or something.
Okay. So I cannot say I hear the music louder than this deaf guy.
Also, there's a one that would only prove to be ordinal. Secondly, there is such a thing
but still
as decibels, and it's measurable, but we can't implant a util chip in someone's brain.
Decibel, to be clear, decibels are only like a measure of the airwaves or something. A deaf person hears the same, gets met with the same decibels as another person, but hears nothing. So that's not
I was imagining some sort of constant towards them for their deafness, like a 1 if they were fully able to hear, and a 0 if they were deaf.
Right. But people have different, call it, elasticity of hearing to sound or something.
Cool.
I'm so confused with the false.
Sound elasticities of hearing. I guess that's the name. Yeah, so imagine someone who's like really deaf, not completely deaf, but like very, very deaf.
Oh, decibels
Like
are a
Beethoven
log. I know
towards the end
that.
of the line. Can I not say I hear the music louder than him if he's like 1,000 kilometers away and I'm like very close to the music? We have different,
Maybe.
sound elasticity of
Maybe, unless you can embody both people, you don't know.
Well, I don't target. I'm not saying about knowing. I'm saying if there's a fact of the matter. If it seems to you like there's a fact of the matter.
Oh, as if it could be, if it was revealed to me by God, like I can ask God, is this true? What would...
Sure, but that's not what I mean when I say it, but sure. I just mean that it's in there, in reality.
I don't know, maybe.
Maybe. That's right.
Can I ask you another question?
Yeah.
If I choose A over B, that means that I have higher utility for A than B, right?
Sure.
All right. And you think utility is measured by pain minus pleasure minus pain?
Pain minus pleasure. I hate everyone. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's fine.
Wait, you mean pleasure minus pain, right?
No, I was meaning.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right. I would personally choose not to go into the utility, the Nozick, whatever, something machine. I would personally choose not to. So
you're underpricing it. You're getting sent to a utilitarian re-education.
I think even given complete information,
you're being irrational.
I would not come to regret my decision.
Yeah, you're being irrational. You're being irrational.
I don't think I'm being irrational. Irrational would suggest that with complete information, I would change my decision.
Irrational means that what you're doing is not in your self-interest.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, what's up?
All right. Tyrus, look up a post set. What you're trying to describe has like relative incomparability.
What am I searching up? How do I spell it?
A partially ordered set. Ordinal versus cardinal doesn't apply.
We're aware. Math guy, Jones.
Is this with the hearing thing?
To use sample. You chose exactly the wrong example because hearing is exactly multiplicative. If I hear 2 less dBs than somebody else, that's 2 orders of magnitude less than somebody else.
Well,
that's not even including the frequency bandwidth of the personal ear. So you have to convolute the transmission signal with the system.
Okay. Minus the big words, dude. I'm on like 0 hours of sleep. Can we not?
Well,
it doesn't matter for the conceptual thing. It's just decibel is log scale, so I don't think what you said made sense technically when you consider decibel as log scale, but it doesn't matter conceptually. I don't think for the point.
Put that aside. Whatever you.
No, it does matter conceptually.
Did you kick him or what?
No, he just left. I wasn't.
Okay. Yeah, I'm saying.
I sort of didn't. I didn't completely understand his point, but. I'm now learning about partially ordered sets.
Don't worry about it.
I'll have to get back to you on this sample after I understand. I have to.
No. You don't. You really don't need to know. But you
need to understand set theory before I can address any of this.
You don't need to know about post sets. You don't need to know about post sets.
No, I do. Probably do.
Okay, bro.
I need to know all of math as well.
Okay, bro.
Okay. I'm
saying. Do you want to continue the debate, or do you want to cover the shutdown or some gay shit?
I don't want to. You don't seem to want to either.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back to my stuff then. Cooler stuff.
Okay.
Done utility maximizing. What are you even on for?
I don't know. A bunch of random bullshit. Whatever stuff my chat keeps linking me to distract me from what I actually plan on doing today.
Yeah, either way, I'm gonna go. I'm very tired. Bye bye. I finished the regression though. I fixed everything. Yeah. All right.
Talk to congrats on your regression.
Talk to her. Wait, you said something?
I don't know. What is he progressing on?
Who's progressing on what?
You're progressing on something, I heard.
Oh, do you know Jevons paradox? Jevons? Oh, I did a regression.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Yeah, wait, 1 second. Yeah, you know about Jevons paradox?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm just testing it empirically. That's all. It's fake.
Whoa.
But yeah. Either way, I'm gonna go now. Talk to her later. Talk to her.
I'm gonna talk to you later too, Tyrus.
All right. Bye.
All right, see ya. Okay, where were we? Hold on. I totally forgot. I just want to make sure I'm not being talked about behind my back. Okay. I was just gonna follow up on what she said after I left. I don't know if she said anything.
Other
kind of doubt it.
Like he's able to present tanky ideas in a way more palatable way. In some sense, not mention that part. So when he's like swarming you with a bunch of like pro tanky,
hardcore compared to.
Appreciate it when you say that you don't know
sector into soft. So I think about 9. Oh my god, why am I so loud? No, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't do anything crazy. 140 billion.
Non-fun actually convinced me to almost eliminate shrimp from my diet. It's been going to an economics tangent, which is about shrimp. Oh my god. Okay, sorry.
Hardcore compared to.
They competed fiercely, and then they installed yellow.
No, Wintermute. Why?
And a fucking drunk, and then.
One person in chat didn't like me. Okay, damn, unbelievable. Anyway, okay, Jesus. State of the economy is often listed as the #1 issue voters care about, and unlike some topics like abortion and immigration, most people are pragmatic about various economic approaches. They tend to care about results more than ideology. One objection to targeting economic information might be that economists disagree with one another too much to come to any agreements regarding which beliefs are false. Yet economics is like any other field, in that while there are disputes within the community, there are propositions that practically all experts hold. As Brian Kaplan writes in The Myth of a Rational Voter. Shit, I gotta read that eventually. I've seen a lot of people recommend it, bro. Why did Spotify automatically pause my playback? I didn't even say impulse response. Unbelievable. There are numerous surveys of economic beliefs of both economists and the general public. They broadly confirm the wide divergence with which Newcomb maintained all are familiar. Take the case of free trade versus protection, a long-running survey initiated by J.R. Carroll, someone in co-authors, has repeatedly asked economists whether they agree that tariffs and import quotas generally reduce the usually reduce the general welfare of society. In 2000, 72.5% mainly agreed, an additional 20.1% agreed with Provoso's. Only 6% generally disagreed. The breakdown for 1990 and the late 1970s were even more lopsided in favor of free trade. What about the public's views on the matter? The public always leans decidedly in favor of protection. Support for free trade bottomed out in 1977 with only 18% sympathized with eliminating tariffs. Hey, I bet it's actually higher now. Okay, now that we have the backlash to all the Trump tariffs, I bet it's higher. 66% thought they were necessary, but public opinion remains protectionist in absolute terms. In 2002, sympathy for ending tariffs reached a historic high of 38%. Versus 50% who took the opposite view. Furthermore, 85% of respondents that year said that protecting the jobs of American workers should be a very important goal of foreign policy, an all-time high. If anti-foreign bias really exists, there are patterns you would expect. Comparable evidence can be marshaled for the other biases explored in the last chapter. Take anti-market bias in the late 1970s. Carol et al. Asked economists whether wage price control should be used to control inflation. Almost 3/4 of economists generally disagreed. In contrast, the General Social Survey, henceforth GSS, reports solid majorities of non-economists think that it should be the government's responsibility to keep prices under control. In fairness, I don't think this is how the public is interpreting this. And I bet the question is worded to make this clear, but technically, maybe they're just interpreting it as, should the Federal Reserve have an inflation target? Okay, maybe that's how. Those who outnumber those who agree outnumber those who disagree by at least 2 to 1, and often 3 to 1. Causal empiricism and formal empiricism are in sync. Economists trust competition. Non-economists want government to lash approaches businesses. This book was published in 2007. Here's a poll from 2012 of a few dozen economists, in which not a single one thought free trade made America worse off. In 2016, 90% of economists said that letting in more immigrants with advanced degrees would raise per capita income in the U.S. over time, with 6% uncertain, 0% disagreeing. One might object to the wording of the questions, as it could have instead asked about the impacts of Americans already born here. Allowing in people who earn higher than average national incomes might simply raise per capita GDP by adding those workers to the population. But I don't think the answers here depend on the exact word choice, given that poll respondents were allowed to leave comments, and some shared exactly what they were thinking. MIT economist Richard Samuel C. noted that if that's not right, almost all of economics is wrong. Austin Goolsbee simply says, see, under History American, real. Some noted that there are losers who might need to be compensated, but nobody left a comment saying, I'm only agreeing with this statement because the new immigrants have high incomes while the effects on Americans, natives, are neutral or negative. That would be an obvious thing to note if that was a position held by any of the respondents. An overwhelming majority also agreed that high school migration would reduce the premium earned by American workers with similar degrees, at least in a short term. Yet, among those who agreed, several left comments that the effects would probably be small and temporary. Even here, 17% were uncertain and 4% disagreed. Overall, the consensus position among economists is that high skill immigration is good for American society. There's a weaker consensus that it's bad for some subset of the population, but it's seen as a relatively small and temporary problem, even for them. When Senator Eric Schmidt tells the National Conservative Conference that skilled immigrants are destroying the economic prospects of American children, he's spreading false beliefs in the same way a public figure talking about the dangers of chemtrails. Real. I will say, even if you object to the, because econ is obviously a social science, soft science, whereas whatever environmental science that would use to disprove chemtrails, I guess, would not be. But 15 likes, nice. Yeah, we had a decent number of people watching a little bit ago. Listen, as soon as I started the healthcare conversation, okay, fell off hard. I noticed it. But I like the conversation, so I don't care. But you can see, I was averaging 7 to 13 or whatever. It's and then here I start talking about the nerdy shit, and then it's over. It's over. Regardless. Another place where economists and public diverge is on the cost of housing. One of the most important challenges. Oh wait, I was going to say, certainly, at least, people just lie. Politicians just lie about, for example, the BLS. We were talking about that earlier with North. Even it's even if you don't buy into this strong of a statement or whatever, the politicians who just straight up lie about how the BLS collects data, or the BLS is super politically biased, or even the stuff about native-born employment. Although, in fairness, some of those lies aren't malicious. It's just a genuine misunderstanding of how the data for native-born versus foreign-born employment is calculated. People just don't know. That's that's just bad. Healthcare is an important economic concern so long as governments are so heavily involved. I mean, I think it would obviously be a concern even if governments weren't involved. I don't it wouldn't be if the government just wasn't involved at all, it wouldn't be a political concern insofar as I guess the government was prevented from interfering. Because obviously, if governments weren't interfering, that wouldn't that wouldn't last for long in a democracy. You would immediately have some party to change that, but people would still care a lot about healthcare. Recent polls showed only 24% of Americans believe that building more housing in their communities would reduce prices, while 44% thought it would raise them. This is plain flat earthism. The elites never accuse NIMBYs of spreading misinformation like they do when public figures deny global warming or the idea vaccines work. The common thread here is that economists trust markets a lot more than the public does. One of the dangers of policing misinformation is that experts may use their credentials to cover as a cover to sneak in their values. When we try to manage this in other areas of life, when we say people who deny vaccines work spread misinformation, that is true. But some who argue that individual liberty considerations suggest that we should not mandate vaccines, not spreading misinformation, even if we may disagree with them. The lines are in practice hard to draw, since anti-vaxxers will often justify their opposition to vaccine mandates by citing specific scientific concerns that they are simply misinformed about. Nonetheless, we need to find a way to strike a balance, and I think it's a good thing that scientific journals and the mainstream media don't platform anti-vaxxers in their arguments. We can have a similar approach to economics. How do I prevent Discord from pausing my Spotify playback, bro? Why is it doing this to me? Let me do 5 things at once, Discord. I'll have to look it up later. One can prefer a more or less equal society. You can want to favor citizens over foreigners and debate the extent to which that is appropriate, but there should be a taboo on saying things that are simply false, like raising housing supply won't reduce cost. There is no connection between the amount of money in circulation and inflation, or that Americans don't become much better off as a result of high school immigration. Economists should point to their credentials and status as experts in the field to say such beliefs are simply not true. When a serious newspaper is covering statements of a politician who thinks that vaccines cause autism, it will note his claims before informing the audience that they are without merit. This drives conservatives off the wall because they often believe false things, but it is what responsible journalists should do. Yet false economic beliefs are rarely treated in the same way. I don't think that's because there's much less certainty about the laws of economics. There has been enough data, and the theories underlying mainstream economics are so strong that we've reached on many questions what has to be considered an adequate level of scientific certainty. We simply know a lot about commonly made arguments by regular people and politicians about the way the economy works are simply false. Hold on. Okay, actually, I'm lying. I gotta look this up right now. Stop Discord from stopping Spotify. Are you fucking kidding me? Disconnect the Spotify from my Discord account. That seems to work. Okay, well, I guess no one gets to know what I listen to now. Unlink. What an unbelievably stupid thing, dog. Really? It's prevent piracy? Like, why do economists seem not to be as into fighting misinformation as scholars in other fields? In part, economics draws a disproportionate share of many intellectuals who aren't actually interested in discovering new knowledge. Many academics go into sociology, political theory, seeing themselves as activists, and policing misinformation is a natural extension of their political role. What are the odds I can find a paper in an economic journal questioning the fundamentals of supply and demand? like published in a. It might depend on what you mean by questioning fundamentals. Like published in a top 5 journal. I don't think you would find anything sort of like substantively questioning the fundamentals. You would certainly gonna find. I mean, you're gonna find stuff. Talk about sort of some of the assumptions underlying it are not going to be true in many cases. But yeah, I mean that's like it's relatively consensus at this point, is my understanding, that like all markets are gonna be on sort of some spectrum of monopoly or oligopoly, right? Like it's gonna be. It's not that markets are either kind of very close to perfectly competitive, and firms have no price setting power, or there's a cartel and or monopoly where firms do have price setting power. Like there's going to be, degrees of that. And that's kind of, certainly you could find papers published that are along those lines, I bet. But I don't know if you would, I don't know if you would see anything like sort of substantially questioning it. Like the true fundamentals. Yeah, I mean, you'll probably find stuff in post-Keynesian journals, but there are also partisan factors at work here. 2003 study show that members of the American Economic Association were 2.5 times more likely to support Democrats than Republicans. Wait, really? In 2003? That's surprising. A more recent review found that among those working at the Federal Reserve, Democratic economists outnumber Republicans 10-1. How recent is more recent? 2022? Yeah, that makes sense. It surprised me was 2.5 times more Democrats than Republicans in 2003. Few things should be noted here. First, a partisan split among economists should make you more likely to accept the pro-market positions that practically all economists agree on are actually correct. It's like if biology departments were overwhelmingly filled with evangelical Christians, but they had to admit Darwinian evolution was true. I have my criticisms of the field, but they're in a direction that makes sense, as I think economists are not pro-market enough. For example, I can't understand why there isn't universal hostility among economists to labor unions, but given the political tilt to the left, it makes little sense to suspect a bias towards pro-market positions. Sometimes it is argued that bias is towards markets themselves, but each effort to create an alternative view of economics that fundamentally breaks with these assumptions in order to the field, from Marxism to the recent rise in MAGA and Maoism, has failed miserably. Partisan commitments of economists help explain why they're not too excited about correcting misinformation about their field. Doing so would involve spending a lot of energy attacking the left. To be fair, they do this occasionally, as when Bernie Sanders released his 2016 budget and liberal economists pounced. And when Trump announced his Liberation Day tariffs, I saw a lot of the same energy. This is good. We need more of it. There should be at least as much effort going towards combating economic misinformation as there is talking anti-vax and climate change denial. I wish that the elites of all type would conceive of themselves less as a member of a tribe in blue/red terms and more on the side of reason. And when individuals have relevant expertise, they should usually defend knowledge that has been produced by their field in practical terms. This would mean attacking economic illiteracy, no matter where it comes from on a political spectrum. And people are not going to... obviously, people are going to be naturally tribal, but also people, even if you're not like naturally tribal, like if you truly just believe that like one side is like significantly better than the other, you like there is a like genuine like actual expected value utilitarian concern there of like just like if I put out like a substantive critique of some Democrat policy, is that is it going to lead to more harm insofar as people use it to justify like voting against Democrats or whatever, and it leads to worse people getting elected. But the truth, of course, does matter. Okay, does matter, believe it or not. Where were we? In addition to individuals adopting different attitudes, we could benefit from the creation of institutions developed to combating economic misinformation. Truth is valuable for its own sake, but the benefits it can bring to the world will always be limited by the degree to which it is drowned out in a sea of ignorance. For readers who are passionate about economics as a field, I would suggest popularizing what is already learned about the world. May be a more useful endeavor than placing another small brick in the edifice of human knowledge. Real. Unfortunately. What the hell is this, Tyrus? Donate or sell organs? Dude, let's go. This is the most like schizo fucking blog thing looking ever. Six facing to the top of the waiting list. Sounds like a caring fair solution. But is it really? This guy wants to sell organs or whatever. Wow. What is this? No, it's just parties. Is this what Richard Donati linked? Or I guess this is not 2.5 times, right? This is. What are they even criticizing? Just the like estimates of a deficit impact, or I'm not a fan of the Jewish World Review. It just looks very schizo. This is an incredible ad. Likely to produce 5.3% a year real GDP growth. That's not just wrong, not just likely to reach false conclusions about the likely impacts of policies, but further opens the gates for hell of like conservative economists Arthur Laffer and John Cochrane to dance around and get their garbage into the press. Real. Wait, is this guy really? What? What's wrong with? I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Is this dude really garbage? I've liked most of what I've seen from him, but 5.3% a year real GDP growth is insane. I'm pretty sure Trump basically, like that's literally a Trumpian claim. I think Trump claimed almost exactly the same thing. Although he tends to exaggerate even more now, so I bet he's up to claiming we're gonna get fucking 20% growth. People taking the Laffer curve seriously is why so many people think econ is a joke. Real. I guess I don't. It like again. I think I think you might just be people talk to people who are like just too overconfident. So I think you probably see just like people like progressive people are just gonna run into idiots who are like, oh my god, the minimum wage is so evil, it's gonna cause so much unemployment, and don't you know all tax cuts pay for themselves, and don't you know that any government intervention is bad, and like they're not even like citing papers or whatever, like the people, you know, PPG talks to, right? Other than me, just as an example, right? And people PPG is talking to are not people citing journals for anything. Not people who have like serious developed opinions. They are people doing the memes of tax cuts pay for itself, laugh recur, blah 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 blah. So much money are we saving from these shutdowns? Are our debts paid yet? All of it, actually, all of it. We're getting there. Don't worry. Technically, we don't even like. I mean, you don't actually save that much money in the government shutdown, right? Because you just have to. I mean, you have to pay out more afterwards, right? Like the employees who are not getting paid right now from the government shutdown are like they get paid in the next funding bill, right? Like it's not just like they are fucking slaves. I mean, I could be wrong there. Maybe we don't technically have to, but our is back pay the right term? Our government workers given back pay after shutdown. Oh, only in 2019 though, which provides immediate retroactive pay to federal employees after a shutdown. So like I think there's a lot of there's probably other things as well. Where we're not like really saving money. Like there's probably contracts that the government's not paying out, but upon the government shutdown ending, they will pay out. So I don't even know if you save it. I don't actually know if you save much money at all from a government shutdown. I think it's, you know. Okay, but thank God we are stopping those ACA subsidies from being extended. Okay, that's where the real money is being saved. Since government mentioned firings? What? I'm a little...
Increase institutional...
Okay, we're definitely not watching this whole thing. I'm just curious what the argument is. When does this do get the opening statement?
Using their sexuality because you said young people getting laid.
Sorry, texting early by accident. I meant they mentioned firing, so maybe they won't get back pay. Oh, maybe.
And have the I'm telling you,
that's right.
Machine gun
Although
carrying.
even that, okay. I'm pretty sure there was an article like literally yesterday. I remember I checked the like I was just going through my notes and I found this like old link. I don't even think it's not really updated anymore. Even that, like half these agencies just like rehire, like have to spend more rehiring people because it turns out they actually did need, people, but rehiring workers and spending more after Doge is pushed to cut. The government is shut down. Can we just start a new one from scratch? I don't recognize it anymore. That's how we get out of our debt, right? Is we just like make a new government. Just like ours, just declare bankruptcy. We just like make a new. We're like, hey, we you know, this is the solution. Okay, we're like, hey, you know, we got a prime minister now. Okay, this is an entirely different government. Okay, you know, don't even have the same president Congress. Okay, now we have we just copy like Britain's political system. And we're like, we're different now. This is a entirely new thing. I don't know if Britain's political system would be the one to copy, honestly. Yeah, it was foreclosed. Now it's a Commonwealth and independent states. Hell yeah. It's not to bring people back. Patent picked up in recent weeks ahead of the fiscal year. Hundreds of employees whose jobs have been cut. We're taking a fork deferred resignation deal, which sent them home from work but kept them on federal payroll through the end of the fiscal year, are now being offered their jobs back, according to multiple federal workers who requested anonymity because they feel reprisal from the Trump administration for speaking publicly. That includes around 285 employees at GSA's Public Building Service Division. 670 jobs were eliminated this year. Given a deadline on October 1st to decide. Okay, no memes doesn't work like that. If a revolution or collapse happens, is the new country debt free? I mean, like, you could choose to be debt free, but you know it would essentially have the same consequences as if the U.S. chose to be debt free by just saying we're just not going to pay out our bonds anymore, right? Like the U.S. could just say, our Treasury and our Fed is just not gonna, we're just not gonna honor our debt commitments, and like we could do that, but there'd be like no investment in the U.S. anymore. it'd be essentially the same thing. Like there'd probably be more leniency, like if you literally had like a new government, because countries would be like, okay, I guess you're. A new government, I have some amount of faith that this new government is going to honor its new debt commitments. Whereas if the existing U.S. government said we're not going to honor existing debt commitments, no one would think that the U.S. would continue to honor new debt commitments, right? But let's say Cali, Oregon, and Washington created a Cascadia country. What happens? I mean, I think technically, like California almost certainly operates at a deficit, right? I mean, they already have their own debt, so I mean, I don't think much would happen, other than they would now be solely responsible for their own debt. Because I'm sure the federal government, I know especially during COVID, like the federal government is like subsidizing individual states' debts, like
hard chargers.
If you're gay, you're gay. If chicks not around, you think that, oh, well, women being around makes men straight. No, that doesn't make men straight. If you're gay, you're gay. At the end of the day, if that's what you think, and you even alluded to this in your opening, you said that eliminating women increases homosexuality.
Wait, did he give his opening first?
Homosexual activity. I'll leave it there.
Perfect. Thank you. Military.
You should bring on Doomerad again to talk about what?
That we're focusing on meritocratic issues. Homosexual activity.
So what are the other 220,000 women doing? I'll tell you.
I mean, I like technically I think technically he still has stream room perms. I don't actually know if he's in my server still. I believe he is. No, yeah, he is. Race and IQ. I'd have to prepare a lot for that discussion, I think, and I would opportunity cost, I think, is too high.
25% of them, which is estimated to be around 56,000 women, are in administrative and clerical roles, which consist of managing personnel records, processing paperwork, coordinating schedules, handling correspondence and finances, and supporting leaders with administrative functions. Now, to be fair, I think these roles here are gender neutral. But 75% of the other supportive roles, I think men are more optimal at these jobs, which they consist of security. Men are better. Technical work and electricians and other technical areas, men are better. Medical, men are better, especially when it comes to combat medics at the front lines, managing and transporting supplies, equipment.
The combat thing, I get it, whatever, just because there's going to be like actual physical differences there. But like, even if on average, like I probably agree, like on average, men are more likely to be a better technician than women or whatever. But why are we like, isn't there just like an objective standard for that stuff?
Equipment, men are better. All of these supportive roles here,
like you're going to see like a gender disparity. Like you're probably going to see 70, 80, 90% of the technicians be male or whatever. But like there's still like, it's just a standard there to apply that woman conceivably could meet. What do you think of Charles Murray's economic prescriptions? I don't know enough.
Require things like upper body strength and grip strength and to transport equipment, being physically bigger and stronger to secure.
Why am I thinking? I'm thinking of a fucking serial killer when I hear Charles Murray. What am I? Oh, he's the bell curve dude. Charles Murray's pretty dumb. Real. I don't know. Hasn't he spoken about he doesn't like welfare because it allows more low IQ people to reproduce or whatever. I feel like. Yeah, largely counterproductive. He's still left when he wrapped around. Too many such cases. Wait. Replacing welfare with universal basic income was the best way to adapt the radically changing U.S. jobs market. Wait, okay, based actually. No, never mind. I'm a race realist now. I'll defend him. Let's go. Annual cost of UBI would have been about 200 billion cheaper than the current system. What the hell? There's no way that's true, depending on how much the payment is.
Secure a location or personnel, having the mental ability to work good under pressure. Women are higher in trait neuroticism, so they feel more negative emotions than men under pressure. Men are more tactical, more analytical, and men are better deductive problem solvers.
What is HBD? Is that like heritability something?
Now, for the 56,000 women who are basically pushing paperwork, I'm fine with them pushing some paperwork, right? But the question is, should women serve in the military? And I don't think they should in most supportive roles. We have a population crisis, not a military crisis. So basically, all of these positions that women hold in the military.
Oh, he's just saying like get rid of literally everything. UBI used to be financed by getting rid of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, supplemental Social Security income, housing subsidies, welfare for single like.
Men are better at. What women should be doing is doing things they are better at, which is having babies, giving birth to the next generations and generations to come. And they're not even doing that. We are currently below population replacement level. It takes 2.1 babies to currently sustain our current population. And currently we are at 1.6 babies per women. And women also abort over 1 million babies per year. So women are not even doing their duties. Why should we allow them to do a man's duty? It's nonsensical. With that being said, if you think about it, the future of our population is we need the military. For the future of our population, we would need to protect them. But if women aren't having babies, then why do we even need the military? What are we protecting our population from if we don't have a population? So I think that men and women have distinct roles, and I think that they should stick to them. That's my ending there.
Okay. I was just curious what the arguments would be. So that's something, I guess. You think they're still? Do you think they just derailed to abortion? $20 as they fucking just immediately derailed to abortion. Human biodiversity. I'm not very familiar with what that is.
Made it 200. But Eclipse, I said go hard or go home for $100. I'll keep going basically. And Eclipse said no sleep yet. So good thing.
I apologize, Vapor. You have the floor.
I'm not
Hey,
gonna
Kel.
premising your own argument with people take this wrong all of the time. Don't you think you could make your argument without shooting? Bro, when you say that, like, oh yeah, when you talk about World War II stuff, people are.
Okay. Wow.
Great moment to ask. Hang on, my fellow mod Saint here had a question earlier, and I cut him off to make a comment, and he doesn't claim me.
Who's Radical Coder? He's just a fellow
mods, and I
streamer,
cut him
dude.
off.
He goes on. I think you know who's there. The Raging Tomato is. He goes on his her panels a lot.
Some space. He's been here the whole for a while now and not gotten to talk. So.
Can't believe you did this, Ryan.
Jeez. Okay. I forgot my question. Thank you, Ryan.
That was my intention.
Okay, my question. My question.
Friends.
My question is to all the guys who serve in the military.
Stay close to your phone. Stop moving your mouth.
Okay, don't give a fuck. Actually, okay. Wow. Okay, we get to actually talk about the healthcare part of the shutdown now. It's supposed to be the first like 10 minutes of stream. It's just the KFF thing. Familiar with Steve Saylor? No. Grimex, obviously. No. Well, Charles Murray, I'm only familiar with for the bell curve stuff. IO, Hunter Ash. I've heard of Hunter Ash, but I don't. Off the top of my head, I don't really know who he is. But I've heard the name. Okay. ACA enhanced premium tax credits are set to expire at the end of this year. Enhanced premium tax credits were introduced in 2021 and later extended through the end of 2025 by the inflate. Oh shit! Princess, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Hell yeah. W Princess. If you guys don't know, Princess, my goat, fellow streamer, mostly IRL stuff. Okay, he used to be cool. He used to do politics, but see, now he's just lame. Now he's just lame. So yeah. Anyway, of course, shout out Princess. How the prawn viewers doing? You ready to be bored? Ready to be bored? Enhanced tax credits both increase the amount of financial assistance already eligible. ACA marketplace enrollees received, as well as made middle-class income enrollees with incomes above 400% of the federal poverty guidelines newly eligible for premium tax credits. Since the introduction of the enhanced premium tax credits, enrollment in the marketplace has more than doubled from about 11 to over 24 million people. The vast majority of whom receive enhanced premium tax credit. If enhanced tax credits expire, many marketplace enrollees will continue to qualify for some smaller tax credit, while others will lose eligibility altogether and be hit by a double whammy of losing their entire tax credit and being on the hook for rising premiums. Since 2014, the ACA has capped how much subsidized enrollees pay for their health insurance premiums at a certain percent of their income on a sliding scale, with the federal government covering the remainder in the form of tax credit. Enhanced tax credits work by further lowering the share of income ACA marketplace enrollees pay for a plan. For example, with the enhanced tax credits in place, an individual making $28,000 will pay no more than around 1%, $325 of their annual income towards the benchmark plan. If the enhanced tax credits expire, the same individual will pay nearly 6% of their income, $1,500 annually, towards a benchmark plan in 2026. In other words, if the enhanced tax credits expired, this individual would experience an increase of $1,200 in their annual payments net of the tax credit. I wonder if the health economics textbook I have downloaded has anything about the ACA shit in it. It wouldn't have the enhanced tax credits. I don't know if there's any research on those, by the way, at all. But oh no, it might not even have the. Oh my god. Oh my god, Zotero's so laggy. Oh my god, is it because it's a fucking. Oh. Oh, this might have even been written before accident provisions came into effect. I thought it was like more. I thought it was like 2020. I could be wrong. Medicaid expansion, individual mandate. Law provides substantial subsidies just for household income level to people who purchase insurance on the exchange. For instance, a family of 4. Blah blah. These subsidies accomplish 2 separate goals. First, they make the mandate to purchase insurance much less onerous for middle-class households. Second, they promote equity by means testing the level of support and making high-quality insurance plans affordable to all. The law calculates that the subsidy levels based on the prices of silver-rated plans, so even middle-income people can afford generous insurance. Projections suggest that nearly 24 million people will be covered on the exchange. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Troops in Chapter 9, pooling between high risk and low risk enrollees is not equilibrium in a free insurance market. A promise that people who know they have low adverse selection. To address this problem and avoid adverse selection, death spiral on the exchanges. PPACA contains a mandate that every American be covered by health insurance plan. I'm broadly familiar. Okay, I was just curious if they if there was any shit in this about the tax credits, but I don't think there is. What's up, Tatsu 420? Stop 2 hands. Oh, there's food. I'm kind of assuming someone rated. Kind of assuming it's food shops. But we're doing incredibly boring stuff right now. I'm gonna have to pull up something more fun. What's up, Sumerian Farmer? Oh god, it's a research stream. All my streams are research stream. No, it's not strictly speaking a research stream. Okay, research stream would be even more boring. You guys ain't seen nothing yet. Okay, this is basic stuff. Okay, but no, don't worry. I have I have a little bit of fun stuff. Okay, I guess technically, if we want to do fun stuff. God damn. Well, maybe fun. I did see people have already watched this. I caught a little bit of this live. I don't. Dude, I want to game it myself. Oh my god, I hate everything. Funny enough, I'm waiting for my third party learning on econometrics. I mean, I've been doing. I mean, listen, the econometrics is still going strong. Okay. Anyway. Okay. No, I get the broad picture of this. I was just. I need actual research on this shit. All the stuff I've seen is literally just projections of how many people are essentially going to lose access. But I don't even know. I don't even know like how good the tax credit shit is. It's probably, I would imagine it's not good, but I don't know. Last stream I watched was about how child labor in India is based or something. Dude, it is. Let's go. Wait, was that way? I'm assuming you mean the last stream you watched of mine, or was that just a totally unrelated thing or whatever? But yeah, no, there's actually there's a perverse. Actually, hold on, let me just go to my notes. There's actually a study on India specifically about a child labor ban. And now you can believe this is, I think, this is like a paper summary. This is a research brief, okay, by people at the Cato Institute of a paper about a child labor ban in India. It found, I mean, basically, like child labor was not like actually substantially reduced by it, and instead just kind of moved to a black market, and the conditions of most children actually got worse. I think child labor bans can increase child labor in multiple sectors, even if the ban only applies in one sector. Child wages fell relative to adult wages after the ban. Broader household outcomes. I thought they found also. Oh no, like it's what it is. Like conditions of children just got worse because some of them were unemployed. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Yeah. Household level total expenditure and food expenditure remained unchanged, and the non-staple share of foods consumed in asset households declined significantly, though the magnitudes were small after the ban. Combined with our findings, child labor and human capital, we take this as evidence that the bans make households worse off among multiple dimensions without any clear benefits. Yeah. Anyway. What is this? Oh, is this a paper about this stuff? No, this is just like a projection shit or whatever. I want a more maybe the tax credits themselves are like too specific to justify doing this. I want like either just a paper about specifically the tax credits from the ACA and like how effective they are. I think I did find like one study that found it increased enrollment. And then I would also want just something that compares the trade-offs. I want it doesn't even have to be specifically the ACA stuff, but just like the tax credits for like subsidized health insurance in general. There's got to be like a more like fundamental paper about it, or even not a paper, but just like something in the healthcare economics textbook's got to talk something broadly similar to it. But I'm gonna go out on a limb from what I do know, folks, and say actually, listen, even if it's probably not technically optimal healthcare policy, okay, we're not getting that in the U.S. anytime soon, and health insurance premiums going up for like some 20 million people or whatever, probably net bad, probably net bad. Anyway, like I said, I caught a little bit of this when it was live. It made me want to both Ryan doing the natural rights bullshit and the weird Trump defense bullshit and Erudite. I do think he's being not overly combative is not the right phrasing, but in my opinion, probably not. It was not the conversation Ryan expected.
And I think that is where we could find agreement, like about what kind of candidate would be a good candidate in the abstract, and especially in 2028, what we're looking for. And that I think is a really, really useful conversation to have. I think there are people on the right, and Counterpoints and I, Connor, are like very similar in this regard, though we disagree tactically. I think Connor is established in the Never Trump camp, and his goal is to be vociferous in that way. I don't think it's useful to do that right now. I don't think it's useful.
But anyway, real quick, if you guys want more epic slop and or you guys actually want to look at the boring stuff, okay, like the stream, subscribe, okay, go check out my old debates and everything, and I'll make sure to upload. I'm not gonna have anything scheduled right now, but I plan stuff occasionally.
To tell people that they're wrong about supporting the president they love. I think that what's useful is attempting to build a discourse that will lead to a more reasonable politic in the future. And to do that, I need to meet people where they are. And I need people to be okay with the fact that, yeah, they supported Biden and you supported Trump, but there actually is something we could agree on, right? And I don't exactly know how to go about doing that, but I think it's a project worth aiming at. Which, by the way, is why Destiny pissed me off so much. Because if anything, he's just been throwing fucking gasoline on the fire, and he's the biggest voice I know personally. So it just made me insane that he couldn't resist making the things within his sphere of control worse.
Sure. I guess the issue is like this conversation where like I'm advocating for bridge building and I'm advocating for like talking to our opponents and stuff like that. This type of conversation, like it's very strange because you said civility is like a pro that Biden is. He's very civil, he's very polite and stuff. But you also said before that you think it's just hiding nefarious intent. So it's like, it's not that I'm going to make you like give another pro, whatever. But it's like, it's not even a pro. Like you obviously don't actually even think that his civility is good because you've mostly used it to suggest that it's veiled nefarious action, right? And so it's very tough because when I look at the situation, I said, who do you think, what did I ask you, Biden or Trump? It was, what was it? It was a question of who I think has like building a zeitgeist of like centralizing power more around him. And he said Biden. And it's like, it's obviously Trump. It's obviously Trump. There's no world that it's Trump, right?
Okay, so if we disagree on that,
Ryan,
what
it's
is our
evil,
path
this is
forward?
true.
I don't want to rehash the argument. I already gave you my argument. You gave me yours. I think we've done it.
Maybe I should go back and watch this argument. But this is I hate the this archetype, okay? Ben Shapiro does this shit all the time too. Where it's these people are for some reason way more obsessed with just like the growth of civil service and like the growth of the full branch of government and the bureaucracy and blah 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 than they are with like the total and complete like weaponization of it. Like it should be clear that like regardless of whatever you think of the civil service and shit like that, fourth branch of government, clearly doesn't seem like Trump has earnest intentions in like actually shrinking it. It seems like he just wants control over it so he can weaponize it. That's why he does things like schedule F appointments so he can fire, civil servants whenever he wants and everything. Like it's like there's no like earnest attempt to like, oh yeah, I just want to shrink the size of his fucking government or whatever. And also the deep state is actually based, okay? But no one wants to admit it.
I mean, if you want to rehash it, we can. But let's say we disagree on that, right? What is the path forwards for people who disagree on, and this is a big disagreement, what the proper shape and scope of the federal government should be. That's not a small thing to disagree on. So if we disagree on that, what do we do? How do we build a bridge given that disagreement?
I think it's very tough because the asks that you have of the left feel incredibly unfair. If the left doesn't agree with you that small government leads to liberty, the left would say there's lots of things that lead to liberty. Regulation can lead to liberty. Smaller government can lead to efficient government can lead to liberty, right? Giving unique hand up to people who are disempowered. Some people on the left might believe is liberty, right? But you care only about the small government, and so it's very tough in this situation where.
No, he's actually. I think he says this in response to it, but he's enlightened. Okay, see, the only liberty that's actually real is our natural rights.
As a
baby.
result of something
Give
that
it
is
to
just
me.
kind of left versus
Say
right.
it.
Like
I know you
left is
wanna
generally
say
like
it.
more open to like larger government and like strong institutions and like a lot of government checks and balances, right? I like actually that the president doesn't have all this power and that there's more checks and balances against him. I'm actually not opposed to a lot of the checks that Biden tried to build into the presidency. I think that these things were good. I think that the president has a little bit too much power. It's a little bit too close to the God King, right? And you disagree with that. And so we're left in this situation where you're pointing to Biden, who never did J6, who has, just according to FIRE, not even just Biden, every president before Biden,
But he did the
including Trump's
OSHA
first
mandate.
presidency,
OSHA
had less free
mandate.
speech
Say it. Say it.
violations and free speech infringements than this presidency has alone, and it's not even been a year, right? And you're looking at these two things and being like, but Biden's just so much more evil. And so it's like, hold on, the way forward is very tough on the left because the left wants to say, we want to make sure that somebody like Trump can never happen again and trust that the right won't be so brain broken to elect somebody who violates all Christian principles to the Christians, right? And presumably has no respect for the Constitution. What do we do? And so I don't know what the build forward is because it feels like the concessions you want from the left.
I feel like we're gonna get it's gonna be that natural rights. We're gonna get the Kamala court packing, okay, and we're gonna get the Biden OSHA mandate, okay. At least two of those three things. Come on, give them.
Is laying down everything and making the pathway for JD Vance to be
why
the
do
worst
women
Trump.
talk for so
Well,
long?
see, the thing is, if you go back to like McCain, right? And I remember that because I'm old enough to. There was that moment where a woman in the crowd said that Obama was a bad person and an Arab. And McCain responded and said, no, he's not an Arab and he's a good man, right? Because McCain was the kind of guy who would take down the temperature in that way, who was about, respecting the process and trying to make sure that we all had some kind of common moral ground, right? What happened next was that McCain was labeled as a vicious racist because he said Obama's not Arab, and maybe he meant that Arab people aren't good people, and that's why he said that. And that turned into an attack about McCain being a racist, and as a result, that was one of the more effective campaign.
Maybe this is fucking true, but like, I don't know. You don't care about any. Like, it seems like Trump is like Trump literally. Oh, what's up?
This guy's so fucking delusional. I hate Ryan. Why fucking loathe this dipshit, bro? Fuck this guy, bro. Did you hear Obama talk about McCain recently? He was like,
no,
praising him. He was like, yeah, but I mean, McCain was certainly not like that. Romney was not like that. Like, no, the campaign was not, he's the racist, he's gonna kill all of you. That's not the intent for the campaign. Biden returned the favor. Biden also said he was decent. No one, this was not unilateral. Even if so,
the thing I was gonna say, Trump like did the Obama birtherism shit. Like Trump was literally, like.
Yeah. Also, he's fucking. This is not the same. Even if they took McCain, who's like normal, and made him a vicious racist or whatever. Yeah, whoa, that Trump is that, bro. Trump is that. He did the Kenya shit, and like, I don't know. This guy is so fucking delulu. I don't know why he's taken seriously remotely. Like, he literally thinks Biden centralized, or like was intending to centralize authority around the executive more than Trump. Like, I just don't. If a person says that, they cannot be reached. Like, this guy's like brain broken.
Well, they
like,
literally,
this guy is
it's fucking stupid. Like I said, like they literally just I don't know what about the fourth branch of government or whatever like breaks these people's brains so much, or like the OSHA mandate. Like if people constantly mention the Biden OSHA mandate for whatever reason, they're so much more concerned about things like that than any of the stuff Trump does that like gives him more power within the executive branch. Like it's stupid.
Yeah. By the way, did you see the graph I sent you?
Not really. I looked at it briefly, but
I mean, it's similar enough, right? The two things, but it's slightly different. I don't know which variable I got slightly different to make the results look this slightly different. Maybe I'm using more up-to-date data, so maybe there were some revisions. I don't know. This looks close enough to be certainly basically what they did, right?
Yeah.
The two regressions thing, but they used the data directly from the website of the I forgot the name. Give me a second. Let me find the name. One second. The NOAA. Forget what it stands for. But yeah. And so, but I was just scrolling around my CSVs, and then I found that one of the CSVs from the Energy Information Administration, EIA. What's it called again? Energy Information Administration. Yeah, from the EIA contains the data from the NOAA, but with Alaska, DC, and Hawaii. But their data didn't, so they had to exclude DC, Alaska, and Hawaii from the entire sample. But I found it in the other CSV that they didn't. So I got to include these 3 states. So I'm using more data. Wow. Very amazing.
Incredible. We did it. Woohoo.
But other than basically, the interpretation is that a 1% increase in the score of the energy efficiency policies scoreboard, whatever, from that website, a 1% increase in that is associated quite significantly, with let me tell you, 0.28% reduction in energy consumption. Now, this is not necessarily causal, but controlled for a lot of stuff. So plausibly causal, but not too plausibly causal. I don't like regressions, but it's better than what most people do. So yeah, no, I'm just, why I'm doing all this.
I mean, I know the broad reason, the whatever paradox you were telling me about the green energy.
Yeah, but there's like the specific degrowth or retard. So I was in Peace Coast server. I was just I was originally shitting on unions, and this guy's retarded, so he was like coming to their defense and whatever. I was like completely destroying him, but he was not able to read the studies or whatever. And then whatever, he was like he's talking about degrowth. I don't know why. He's like obsessed with degrowth. I was like, yeah, degrowth is dumb. Here's a paper. He couldn't read it. He was making fun of the idea of citing sources. I don't know why, but okay. Yeah. And so I was citing it and whatever. And then whatever. I destroyed him in Peace Coast chat or whatever, in Peace Coast Discord. Okay. And then I am today, like 11 hours ago. Oh my God, I need to go to sleep. 11 hours ago, I was in Hutch's chat or whatever. And I was talking about, what was it? Oh, he was talking about why rent control is bad. I was like, yeah, rent control is bad. And then this guy was like, actually, not necessarily. They're just, I'm sorry. He was like, bad for the landlords, lol. I was like, no, yeah, it was the same guy apparently. But yeah, so I was like, no, it's just bad overall. And he was like, no, and I was like, okay, look up this paper. The literature review paper. I told him, look it up.
Yeah, no.
And he was like, yeah, this paper is nonsensical because he was not able to read the description of the chart. He was like, what does it even say? I have no clue. I was like, oh, you're retarded and illiterate. But because I'm not explaining stuff to him, he's retarded. But then he's like, oh, what do you mean? It's the preferences of the author, right? He says it's positive. That's just like his opinion. It's like, I was like, oh, you don't know what positive impact means, but you claim to do research. That's very interesting. And all that. And yeah, I was just completely humiliated him. Yeah, but apparently this guy's obsessed with Jevons paradox as an argument for degrowth. So I'm just like debunking it. Just in case I come across this guy in VC or whatever. And he's like, oh, by the way, what about Jevons paradox? I'm like, yeah, I'm aware. And he's like, oh, well, isn't that awesome? I'll be like, well, no, here's my regression that I did. And I'm not going to tell him about the website that did that. I'm just going to abuse him.
If he doesn't care about the other sources, he's not going to care about your own.
Yeah, I know. It's about destroying them. I don't think it's about convincing him. He's unconvincible, but it's about destroying him. It's about like, hey, here's the data. Don't fuck with me. You'll get obliterated every time because you're retarded and I'm not, and I can read and you're picking at it. Yeah. But yeah. No, I just think that's funny. But yeah, I mean, there are others. Like every time some Marxist is like, what about the falling grid of profit? I become a little bit. I what do you call it? Like you incline forward in the chair. You know what the thing?
You lock in, bro.
Yeah, I lock in. That's right. But yeah. Either way. Do you have Clash Royale? Do you play Clash Royale?
I don't play Clash Royale, bro.
You should. It's a good waste of time. Well, I might have fucked up this semester a little bit because I did everything right, and they indicted me. No, no, no. I did everything right, and is it also stuck in your brain?
No. The
Yeah, I
isn't
did
that,
everything right, and they indicted me.
yeah, isn't that from a while ago? Is it not? That's not
Yeah,
stuck,
that's from a while
that's
ago.
not
That's
stuck in
from
my
like
brain
3
still.
years ago.
That's, yeah.
No, that's stuck in my brain. I remember hearing it on David Cockburn, and like, I did everything right, and they indicted me. Either way, either way, either way. So I have some project in robotics class or whatever. I thought it was going to be easy or whatever, so we just deferred it.
Wait, I
for
gotta.
like 3 months.
I don't.
Yeah, but either way, we just like started working on it 2 weeks ago, and then the professor was like, "Oh, you guys are way late. You might need to retake the course." And this is my last semester, so that means I need to take a new semester again, which it's going to cost me a lot. But it's for one course, so whatever. You know, it's not whatever. It's a lot of money, but it's what it is. Either way, either way, either way. How long have you been streaming?
6 hours.
What? No way.
It's not that. Not that
No,
long.
yeah. Oh no, exactly 6 hours. Okay, I'm looking right now.
Basically,
Okay, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay. Either way, I'm gonna go now. But yeah, I finally finished the regression. Yay! Now I can read Swag's lecture notes because I promised him I would. God, man, it's bleak. It's bleak. Wait, what is this from Bob Marley? New AER paper doing a rare event study of effective policy of multiple outcomes. I'll look into that. What is the paper on regulations and growth? Did you read it?
Part of it, yeah. I mean, it's just a. It's just a paper. It's like, essentially, the completeness of regulation matters. They use the metric they use is a little weird or whatever, or the way they frame it's a little weird. But they essentially, the completeness of regulation can reduce holdups, the holdup problem in certain supply chains because it essentially makes contracts less uncertain, and therefore, like, it can actually have more. It can actually be
wait,
like.
Did you read the globalization not China paper? Did you link?
I haven't. I read the abstract.
Yeah, it's 11 pages. It should be easy to read.
Sure.
But yeah, I've been doing a deep dive today on a couple of things. One is like, wait, do you want to go back to stream, or can I have a little bit? It's fine if you want.
I mean, what do you? Are you?
No, I just did a deep dive on the arguments for utility being cardinal and comparable.
Oh yeah, I don't.
Apparently, there's some like interesting paper that like people like Bob Murphy cite. So I took a look at it. I'm not convinced, but whatever. It's about like the von Neumann-Morgenstern function being still ordinal. I don't think that's true, but either way, utility is so obviously cardinal, bro. I don't know how people honestly deny that. This is like so retarded. Am I crazy for thinking that? Like it's not. Like I'm not just thinking that
it's intuitive to be. It's not like obvious, I guess. I don't know, but
it's so beyond obvious that it's cardinal and comparable. It's just so I don't understand how people can think. Look, really, like they might be pea zombies if they think that. I don't know how they can have like feelings and think that. I have no clue. But yeah, but I understand the argument. They're just dog shit. Like I have no clue how you model risk and marginal utility with ordinal preferences. But maybe there is a way. I just don't know, man. But like I mean, like if someone had linear utility versus marginal utility or like declining marginal utility, the ordinal function would look the same, right? They would just prefer each unit more than before, but like you cannot say the rate of growth. The rate of growth would not make sense. Either way, I just have no clue how they think. But either way, so that's one thing I was doing a deep dive on.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say you were doing a deep dive on the Arthur Dorn Hansen paper, but because I know there's a lot of controversy over that. But.
No, but the second thing I was just doing the Jevons paradox thing, but whatever. But like, yeah, I wanted to do a deep dive on the Otter paper.
Yeah.
Otter. Oh my God, Otter is David Splinter. It is author. By the way, David Splinter dropped a new paper. I forget what it was. Something about marriages. Yeah.
do marriage
Yeah, do
penalties
marriage
cause?
penalties cause? Is it a causal paper? Let's see. Uh, couples can face higher taxes when filing as a marriage couple. By the way, this is one of the big things that drive the inequality stuff in Piketty and Siles, right? It wasn't as independent. Was it in the Hoover or Independent Institute lecture that he gave? He was going over that. So it's interesting that he has it in this whatever. But yeah, I assume it's not a causal. I don't know why he has a causal. I don't. But or no, maybe linking marriages records to federal tax returns would show marriage penalties are correlated with. Yeah, it's correlation, man.
Yeah.
You confusing correlation with causation, death penalty. No. But yeah, we love Splinter. He's goated. He's goated. I don't know what his leanings are or biases are, but like it's like he's good. He's like doing very good research, clearly. But yeah, I don't know. I wish people would stop just like I'm citing on Splinter. They're like, oh, but Piketty and Zuckerman responded. Don't you know that PSG responded? They responded. They had a paper responding. No, I have not read it, but they had a paper responding. I don't like these people. I don't know. I should not be brain broken by progressives, man. It's Trump in office, but it's so like Trump is so obviously evil in every way. So I don't even have an expectation. But I don't know. Something about punching left, man. Something about it. It's just
It's the same evil though. It's the same evil though. Okay, remember
Is it?
the shit they cited
right.
for the H-1B
That's right.
visa stuff was the EPI, was the union funded fucking slop.
That's
Okay,
right.
so we're
That's right.
the same evil. All right.
That's true. No, you're right. I gotta stay focused.
It's all the unions, bro. Bro, the Teamsters president dude, fucking. I mean, I don't think he endorsed Trump ever, but he runs like insane defense for Trump. Like half the like, I'm pretty sure he supports tariffs as well. Like, oh my god, kill me. Like,
Of course he does. Yeah, we gotta stay focused on the mission. We gotta repeal the Jones Act, and we gotta get rid of the. I'll say it. We gotta get rid of the National Labor Relations Act. We gotta get rid of that. We gotta get rid of the National Labor Relations Act.
and mine basically,
You know
I don't
why?
know where it stands in court right now. There was a court case. I'm assuming it's being appealed that like most of the act was like unconstitutional or like.
Whoa, really? That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
They
Or was
banned
it
company
it
unions.
was like the appointments to the board or whatever were like unconstitutional. It wasn't like the entire act or anything, but I think it was
Oh, I don't care about the board. I care about legalizing company unions. We gotta legalize company unions because they're evil, but they're evil from the perspective of union lovers, which means they're awesome. I'm not actually pro company unions. I don't know. I mean, whatever. I don't know. It's probably bad, but I don't know. I just want to trigger progressives, man. But yeah. That's a fun way to trigger progressives. You do something and you don't deport millions of people who are just good people, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that I don't know. Whoa, that's a fire quote. I should be quoted in history for saying this. But yeah. Either way, I'm gonna go play Clash Royale and listen to your stream, and maybe fall asleep in the process.
All right, we'll have fun.
And yeah, Hawk Tua later.
Talk to her. Appreciate it.
That's right.
Fellow American democracy gives workers the right to bargain collectively with their employees, enacted 90 years ago. Its constitutionality was upheld 2 years later by the Supreme Court. Today, the NLRA hovers somewhere between de facto and de jure nullification. It's been slowly eroded for at least a half century. As employer resistance to it has heightened, and as penalties to employees for violating its terms have weakened. 40 viewers who rated it was food shops. Currently, the fact that the 5-member National Labor Relations Board is down to just 2 members, not enough to constitute a quorum, means the board can make no rulings. I don't know about that. In May, the Republican majority in the Supreme Court upheld Trump's power to fire board members at will. Last week, this is what I remember. The Fifth Circuit circumscribed the NLRB's power even more. Before the court was a suit that Elon Musk SpaceX had filed against the board concerning a pending investigation from one of the board's regional attorneys to claim India claims that SpaceX had violated workers' rights by firing eight of them for going online to opine. Musk's online verbal outbursts, Jesus, can't speak, and abuses actually hurt the company's standing. SpaceX has sought an immediate injunction overturning the board's right to investigate those charges, saying that it inflicted irreparable harm on the company, even though it was the fired workers who suffered harm, and even though the only entity inflicting irreparable harm on Musk's companies has been Musk himself through the very outburst in bigoted behavior that his employees had warned against. Where's I forget exactly. So I think they, I don't remember his certificate of power. Are you to double layer job security and properly ties the president's hands? Yeah, okay. Anyway, NLRB. This is like a fucking the American prospect is like a obviously very pro, quote unquote, pro worker thing. So when they say, like, it's probably fucking slop when they say hovers between somewhere de facto and de jure nullification, but certainly they've been weakened by court cases relatively recently. I should download this paper.
Like it hurt him in the election. Now, fast forward, what we get is a Republican candidate who broke the political machine and doesn't care about being called a racist and doesn't care about being called names. And that is, and I said this earlier, so I was going to do the callback, in order to push back against a choking cultural zeitgeist.
Kevin Johnson invested $10. Ryan is right.
What the fuck?
Like we were on the verge
Dude, that
of
fucking jump
using the
scared
power
me.
of law to enforce really terrible ideas, like the ideas espoused by Ibram X. Kendi or Robin DiAngelo, or the critical theory I was exposed to in law school. It was ascendant, and it seemed like it was on the verge of becoming a day-to-day reality. And I mean that literally. Like, NASDAQ was actually pushing a rule in the Biden era to have, I think it was gender and race quotas, or diversity quotas probably, on the board of NASDAQ companies. ESG was a huge thing. There was a huge push to push these ideas into our day-to-day lives and make them a permanent fixture. Trump ended that. He ended it. It's done. Like, it's dead on arrival right now. It might come back later, but it's done right now. The problem is it's asymmetrical. The arms you want me to lay down are this particular cultural warrior, and the arms I want you to lay down are these terrible ideas that leak from academia into our society, because he's the only game in town to fight them. If I had a different game, I'd play it, but I don't have one. So
equating Trump to a culture warrior, like equating Trump to just this like culture warrior person is just like, I'm sorry, it's just so dishonest after everything we've talked about.
How is that possibly dishonest?
Because he is violating multiple constitutional rights. He is violating free. He's not just like a culture warrior.
But those aren't the things I was talking about. Like, it's possible for him to be bad on free speech and good on something else, right?
In the same way that Biden can be good on some things and bad on some other things. The problem is that
I asked you to say good things about Trump, and I said good things about Biden, so we can admit they can be good and bad at the same time. My point is,
these are not
about
equatable.
issues I very much care about. You don't care about them. That's fine, but I do.
It's also to some extent, like, Trump probably uses the culture war just for his own popularity, but also, like, again, the sort of same mechanism by which he is getting rid of the fucking DI woke shit or whatever that is so evil we hate so much is also the mechanism by which he is increasing the executive branch's authority. Like, Doge was responsible for getting rid of a lot of the woke shit as well, but they also like totally defunded USAID, and now the Supreme Court eventually did rule basically, hey, actually, I guess presidents can just unilaterally defund a lot of agencies, but erudite based, which hasn't responded so far, but
just like you care more about having repudiations of Trump on the right than I do. But we have a fundamental.
In fact, I do think I'm going to agree with Erudite way more out of the conversation, but I do think that's not the conversation Ryan wanted, to be fair. But,
and I'm asking how it's possible for us to meet in the middle. But if your ask is, I need to repudiate Trump completely, that's not a useful ask.
No.
It doesn't accomplish anything any more than if I ask you to commit to academia not having shitty ideas going forward.
No.
It's just not, it's not useful.
The
so
issue.
we need to find some way to have a useful conversation, or we can just do some blood sports about, how shitty Biden was. And we can do that if you like, but I'm trying very hard to push us in a different direction.
There's no path forward because I wish you could just convince me that your epistemics weren't completely unsound, but you can't do it. You and I are having an epistemic issue, not an ideological one, right? Comparing, like, for example, the litigiousness of Biden versus Trump. Biden could have pushed the DOJ to go so much harder on Trump. And Biden even went out of his way to pardon some people associated with J6, whereas Trump is pressuring people who have no case against Comey or Letitia James to prosecute his enemies, right? And so this is where we're running into, where it feels like you're being like, man, between Biden and Trump, like, Biden's just so much worse. Can't you understand that? And I'm like, I can understand the left-right paradigm where you disagree politically just with, like, Biden being left, and it seems like you're not as left, or as you at least used to be, right? The left values. That's fine. You don't have to be. The issue is we're running into this epistemic where you're saying, actually, he was also more of a threat to authoritarianism. He was trying to, like, undo, cede power towards him so that the executive branch would be undismantleable and have superpower or whatever. Not that you've literally said these things. I'm equating this to Trump, right? And so we're running into this issue where epistemically, you unironically think that Biden is worse than Trump, is how it seems. I don't need you to run around.
I do think Biden is
Sure.
worse than Trump.
That's the same. Just to be clear, that's the same thing. So I don't know why you had to.
No, but it doesn't have to be that complicated. Like, I thought the Democrats deserved to lose the election.
Sure, I won't use. Yeah, so I won't use fancy language. I won't use any fancy language or philosophy. Epistemics means you believe in something, right?
What do you have a degree in?
Psychology and psychometrics.
Okay, I have a degree in philosophy.
God.
So I'm okay with philosophy. It's just not a philosophical issue.
It is a philosophical issue.
The issue that you were talking about is a tactical one, which is if your concession to have a conversation about bridge building must be repudiating Trump, which it appears to be.
It's not.
Then there isn't a way forward, and I should concentrate my effort on building bridges on the right. What I was hoping is that we could have some kind of dialogue about how you could build bridges across party lines. But the barrier I keep running into is you just if the price of entry is that I have to just say.
What was the I wonder what I don't know who reached out to who for this. What was the prompt Erudite? I believe it was Erudite who reached out to Ryan. I could be wrong, but what was like the prompt Erudite gave Ryan for this? Could have also been a case. I don't know if Erudite thought Ryan was just like actually is actually moderate the right word. If he was like already pro-Biden or, thought that Biden was at least better than Trump. I don't know if she thought that or not. She shouldn't have, because she should have, because Ryan's been on like Destiny stream like a few times before and they argue about this shit all the time, but
I just have to lie and say all these beliefs I have, I don't hold.
Again, you just, if you want to talk to me, talk to me. I haven't said that you just have to run around. No, stop. Yeah, my turn now.
You said
my turn now. Okay, first of all, no, seriously, this is how tit for tat works. I don't know why you keep on having like these little sway moments, okay? First of all, if you have a degree in philosophy, I don't know why you got weird at all about me using epistemically, because you obviously understand what I'm saying, so I don't know why.
It's not an epistemic issue, I understand it.
I am telling you it is an epistemic issue.
The conceit is off the charts, go ahead.
It is an epistemic issue because I cannot understand how you believe in these things. That's the problem that we are running into. That's why it's an epistemic issue. Following? So the thing that I am running into is that essentially you're saying that Biden is worse than Trump. I don't need you to run around and say Trump is evil, he's a fascist, and I hate him, and all my friends hate him, and we do dance parties where we talk about how much Trump sucks. I don't need any of that. The issue is that if we cannot agree that Trump is a greater threat to the American democratic process and to the American democracy and the American project, then I don't know what the bridge forward is. Because that means...
That's exactly what I just said 5 minutes ago. You just said if I can't admit that Trump is worse, then there's no bridge to build. We could have saved a lot of time if you just agreed that that's what you thought. Like, that is what you think. It's fine. That's what you think. But that's what I was pushing back against. It's not an epistemic issue. You just don't have the same value system, and you don't think the things that I find are threats are threatening. We are comparing values,
First of all,
but you don't,
that's not true.
Don't have the same values.
I actually agreed with you multiple times about Biden oversteps and thought that was threatening. So that's not true. It's just, it's pretty crazy to me.
There are
multiple times throughout this conversation.
And you weigh them differently.
It is crazy to me.
That's not epistemic. That's literally just we think differently. We have a different take on how good or bad things are.
No, you think that liberty is your deontology, and then I'm outlining.
Oh, it's so over. It's so over. I do think this is what. God, I've never spoken to Erudite. Okay, there's a non-zero chance I run into her on like some panel someday. Okay, so I don't want to be mean. I do Erudite. I feel like I get her Instagram reel because I follow her on Instagram. I feel like she uses. I don't want to call them buzzwords. I feel like because she wants to maybe like sound smart or whatever, like she uses, or she doesn't have to use, and it just ends up in conversations like this. I wonder. I don't know if she does it in this video.
$20 billion in taxpayer money to bail out Argentina, and as a result, we'll have to spend billions more to bail out American farmers. The story goes.
Although, oh my god, you know what pisses me off even more? Actually, oh my god, I can't. She never shows any graphs or cites any sources for some shit, even when she's right. Like she's right. She's mostly right about stuff in this video, but oh my god, kill me when she's wrong too. Because I remember watching her video about the fucking billionaire shit, and like she just is like, actually wages haven't kept up with productivity, and bajillion% of people are working paycheck to paycheck, and like she did like all those stupid progressive sloth memes, and she doesn't even have the courtesy to cite data. Okay, so I know what I can debunk. Okay, because different versions of the stupid graphs, okay, in different surveys have different issues with them, but they both are idiots fighting for parties owned by the same billionaire class. This is so true for me.
In May, China hits us with retaliatory tariffs. The federal government is officially shut down. I'm going to tell you what that.
God, I don't know if I'm going to find a video where she does this shit, but sometimes, oh my god, kill me.
Finding ways in which Trump is a large threat.
Liberty is not my deontology. Liberty is one of the natural rights. It is not all of them.
Oh my god, yeah, and one is included in 3. Good refutation. Okay, liberty is one of your deontologies.
It is a principle. Yes, it is.
Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm not smart. Liberty is one of your deontologies. Is not this. I get what she's trying to say, but oh my, like, bro.
A principle I hold to. Yes. Okay.
I'm assuming she's asking, like, is it something he considers a natural right?
Continue.
Gotcha. Good job clarifying that, by the way.
Well,
okay.
And then I don't like the smugness is maybe I haven't watched the whole conversation, so maybe it would make sense if I watched the first 2 hours of it or whatever. Why she would be frustrated at this point, but
if you're going to frame my beliefs, you could do it correctly. Go ahead.
So is liberty not one of your deontologies?
It is, but you said the. You said a singular. It is one of several. Continue.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. If you actually thought that that was your only principle, like, I guess we can just stop talking now, because there's no way that you're responding to me in good faith.
Like, oh my god, bro.
If you'd like to, that's totally fine.
What I am asking for is for you to convince me of your epistemics on Trump. That's what I'm asking for.
Your epistemics. This isn't to prove me wrong. Like, why on earth would I think that I would approach a conversation and convince you to abandon your political beliefs any more than you could convince me?
No, of your own. I'm asking you to convince me that you're not being unsound.
Okay, I'll try this again. Rewriting the Constitution by judicial fiat is a worse threat to the American proposition than anything Donald Trump has done. That by itself is a dispositive issue for an originalist. But the building of an administrative state that is unaccountable to the people and will rule as they did through the social media censorship episodes is an invisible threat that is difficult to combat through the democratic process. It is terrible from a liberty perspective. It is terrible that the Biden administration was going to use the force of law to create race and gender quotas in different sectors of the economy by either
maybe I should look that. I kind of doubt there's ever like a serious like legal thing they might have wanted, like, just have some initiative, non-legally binding woke shit or whatever to encourage companies to do it. The issue, like, and they might have discussed this early in the debate. I think they probably discussed it a little bit at least. You have to read into Ryan's definition of the word liberty there as only meaning negative rights, which is not like maybe it's not like a totally I don't want to say it's not like a totally incoherent position or like principle or whatever. I don't think. I do think it's silly and dumb. Actually, I do think it's incoherent. Okay, because Google humors paradox for weak deontology. Okay, but regardless, it's not what intuitively people feel like. Like Ryan is only like Ryan would never view even if a policy had like good outcomes, if it required some administrative state, like if it provided positive rights via the administrative state. There was some welfare program that did that. Actually, I mean, obviously we do have welfare programs that literally do that, like food stamps or whatever. That would still, to Ryan, not be any meaningful type of liberty because it's not a negative right. That's a positive, what he would call a capacity instead of liberty. I remember him talking to Econoboy about that.
Using direct policy or by simply not defending liberty when they had the opportunity to before the courts. It is a problem for me that the Biden administration thinks that they could cram down on the entire country on local healthcare decisions by executive fiat. It is a problem for me.
We're implicitly saying OSHA mandate. God damn it. Not explicit though.
The Biden administration thought that they could forgive student loans unilaterally without addressing the actual underlying problem, which is more of a policy problem. But these are some, not even all, but some of the many problems about the Biden administration I have described. We haven't even talked about the president by bureaucracy or the announcing of Harris, but let's add those to the list. There are problems with Trump, and I'm happy to concede those. And we can have lots of conversations about those. But it's not an epistemic problem for me to say that I find these issues that I live with Biden to be more concerning. Like, if you can't come to the place where you realize that this might be more concerning to me, the problem is that we don't understand each other, and I don't think we're going to agree on the underlying values. Nonetheless, I have looked for ways that we maybe could build some bridges, but if the answer is I have to concede that Trump is in fact worse and Biden is in fact better in order to build a bridge with you, then we're not going to make any progress.
Yeah, gotcha. I'm not really sure what to do at this point in the conversation. Like the fact that I said the deontology and you just like jumped down my throat around like singularity, which the doesn't imply singularity, makes me feel like at this point the conversation's probably broken down. Again, I'll say it again. The thing that isn't an issue isn't that we don't have different values. You don't even know what my values are. You haven't asked, actually. You have no fucking clue. We've not even gotten to that.
I know Erudite's also a Christian. And believes in rights. So they're gonna get into that. Okay. I'm so curious. I don't know if she says it or whatever. What was it? What the fuck was the actual like prompt for this conversation?
I think this. Are we getting camera? We'll do this one. Okay. Hi. Hello. How's it going?
Hey. Good to chat with you. I was giving some background to our. I don't think we've ever spoken before, but we kind of crossed paths when Stephen had his Pixie issues back in the day because I had. Oh my god! And you gave some very good advice, so I'm deeply appreciative of it. So, I just to give the backdrop here, I think that we were going to talk about Stephen's approach to public discourse in following the events of Charlie Kirk's assassination, and why I took issue with that to a certain extent. I think you've taken issue with it too, but you've more or less defended it. And then also maybe talk a little bit about law, culture war, American politics, where we are.
Sure.
And probably there's a segue between those.
Gotcha. Just for my audience to know, like, who are you? What do you believe in? Why should they care?
Start doing.
Is that really how this conversation started? I thought it was like a conversation explicitly built on Erudite trying to build a bridge or whatever.
Because it doesn't seem like you're interested, which is fine. You don't need to be interested in my values. You have no idea what my value system is. I have been interrogating your value system.
You speak publicly for a living, right?
Are you going to tie this in to being meaningful, or is it just going to be a snide remark?
No, I'm just like, do you think it's possible that I might have a sense of what your values are and what you said before? Because, I could have looked at what you said.
It doesn't seem like it based on multiple accusations you've made of me. No. Multiple times in this conversation where you said that I'm just trying to have a struggle session and blah, 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 blah. And I basically had to spank you, lay you over my knee and spank you in the bum because you're being a bad boy.
You are trying to have a struggle session.
I'm not.
You've admitted that the only way we could build a bridge is if I admit that Trump is worse than Biden. That's a struggle session.
No.
What the fuck else would that be? That's a struggle session.
It's not if you admit. It's that you outlined to me the epistemics by which you come to this conclusion.
I just did.
Do you want me to respond to you or do you want to talk over me? What would you like to do, sir?
Maybe both. It's like, I think
then I don't want to talk to you.
So committed to the victimhood bit at this point that the main thing you're doing is just trying to do meta conversation to avoid the fact that I answered your question. We just disagree, and it is a struggle session.
I'm gonna game in myself, bro. I'm gonna game in myself, bro. I'm gonna game in myself so much because Ryan, I hate. Hate is a strong word. I've talked to Ryan a few times. Okay, Ryan's a nice dude. Ryan's a smart dude. Okay. Have very big fundamental disagreements with Ryan. Okay. Especially about the shrimp welfare project. Okay, that's the biggest thing we disagree on. But oh my god, are you kidding me? Oh my god, are you kidding me? The fact that Erudite is not even
epistemics by which you come to this conclusion.
Maybe there's some context that saves this, but oh my god, it really sounds like Erudite is just trying to say big smart words to get out of the corner that she's been backed into about this being a struggle session in Ryan's words. Like,
do you want me to respond to you or do you want to talk over me? What would you like to do, sir?
Maybe both. It's like, the whole point of your conversation is for me to admit that I have made this error.
Nope.
That's the point. That's the thing you keep asking me to do.
Nope.
Okay. You didn't ask me to say that that Trump is worse than Biden because my epistemology is garbled. That's not your point?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want me to say my point again for you?
I would be delighted.
Okay. So I think I have a decent understanding of what you value, naturalist, all the natural.
I think they were both trying to be good faith. I don't think I think they're both good faith in that like they are saying what they earnestly believe. I think that much is true.
That's all these things. I'm trying to understand, as somebody who values liberty, not only liberty, we won't make that mistake again, other things too, but liberty is one of the things that you value deontologically. I am struggling to understand how when you talk about Biden, there's almost no charity.
Like
You're quite
common foundational view of the world.
but
That's
you're
definitely
welcome
true. But
But
no,
what-
well, actually, Erudite, I bet would claim that they don't, because both actually, Erudite's also a Christian. I don't know if she's I don't know if she has strong opinions on deontology versus utilitarianism. Okay, when can we get non-fun neolib pilling Erudite and hedonic act utilitarian pilling Erudite? I don't think Ryan is good faith at all. There's no way he doesn't understand what she's asking if he has a degree in philosophy. I don't know if maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm not following. To me, it doesn't seem like it doesn't. It has not felt like Erudite's asking sort of something meaningful.
when you talk about Trump and all of his violations
now, this is
of
like
liberties, which are
this is like
even according to the
somewhat
source you were
clarifying.
using, admittedly
We'll
further
see.
in scope than and it's unprecedented.
I hate to do it
He
again. but
claimed
the
he
source you
does.
were
I mean, I believe he does. Like he's a actual like practicing. Like Ryan's a smart dude. Like look, do you think he would have this bookshelf if he wasn't a smart dude? All right, okay.
Fire was your source. You were talking
It
about
was
fire.
not my source.
It was your source at the very beginning of the
I like
conversation.
fire.
You brought
I'm
up
a
fire.
member
You
of
said that you
fire.
like fire, and you were talking about the free speech thing and that they had done a good job. And then I brought up a source of fire.
Your data. So
Yeah.
it's not my source. It's your source. You brought up data from fire.
Also, hold on, real quick. I'm smart too. Just to clarify, okay. Book stack, okay.
It's your source. It's not my source.
Okay, King. Whatever you need to say. My issue is that the
It's
source.
not like a confusing point. It's pretty simple.
The source that you voiced as trusting has come out and said that the violations of free speech are larger. So I am trying to understand how it is possible that you see Trump as less of a threat to liberty when he has done almost exclusively steps towards violating liberty. And you have mostly just held to, yeah, but he's trying to shrink the government, which isn't actually necessarily promoting liberty. Because as we've talked about, deregulation doesn't necessarily mean liberty, right?
This is
Because
what we're-
antitrust laws can create liberty.
I don't know. I don't know if maybe Erudite's not familiar with this view again, but like when Ryan says liberty, again, he only means negative rights. He only means negative rights. There could be a program, like I said, like food stamps, which provides people like some positive access to food. In Ryan's view, that would be some infringement on liberty. Now, like he does, I don't know his exact positions on things. I don't think he's pro welfare for a variety of reasons, but he does have like some like thresholds. Like he does believe a government should exist. Like he's not a full on ANCAP or anything. So he does have some thresholds there. But you know that would not be a pro liberty thing in his view. I don't know if Erudite just don't understand
I
that.
have
Or
laid out a number of things that Biden did that were against my principles. If that's insufficient, then I can restate the things Trump has done that are helpful toward my principles, and again concede that he's done things that I disagree with. Would that be helpful at this point? Because I've given you these examples, you just seem to weight them differently, and that's fine. That's because we have different values. But I'm not sure what the utility is of giving you the same examples again and again and again.
Utility, you
I
say?
can. Is that what's be helpful at this point?
I don't think there's much going forward. I guess to outline my perspective, when you give me arguments as to why Trump is better in the areas than Biden, you seem to mostly give me reasons why Biden is more left-wing than Trump. When we weigh the anti-liberal, anti-constitutional.
Okay, just real quick. Okay, this is stuff you need. Okay, if they're gonna get into this discussion, I don't know if they will. I doubt Erudite wants to even go down this road. Okay. Paradox for weak deontology. Oh my god, so base. Oh my god, so base. Oh my god, so base. Okay. And then this Ryan probably would not fall victim to this one, but the conjoined twins presents a pretty big issue for libertarianism. If you take like the full like Hoppian anarcho-capitalist libertarian route, where you don't think that rights can conflict, like it's just incoherent to suggest that two people's rights can conflict. Oh, is that your book stack, Michael? It's all gonna be fucking math books. Most libertarians have held that it's impossible for rights to conflict with one another. According to Rothbard, quote, since the rights of man are deducible from natural law, these rights cannot conflict with one another. If he discovers a contradiction, one has discovered an error in one's process of reasoning. Fuck these natural rights people, praxeologist people, but yeah. I think this is Habe. No, this is Block. But yeah, this paper just goes through an example of like conjoined twins who would start essentially share organs, and for the sake of hypothetical, they started using the organs at exactly the same time, and have, you know, presumably an equal claim to them. One wants to kill themselves, the other one doesn't. That seems like a pretty clear case where the rights would conflict.
Constitutionality of Trump versus Biden. It feels.
And if you say, you would have weird implications too if you somehow try to get around it by saying, like, essentially they didn't own their body or whatever. Like, Libertarian can deny that conjoined twins have ownership rights over their shared organs. This conclusion is consistent but not very plausible. It implies that some conjoined twins don't have a right not to be raped. They can embrace arbitrariness and rule arbitrarily, thereby sanctioning the unavoidable violation of someone's inviolable rights. Could rule however she thinks God would want her to. Like,
feels like I am able to give more examples in Biden's favor or against Trump than you, which is why I'm having a hard time understanding, as somebody who values liberty as a deontology, why you're weighing such things when the things you
cringe. When will Erudite get Bethan's bulldog pilled? All right. When are we gonna do this? Oh my god, I was right. It is all math shit. What the hell? Unbelievable.
push against Biden are, some of them are anti-constitutional, but most of them are left-wing. Whereas the things I bring up about Trump are anti-constitutional.
Do you think, and I don't need you to agree with my assessment of this, but let's just assume that I believe it's true. Do you think having unelected figures amend the Constitution unilaterally by fiat is a good thing for upholding the Constitution?
No.
Do you think of that? Yeah. So that's a core originalist belief that the types of judges, and we've seen, unfortunately, Justice Jackson, who Biden appointed, are very willing to rewrite the Constitution based off what I'll see if I get the quote right, like the evolving norms.
Yeah, she's a textualist. She's like a pretty far left textualist.
She's
maybe I should do the law philosophy shit arc one day. I don't know. It's just I'm not a law guy. I don't give a shit about the law, but there's no way that arguments for originalism are that good. Maybe, I don't know, who knows, but maybe I'll be convinced. But
a textualist in the sense that people predominantly on the left, though on the right too, I don't want to make this all one side, play word games where she says she's an originalist. She is no such thing.
She said she's an originalist?
She did say she was an originalist. She is no such thing.
Sure, I'd agree she's not an originalist, yeah.
No, she's an originalist in the sense that it's useful to say you're an originalist right now.
She's just obviously a
textualist.
textualist.
Constitutionalists lost the argument, right? But what that is a huge threat to the constitutional order from my perspective. So the fact that Trump appointed wonderful Supreme Court justices is a big selling point from him from a liberty, life, liberty, happiness perspective. It's not a small issue. It's a very, very big issue. There are others, I can restate them if it's helpful, but like the idea that it's a one-way street with nothing on both sides is just not true.
Gotcha. Do you want to move on to like what a good future could look like?
Yeah, I would be delighted to. I would be delighted to. So what I've been trying to figure out in conversations like this, which typically go this way, by the way, I think that there's normally a couple hours of debate, and then we find some other things to talk about down the road, which my goal is to get to that. What I'm hoping to talk about is in like a post-Trump world, so 28, and let's assume that we don't have some doomsday scenario where he's on the ballot in 28, right? Like, I don't think it's likely, but some people do, but let's just rule that out for the sake of doing it. What are the points of agreement that like the adults in the room, let's call them the sane center on both sides, could agree on, right? Because as much as it's fun to argue with you about this stuff, and I'm a lawyer, I like arguing, I don't take it personally, it doesn't bother me, but the real threats that I see, that I'm really, really worried about, are what I would refer to as the woke left and the woke right. You brought up Christian nationalists earlier. Like, there are real threats lining up. And I don't know that either the center right or the center left is numerous enough to defeat them. Like, I see them gaining ground. It doesn't look like they're losing ground. It looks like they're winning.
Relatable.
Right now. That's how it looks to me. So what is it that sane centrist types could agree on without having to get into purity tests and struggle sessions? Like, what could we do to find some commonality?
OMG, oh no, Verme's upset.
I think it's very tough if we cannot agree to the level of threat I think that democracy is under. Like, I think we have different...
Oh my god, how did Erudite immediately bring it back? Oh no, it's so over, it's so over, it's so over, it's so over. She did it, oh no. Bro, she asked to move on too. Kill me. Not even united against the real enemy. Well, I mean, Verme, I understand you are part of the woke left. I mean, I wouldn't call it the woke left and woke right. I would just say populism or whatever. But, I think, what Ryan is pointing to is a genuine, real problem where you just have a growth in the populist right and populist left, and they both have cringe policy, and sometimes they even have the same policy. Okay, like the fucking. There's plenty of leftists that are relatively like anti-immigration, for example, even with the H-1B visas. Like a lot of fringe right and left are what 1%. I didn't say fringe. I said populist. I don't think the populists are on the fringe anymore, considering Trump is in office and Bernie got pretty far into primaries. Certainly, at times, Biden tried to play into populist rhetoric, at least.
Different perceptions of that, right? I was obviously hoping that you could convince me that Trump is less of an existential threat than I think that he is.
Tariffs pretty big, protectionism in general. Yeah, I mean, I think the left has gotten a little bit better at that because of now that Trump has been super pro tariff, people have been polarized against him. But yeah, certainly, like, there's even that one Democrat from Maine or whatever. Well, Gretchen Whitmer, first of all, didn't want to like come out and condemn them, and then like when she was in that fucking meeting with Trump, and then there's like a House representative. It's like some dude with tattoos from Maine or some shit who's like super pro tariff too. It's crazy.
Because it seems as though you think he's less of an existential threat than I do. Presumably. So
yeah.
Oh, Jared, yet another bad Jared. Oh my God, kill me. I forgot. Perhaps the only Democrat Capitol Hill willing to defend President Trump's new tariffs to the hilt. In fact, his main concern is that the president will back down from his trade policy.
I don't think he's not a threat. Like
I know. I said more than I do. I said more than I do. Very clearly.
What's Ezra Klein's opinion on pro-tariff Democrats? Okay, do we?
I wanted to vote right and didn't because of that exact issue. So I'm not the guy to come out here and like do the robust defense of Trump in this area. I'm not the guy. But where we disagree is probably in severity and also in, and I think we've disagreed on this to death. We don't need to keep doing it. The extent of the threat on the left in terms of the way that the culture was trending and what that meant long term. But we don't need to. I don't think it's useful for me to require that you agree with me on this or that I have to agree with you on this stuff. What I do think would be useful is to start thinking about what are. It's weird because you're Canadian. I keep forgetting this. Like, what are the like core American principles that we're looking for going forward that we can use to identify when somebody's out of bounds?
Sure. So I think free speech is like basically something. So obviously there's like inciting and blah, 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 the legal stuff that I'm good with. I'm good with the rules that America has around free speech, right? And I think they're really solid. I think free speech is fundamental. I think that a democracy dies when free speech is gone. I think any infringement from free speech needs to be hit with very, very hard retribution from everyone. I think that it's the best thing about America, frankly.
I know Biden, YouTube letter. I don't know if Ryan would do the YouTube letter meme.
I think free speech is a great one. I like Wick's suggestion here, which was that I would like to see bipartisan support for an organization like FIRE. Because one of the things that really made me actually deeply concerned about the left was the way the ACLU morphed from a free speech organization into a general like left position advocacy group where they'll actually take positions contrary to free speech because they have more than one value now. And it's fine. Like we need impact litigation for all sorts of things. I'm not upset that there are impact litigators on both sides. I love that about America. But I was sad to see the ACLU stray from that principle. And FIRE takes endless shit. They take endless shit. They take it from the left. They take it from the right. Like they take endless shit. So I would very much like to see that sort of thing. Like I think maybe that's something we could agree on. Like both parties should start treating FIRE like the ACLU of old. Like they're our barometer for free speech issues going forward. And we don't have to agree with them, but we should at least use them as kind of like the litmus test. And then we can have conversations about them. But to get out of this thing where.
What's up? This dude went. Oh wait, never mind. I think it's on my end that I can't hear you. Say something. Actually, maybe it is on your end.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. Now I can hear you. All right.
Now you can hear me.
Yep.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was saying he's complaining about the ACLU becoming like very left wing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm complaining about is apparently the EPI is now right wing because the Trump admin is siding with him. That's what I'm complaining about. Back in my day, the EPI was sided by left wingers. But yeah. It's so awesome that now liberals are like pro free trade. That's awesome. That's awesome.
It is awesome.
The
We'll
way,
see how
the
long,
way
we'll see how
things
long
should
it
have been.
lasts, but it is awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Truth. Wow.
I don't know if you I don't know what how
Hey, listen. At least they don't like the 100K fee. All right. I bet they do. I bet they defend the fucking wage level shit though.
where you were fired back in Biden, but like the right loved fire under Biden, and the left hated them. And now the right loves them sometimes, but mostly hates them, right? And it's like it just flip flopped mostly. It's like, and people are inconsistent with that organization. So maybe that's the point of commonality.
Yeah, I think.
What the fuck was that?
Mostly, it's like, and people are inconsistent with that organization. So maybe that's the point of commonality.
Yeah, I think also basically, speaking of strong left, strong right, basically we need liberals to recapture pop culture from leftists. Like right now, it feels like the left is like the furthest center you get in the like the pop cultural zeitgeist is like the corporate elite, like the East Coast elite essentially, and then included in that is like Marxist-Leninists. I think it should shift in such a direction so that like Marxist-Leninists. I don't know if I'm making this image very clear, but okay, we've got this paradigm. Okay, we've got the corporate coastal elite, and then I'm inverted for you.
Me
You
for
can
real?
though. And I'm like here, I'm a lot more moderate. Okay, and then over here we've got like Marxist-Leninists, and then like off the chart we've got like the Stalinists. Okay, Stalinists are not included already. Like we've chased them out. Everyone thinks it's bad to be a Stalinist. Marxist-Leninists, we kind of fuck with them. I think that those should be our fringe elements, where we're like they're kind of crazy. We might work with them on very specific activities, like a labor union issue or something like that. But like they're not in the party. Like
Evil. No, why do we choose the worst thing to work with them on? Why? Why would that be the...
like the freaks that we work with sometimes, right? And it should move a little bit more center to include like the moderate normie plumber, or like liberal.
When will Democrats be based and be pro union? Okay, the best thing Biden did, okay, was end the rail workers strike. Okay.
Libertarian intellectual with
He didn't end it soon enough.
Left social
Or prevent it. They never went on strike, right? But they threatened to.
elections, essentially, like the libertarian who's like really chill about like gay trans shit. I think the Democrat Party would be best served if it included that. And I think honestly, right wingers need to completely excise and rebut the techno-fascists and the Christian nationalists, which they are absolutely cozying up to.
Well, I think that there's a real threat there on the right. Wick and I did a few videos on the woke right earlier this year, and the way that I define the term, just so that people don't get mad at me, because every time I talk about woke right, I lose all my fans because my base is mostly on the right. But the way I define that is that if you are invoking identitarian or collectivist grievance to undo the American moral proposition, you're woke, right? And I don't like that on the left when they say our founding fathers were racist. We can like all the documents they treated were trash. We should.
Thanks, in here for the sub. I appreciate it. Anyone still watching at this point, like and sub. Okay.
Tear down the statues. I don't like it on the right when they say, we should, enact a purity test where you can only get elected to office if you're baptized, or like whatever the version of that is. But I think what we need to start doing is being precise about it, right? Because like, I've never talked to Andrew Wilson, but the question I want to ask him if I ever do get to talk to him is, are you saying you want to form a political coalition that will vote?
I would, if that conversation happens, it would be over for me. I would game end myself. It'd be over. I'm jumping off a bridge. I'm drowning myself.
For politicians with Christian values. That's well within bounds. But if you're saying, I want to do that, and then I want to leverage that political power to undo religious liberty, that's out of bounds, right? So like, and I don't know exactly who's who yet. And I think we need firm definitions, because then I can apply them. I can say like, oh, you're a Christian, right? You want to elect a lot of Christian politicians with Christian values. That's inbounds, right? You want to undo religious liberty? That's out of bounds. And then I can tell who's who, right? Right now, I think the lines are too blurry, and we're all fighting about who's woke and who's not. So I think we could be more clear about that.
Gotcha. I guess like kind of my last question for you, I guess from a purely tactical like game theory perspective.
It's not a last question. Oh no.
Why do you think Democrats should fight to bring people like yourself or Joe Rogan back into the tent?
I think if I'm going to put on my Democrat hat for a second, like just like
game
understand,
theory.
like
Game
you
theory.
can take it as you will, because obviously I'm not on your side. But like if I was giving tactical advice, right, to someone like Destiny, and this is not secret, I said this to him. I wish to God he'd fucking listen to me, but he didn't. So whatever. I don't think the left can win in a mud fight. They might win elections, but in the long run, when the left is at its maximally compelling, it's because they have a narrative tied to a great figure like Obama or Clinton with a lot of political talent, who can explain in simple terms why they're going to make people's lives better in a way that sounds like common sense. And they need the moral high ground to do it. That's when the left is at its politically strongest. Getting into a mud wrestling contest where we're exchanging memes back and forth, and we're trying to see who can be the nastiest and the snarkiest and the sharpest, and then drive everyone into their tribal corners, I think is a playing field that is hugely advantageous to the right. I think that they will.
I don't entirely. Unfortunately, there's no. Actually, there's got to be a good way. There's no it's fucking impossible. Okay, to message effectively on the simply on the more moderate shit. Okay, there's no. It's way easier for populists to just say a bunch of bullshit. Okay, no one fact checks. No one cares. Okay. It's all intuitive slop, and none of it's evidence-based, but...
They won't win every election, but they'll win most of them. So amongst my many criticisms of what Destiny is doing right now, but people by extension, sort of people you're talking about, when they're saying, should we reclaim these people? I think that driving the tactics that way just won't work. So take that for what it's worth, but I don't see a path to long-term success for the left doing that.
Sorry, I should have clarified this. Not so much how we do it. I think I asked you practically, but what I meant more so is practically, why should the left pick you or Joe Rogan over Mamdani and Hassan?
Oh, I mean, I would hope.
Because I have fundamentally American value, because I like natural rights, let's go.
People who occupy the position that Joe Rogan does or that I do share the common American proposition. We believe in it.
Yeah.
Right? We actually believe that the moral principles espoused by our founders exist today. And this really does matter. And it does because America is a propositional nation. We're founded on a particular philosophy. And when I get very...
Hold on, just real quick. The slop is crazy. By the way, him saying the meme stuff reminded me of this. Why did this shit disappear? This shit. Oh my god, bro. This fucking dude. This fucking twink, okay? Oh my god. The new Charlie Kirk, okay? Liberal twink Charlie Kirk.
Democrat kitties want you to have health.
Reacted to the Democrat meme that they made, and as far as memes made by the political establishment, this is a decent meme.
Republican kitties do not. Republican kitties control the Senate, House, and the White House, so they're using that to cut your health care and give money to billionaires. Democrat kitty tries to negotiate, but Republican kitty keeps running away. He has a vacation to get to. Uh-oh, suddenly the money you pay for your health insurance has tripled. Thanks, Republicans.
What did I just watch? The DNC just spent $20 million on a...
So notice, first of all, no engagement with the substance there. The guy doesn't care at all that Republicans don't want to extend the ACA subsidies and refuse to negotiate with Democrats at all to do that.
To find ways to win over Gen Z. I'm going to save you $20 million and tell you right here, right now, with some free advice, that just lost you Gen Z voters. It didn't win you a single Gen Z voter. What was the target audience of that video? Furries?
I don't know if this guy is intentionally being stupid or whatever, but, if you unironically think that that is in any way a reference to furry shit, then you have less of an understanding of Gen Z than even the probably poor understanding the Democrats have. Okay, bro, what are we doing, bro?
Very frustrated debating people on X or whatever I'm doing when I'm talking to someone on the woke right or the woke left. Their first argument is always, we want to abandon the founding philosophy, right? That they need to do that because that lets them replace it with whatever bullshit they're spouting. But we're very vulnerable to that as a country because we don't have an ethnicity to fall back on. We don't have a religion to fall back on. If you take away our founding values, we are not one country anymore. We're just different people floating around with a shared government. So there's a vulnerability here. And people like Mamdani, people like Hassan, they want to reject the proposition. That's their goal. Their goal is a post-America America, just like the Christian right wants to reject the proposition. That's step one. And then step two is they build their utopia, right? I think those people have to be off the team. And I think they have to be off the team on both sides.
To be fair, Ryan has done this elsewhere. I understand the point he's making, but also, I don't know, it doesn't seem like to me, it's not a very substantive critique of, more utilitarian or egalitarian philosophies or whatever to just say, oh, well, if we don't have our founding ideology anymore, then we're no longer an actual country. We're just a group of people, okay? But
yeah, but if you think tactically, allyship-wise, progressives have been controlling culture, Hollywood, gaming, academia. Progressives have been very effective at kind of taking these things over. So is there benefits to appealing to the moderate, or is it just a principled position? Because it has to be tactically beneficial, otherwise people won't do it because they want to win elections.
Yeah, and I think that that's actually the real challenge is that people on the extremes are very loud and they're magnified by algorithms. And right, like I'll have an experiment I want to do because I haven't done it yet. But my theory was that if I went on X and just did a bunch of posts that used the phrase Civil War, I would get a tremendous level of engagement I don't normally get, because my suspicion is there are bots that are auto-liking the phrase right now. Like that looks like what it looks like to me. So one challenge is that we have an information ecosystem that is skewed towards the crazies. That's issue one. Issue two, and here this is not bipartisan of me, this is more of a rightist position. We let, I would say, fringe leftists change core institutions, like especially academia, in a way that we shouldn't have. And part of that is because people who are conservative don't tend to exist in these spaces. There's a chicken and the egg question there. I don't know the answer, but so one thing we need to do is not what Trump is doing, where he forces an ideological change through the power of the government. We need to actually start building institutions like Jonathan Haidt's Heterodox Academy. Or we need to start going back to the idea of the ivory tower and education not as a tool of social justice, but as a attempt to discover truth. So I don't know how to do that, but that's a project that I would love to be involved in. I have an education.
I wonder if they talked about this in the previous 2 hours about Trump and his attacks on universities, but I don't know, maybe we just really needed to protect those Jewish students, okay? Maybe that was just a real, genuine, maybe Biden was actually suppressing the free speech of Jewish students because of the anti-Semitism they faced on campus somewhat, like, oh my God.
Education background, I think I can be helpful, but we would need to start building institutions that work a little bit differently.
Yeah, it's just it just seems like people are getting less philosophically grounded, not more, and the environment media, as you said, because of bots, is less coherent. Like, frankly, if we're talking about like principles, Republicans like barely flinched at the Epstein stuff, which like should be it should be basically a nuke for the party that Trump came out being all for it. Pam Bondi promised it, and we basically got nothing. And then people would go, look, I talked to JD Vance, and I'm going to stop talking about the Epstein stuff. Like that should have been a nuke.
Oh yeah,
it's like how times without those ideas, we're just the people, but also the country walls. I don't think like the American ideals and the way Ryan is expressing them are so fundamental to our country that if we just had like if we had the Econoboy, okay, we had the Econoboy occupied government, okay, everyone in the government was now the Econoboy egalitarian pilled, okay, people or whatever. Like that we would cease to be effectively a country. It may have been the case that many of the founders were, did hold the view that negative rights are, the most important, most important rights. They're the only real intrinsically valuable things. But I don't think that idea is so essential that we cease to be a country without it. Like, that's partially evidenced by the fact that obviously, as Ryan says, we've already strayed quite far away from, probably what our founders intended our government to be.
The Republican though, like Thomas Massey's my current favorite Republican. He's up in arms about it and throwing, holding votes and hearings. So it does depend. But by and large, I'd agree that should have been, and I think actually it is a big deal in some ways. Like, I don't know that it's going to accomplish all that you hope that it would. But if you talk about someone like Rob Noor, right? Like Rob Noor is upset about the Epstein thing. Now, the Charlie Kirk thing kind of washed that out in many ways.
Sure
but like
did.
prior to the Charlie Kirk assassination, Rob was on the warpath about this. And, like Rob's about as populist right as you can get. So, I think there was concern.
But he
there.
abandoned it because college students were bad about Kirk. And I agree, college students and a number of pundits were bad about Kirk, but most of the pundits and most of the Democrats were good about Kirk. And it hasn't actually changed that the Epstein stuff happened, right? So like, this is the principal thing I'm talking about.
This is why I got so fucking frustrated with Destiny. Because like,
oh, no.
I mean, beyond the fact that his game theory analysis is just fucking wrong, which is like that's more of an intellectual topic, but like it is, he's just doing it wrong, which is one problem because he's resting his whole theory on it. The central point there, because people talk about like left violence or right violence and they have stats and the motive of the shooter and all kinds of other things. If you're at a funeral and you make fun of the widow, you're an asshole. That's actually the point, right? And
What if
just
it's
like
really
when the
funny, though?
fucking Free Palestine people are like, if I punch a baby, it's fine as long as it draws attention to the genocide. It's like, no, it actually isn't, because it makes people think you're an asshole. And the reason I got so fucking mad at him is that I wasn't asking him to change his politics.
Set a EG doll Declaration of Independent Constitution. Are we the USA? I mean, you can have a shared set of ideas without, or you can have a constitution. You can have some shared set of ideas even without it being, sort of as strict as Ryan interprets them as being, to the point where he says, essentially, anyone not even to the left of Bernie. I think we'd say people like I think we'd say Bernie himself as well as people to the right of Bernie a little bit are just like fundamentally like anti-American.
I was just asking him to show grace.
And like if their ideas were adopted, we would cease to even be America. Like that seems a little stupid in my opinion.
And because I think that's all we can do, right? Like I can't expect that you and I are going to agree, right? I don't think that's possible. I do think it's possible for me to have a pretty contentious conversation with you and then show grace and try to move towards something else. Like I think that's possible. And that's the way we could move in this direction. And there's not very many people who are honestly trying to do that. I think there's a lot of people who are making lip service in that direction, but that's what's required. And it's difficult. It's hard. It took us, what, 3 hours?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. There's just something tough about this because in many ways I'm actually ironically in a similar place where my own in-group is alienating me super hard, right? Like DGG, for example, obsesses over like any counterpoint that I bring up to Destiny's like strategy, despite the fact that I've been very open that I disagree with them the whole time. But they don't seem to care when I like pop off fighting conservatives, right? Like it's all they care about is like the couple of like subtle errors, right? So I'm very, very frustrated. But I've already done the song and dance of like my principles versus my tribe.
Wait, what is the...
DGG, for example, obsesses over like any counterpoint that I bring up to Destiny's like strategy, despite the fact that I've been very open that I disagree with them the whole time. But they don't seem to care when I like pop off fighting conservatives, right? Like it's all they care about is like the couple of like subtle errors, right? So I'm very, very frustrated.
Maybe I'm not in the DGG subreddit enough, but for one, I'm not seeing it happening or whatever. But for two, yeah, they're gonna point out where they disagree with you and support you where they agree with you. I don't think that's it. Like there might be a line where it's too lopsided or whatever, but whatever.
But I've already done the song and dance of like my principles versus my tribe with Christians, right? Where like I hate the Christian tribe.
The point maybe weaker than his preference is that they are shared is what's important. No, I mean I agree. No, I think I agree with that. Like
I don't identify with Christians. I am a Christian. Right. So I've already done that song and dance. So nobody's gonna bully me out of my liberal perspective. I have to be convinced out of my liberal leanings. But the issue is that a lot of my friends disagree with me. They disagree about recapturing moderates. They basically look at moderates that are like tech tone and will jump on this idea that it's like funny to catch them all when it comes to like immigrant.
Bro. I don't know this. I don't keep up with everything Tectone says. My understanding, Tectone is not much of a moderate. He wasn't, I guess, super political, I don't think, before the Kirk assassination, but ever since then, I'm pretty sure he's gone, like, totally fucking insane.
Well, like maybe families are sobbing as they're being ripped apart, which we can agree that we might need to deport illegal immigrants and that like there's a problem with extended visas and people overstaying their asylum, and also maybe not revel in like families being torn apart as a result of this, right? That it just seems as though there's no balancing, it's really tough to not just basically give up and do the Destiny tactic when it's like Tectone will experience.
Isn't there a fucking Zenith name or whatever? Like I said, I don't. Is it Tectone?
More or less nameless Twitter accounts celebrating Kirk. Be like, time to be a Republican. Fuck trans people. Fuck black people. And it's just like, what are we doing here exactly, right? It seems very, right? The left points this out a lot. It seems like everyone wants to hold us to a higher standard than Republicans, right? Republicans can mock Pelosi's her husband's brutal assault. They can basically roll their eyes at Hortman or just deny that it was their side that caused it, right? They're saying, hey, he was actually a Tim Welch staffer, even though like he had voted for Trump for multiple years in a row, right? And so it feels like we've erected these dissimilar standards. Even in the fight you and I have had, it feels like essentially we have just like dissimilar standards where like kind of Trump can do fucking anything and do crazy shit and you'll agree that it's bad. And you're like, yeah, but look at these leftists. They're such assholes. And it's like, what are we doing here? I'm trying to build an argument for this narrative that talking to the moderates is worth it, that we should build a coalition with democracy-minded moderate people that maybe don't agree with us on all sorts of things, but we can agree about some certain things. But it's tough. My peers' arguments are compelling. They hold a lot of weight. And I can't convince myself that they're wrong.
I think even in that conversation that you just, the conversation we're having, there's possible prescriptions, like in terms of like policy that we could advocate for. Like the one that I push for all the time, right, is like, I am not a fan of ICE raids. The reason I'm not a fan of ICE raids is that ICE is not, like a local police is involved in the community and has a different level of knowledge and understanding of the community and does a better job with this sort of thing. ICE is essentially a paramilitary group. Like ICE raids are going to result in exactly what you expect, which is going to be a bunch of very sad stories and a bunch of
Okay. No, it's kind of this. I thought, like, literally the only issue we were going to take with it was the fact that it's the federal government and it's not done on, like, a local level. Oh, my God, I was going to game at myself so hard.
Images. It's going to be what that is. The flip side of that, though, is that in many, many places, including all the sanctuary cities, we have undone all the policies that were used by people like Obama, like the Secure Communities Program, that allowed the local police, when they arrested someone, they'd run their status, and if they were arrested for an unrelated crime.
Cringe program reduced native-born employment by 44,000. Okay, but have you seen how good the DHS posting has been? I don't think good is the right word, Tyrus, in my opinion. It's been, I mean, it's a oh, this is convenient timing. Okay, it's Groyper occupied government. Okay, is what we have.
Crime, but they were illegally here. They would cooperate with ICE and they'd be deported. And that's how Obama got his numbers up. It's a cooperative program. That program was abolished. Like, I actually think there's a bipartisan initiative here, which is if the sanctuary cities and the sanctuary communities back off that and are willing to cooperate with ICE for people who are arrested for other crimes and are here
This is like
illegally.
This is crazy, and I hope Erudite would point this out. I don't know, maybe they're beyond really disagreeing about some of the stuff at this point, but like, bro, Obama doing whatever secure community program is like miles away. There's no bipartisan agreement when MAGA is like posting the Pokemon meme, like the fucking Pokemon memes, or the fucking like ASMR deportation shit memes for sending people to CCOT without them even being able to like claim habeas or talk to the lawyer or dispute whether or not they're truly an alien enemies. And I mean, the invocation of the Alien Enemies Act on its own is fucking insane. Like, this is not like a area for bipartisan agreement. These are like fundamentally like different. The reasons for doing the deportations are different. The mechanism is entirely insane. Like, dog, what are we doing?
Because they don't have to, right?
The guy running it, in my opinion, is the best given employee because he's not taking tax money. I would assume. I mean, do you know that? I would assume. I don't know if we know who's running it. I would assume one is multiple people, and two that they are taking tax money. But
I would love to get on board that sort of thing. I think there is common ground there, but I don't know. I don't know if either side's willing to make the concession. So I'll just throw it out to you. What would you think of a proposal like that? Like, we'll give up the raids if you give up the kind of like the refusal to cooperate with the federal authorities on this.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would be totally open to that.
Bit.
ICE is, I'm not a big fan of ICE. I think it's a pretty.
It's a better compromise than what I was expecting. Okay, at least we got that much.
The insane body to exist. I think the fact that it is funded more than, I think, like 6 or 7 combined law enforcement agencies is insane. Yeah. I'm open to it. I'm open to
more
it.
funded than
like more, though.
half the militaries in the world.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of just want like a complete audit and overhaul of ICE. I think it's like a pretty disgusting institution.
Well, but that's what I mean. Like, in order for us to like reach common ground as like, I think we occupy for this conversation roughly the center of our respective affiliations, right? Though I'm technically an independent, but for the sake of the conversation, I think we're roughly centrist in many ways. We would need to come up with policies that have some give and take, right? Like that's the only way forward. And what frustrates me, I mean, this is like kind of like deep lore, and you have no reason to know this, but like at one point, I was trying to set up like a weekly spot with Rob Noor where I do legal stuff on the show, right? That fell through because I wouldn't agree with Rob that political prosecutions are a good thing, because I don't think they're a good thing, right? Then I go talk to Destiny.
Thank you, Rob Noor. Incredible.
And he invites me on his show to debate him because I told him political prosecutions are a bad thing, and he wanted to argue with me about why the left, next time they are in power, should do more political prosecutions. So I just feel like a fucking crazy.
I don't think Destiny's position is that we should do what he would define as political prosecutions. I think Destiny might argue to some extent the game theory shit that like there should be at least some tit for tat in that, like, although there are plenty of Republicans who have like generally committed crimes and like it's not political prosecution to go after them necessarily. Maybe there should be like some onus on the like whoever is president next, whoever the Democratic president is next, to actually order the DOJ to do things, which is somewhat of political prosecution, maybe, if you can define it that way. But I don't think unless I missed that Destiny stream, I don't know, I don't watch Destiny that much, I guess, but I don't think you would argue for literally political prosecutions, right? Like,
person, because both Rob and Destiny will agree political prosecutions are bad. Both Rob and Destiny then argued the only way to stop them is to do them until the other side rolls over and dies and admits they were wrong. That's a vendetta cycle.
I don't think that's like Rob will like literally say like, yeah, he's hypocritical and he doesn't give a fuck. Like that is Rob's position at this point. I remember like Pisco did a stream about it even like Rob Noor just came out and said after the Jimmy Kimmel shit, like, oh, I should have even said it was bad. Okay, fuck you. I'm a hypocrite. Fuck you. Like, I don't think that's any justification. But okay.
That like, there's no way out of that, right? So somebody has to start offering alternatives, and those alternatives have to appeal to centrists on both sides to have some support, so that we can go back to doing some kind of cooperative work between the parties.
Yeah, I'm open to that. The issue is like that's essentially like what I do. I've done a lot of that conversation with you, and yet like you characterize this conversation as like,
now we're back to the weird condescending stuff. Can you regurgitate Bayes' theorem without looking it up? Nope, I'm not going to be able to regurgitate the whole thing. No.
a whining victimhood struggle session, right? And so it's just like she's just
probability of A over B is equal to probability of B over A over or sorry, is it A given B? Sorry, and then it's over. It's like B given A over whatever bullshit in the denominator. I'm gonna forget.
Jesus fucking Christ! Like, frankly, like and you just characterize it as I just want you to denounce Trump.
I don't remember what's in the denominator of the thing.
Harder. And it's like that just wasn't happening. That's not.
Oh no, there's more shit in the numerator than the denominator.
Not even a fair way. That's just like not a fair way to characterize this conversation. And so it's like, okay, well, I'm the one advocating for talking to the other side. I'm being the reasonable one, but I'm pushing you on your epistemics because I think they're unsound, which I'm allowed to do.
No, but see, what's so interesting about this, and I hope your audience.
I just know what I care about Charlie Kirk anymore. The news cycle moves on. Okay, people don't. I mean, what do you mean why? That's just kind of how. Things work. This is how people. People can't be angry forever. All right.
Catches what you just did. We had the argument. We moved past the argument. I offered actual takes of things that I think would be a useful way to cross the divide with specific policy prescriptions that we could maybe work together on. And your response was to revisit the argument. So the idea that you're the one showing grace in this conversation is belied by the fact that we disagreed, and I was absolutely willing to move past it and move to the olive branch, let's build together thing, but you want to go back to the fight. Like, what's the point of what you just said? We disagree. What are we going to do? We're going to have the same argument again? You want to do another 3 hours on it?
Yeah, this is crazy. This is making me believe that maybe Destiny has the right approach. Like this exact exchange. Like it's so unfortunate. It's so.
Why do we do that? Why do we derail back to this so quickly?
I'm willing to put aside the fact that we clearly disagree, and then give you things that I think the left and right could work together on. That's the thing that blackpilled you.
No. Of course.
Well, then why are you bringing it up now?
Give it a try.
If you
Give it a
just want to
try.
end the conversation and save some face, that's fine. We can end the conversation. Just say so. It's totally fine. But
can you give me a summary to comment? Well, I only watched the last hour 90 minutes, although there's still some of it left, obviously, not that much of it left, honestly. But my understanding, I guess originally they were talking about the Charlie Kirk stuff. I think that's what they started on. I guess, but it's supposed to be them, kind of primarily talking about building bridges or whatever. And as much as I think Erudite is, mostly correct in her opinions, basically I do think Ryan is right. Basically turned into Erudite trying to rake Ryan over the coals for thinking that Biden was worse than Trump. They talked about the free speech stuff. They talked about a little bit about the stupid deontology stuff and natural rights. Kill me.
It's a crazy thing to go back to the argument in the context of me trying to build a bridge and being very specific in the way to do it.
Yeah, again, if you just would like to
Thanks for looking it up. I was going to offer $20 if you could explain the 4 pieces without looking it up. I'm off to bed. Night, my Lieber.
Well, thanks for the $10, Michael. I appreciate it. Yeah, see, now I have an incentive, okay, to actually memorize it so I can get the $20 next time. But yeah, no, don't. I appreciate the $10. Hell fucking yeah. Well, $10. $10 at the margin is meaningful to me. Okay.
reframe this whole thing. I'm revisiting this because I'm outlining to you
how much you've earned this stream. I don't know the ad revenue yet, but $15 from the YouTube stuff, minus the 30 whatever percent cut YouTube takes.
Why I am fearful that I am wrong.
Marginal,
right? Because I think you and I want the same thing, which is like,
but you guys can change that exclamation point TTS in the chat. You can donate through Streamlabs. They only take like a 3% cut or whatever. Let's go.
Coalition building, these sorts of things. But my peers make pretty compelling arguments.
I mean, I'd be doing it, like I said, I might do it less. I would do it less often if I didn't get money probably, but you know, I would do it even if I didn't get money. Pull me in 5 minutes at non-fun. Oh my god, what does PBG want? What's up?
What's up? How you doing?
I'm doing good. Not much is up with me. What's up with you? What are you in for?
I got a couple of questions because I gotta finish this shit because I can't go too long today. But what do you think of the government shutdown?
So far, so good for the Democrats. I think we'll see exactly what happens, but you know, hopefully the Republicans come to negotiate shit. I don't know what I don't know what else you want me to say in it.
But it's like a net positive, right? Like this is a good thing for the Democrats, 100%.
Probably, but well, so far I would say yes. I don't know. I have a limited faith. As of now, I still have majority faith. Okay, I still have above 51% faith, but I have limited faith that Democrats will be able to continually effectively message on this, and people won't end up just blaming Democrats for the shutdown. But so far, I think they've done a good job. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't see. I'm not even like worried about that because I know the way most people in America. People in America are retarded, dude. They don't follow politics at all. If you're the one in charge, they're gonna blame you. And when Barack Obama was in charge, it was the last government shutdowns were Trump, right? And he also got the blame for those. But I remember Barack Obama. That's when I barely started getting political. I remember he was in charge, but it was obviously the Republicans' fault. They were like fucking with him and shit, right?
Yeah.
They wanted him to cut Social Security, I remember. And Obama was like, no, wait, fuck that. And people blame Obama. People are most people in America don't follow politics the way we do, dude. Like messaging or shit like that. If you're in charge, they're gonna blame you. So this is like in my opinion, they should go further. The Democrats, they should say you need to stop doing your ICE raids, shit like that, dude. You don't think that's a good idea?
The issue is like, I agree Americans don't follow politics that much, but I feel like I don't know. It feels like Republicans just have a natural advantage in the media and especially in the online shit. And like voters just get the wrong message. I don't know. Republicans just lie. Like the fact that Donald Trump even like the official government websites, right? Like say that there's a fucking that it's a Democrat shutdown, right? I don't know. It feels like Republicans would probably be able to.
This is what I mean though. This is why a lot of you guys need to step a little bit outside online, dude, because you guys think that online shit is like straight up politics. No, most people,
PBT
Donald Trump is obviously
he's
incredibly unpopular already.
A lot of ICE raids that are bad. That's
right, by the normies. Not even his MAGA base. His MAGA base fucking loves him, but the normies fucking hate him. The independents, the people that are not enthroned, those people are gonna hate him more, dude. They're gonna hate him more. They said, no, you're in charge. What do you mean the Democrats? I'm telling you, that's what's gonna happen, dude. I think that's what's gonna happen.
You're telling me, okay?
Okay. Well, another thing. What do you think of Milei in Argentina?
I don't keep up with Argentina that much, but like, I mean, you know, it's not. The bailout might be positive ROI for America, but certainly I don't endorse, you know, everything Milei has done or anything. It's not particularly surprising to me that if you elected like total ANCAP libertarian, that you would have some crisis eventually. It might still be better than the alternative. I don't know. I don't keep up with Argentina that much, but you know.
But he was. I mean, a lot of I want to say neoliberals, but neoliberals and fucking a lot of especially libertarians were like holding that he was gonna be this fucking. He was gonna be a successful blah blah blah. You know, you're just gonna wait and see, and then 1.5 years later, he's a complete failure, right?
I don't think it's fair to say he's a complete failure. I think, like, again, you know,
he's getting bailed out by a fucking American government, dude. It's like, what country gets that?
Argentina,
right?
You know, has had to be bailed out, you know, multiple times. So there are a lot of different presidents. I don't think it automatically makes you a failure. Pretty sure there's been bigger bailout packages before, and I also think that like
Why Milei is extra
again,
worse?
Argentina had a lot of problems. Like right now, the issue is with the exchange rates and the exchange rates, right? Like Argentina had a big problems before with inflation as well, and like deficit spending as well. I think, like I said, it could be better than the alternative. I think it's too early to say either way whether he's like really that much of a success or failure. But
well, let's go with what you're saying now, because you know that like right before that he took an IMF loan and then now he needs a bailout, so he's like double fucked.
Yeah, but the IMF loan was not. The IMF loan was not because they were having a crisis, so we needed to bail out.
Oh, okay.
Also, to be clear, wait, okay. What was he elected on? Wait, what? Why are you doing that? Why did he get elected? What was he getting elected to do?
You tell me.
You don't know.
I'm pretty sure Argentinians did not want him to fucking push all the austerity shit he did.
What was the crisis they were having that made them elect him?
Inflation.
You don't know. Yeah, inflation. Is inflation up, down?
I don't know. Is it up, down? What is
massively
it? You don't know,
down,
really?
massively down.
Okay,
you don't know. Wait, but why are you calling in to talk about? No, I'm sorry. Why are you calling in to talk about Argentina? Let me finish. No, I'm not sorry. Let me finish. Why is this guy having to talk over me? Why does he have to talk over me? Let me finish. Oh my God, not fun. What is this? Oh my God! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Let me finish a sentence. You were so scared, so terrified, so terrified. So just to be clear, just to yes or no, you called in to talk about Argentina, even though you don't know the basic thing he was elected to do, and you said he was a complete failure, even though you don't know his goals.
Sweetheart, he's the one that's getting bailed.
That was a yes or no question. That was a yes or no question.
Why are you asking me this black and white question?
Can you repeat the question?
Awake, but he has perms.
What do you want, dude? What do you want from me?
You don't listen at all. You're retarded. You're retarded. You're retarded. You're retarded.
Okay, great. Not fun.
Mm-hmm.
You agree that Milei is a failure?
No, I don't think it's. I don't know. I don't think I know enough either way to be clear to say confidently. And I also, like I said, I don't think it's fair to consider him a overall failure. Because there's an exchange rate crisis. Essentially, I don't know if that's really fair, especially when Argentina has had a lot of issues under a lot of different presidents with a variety of ideologies. Like I don't think it's fair to consider other
most of the people that were elected were. What do you mean ideal? Do you know them? Do you actually know them? Most of them were neoliberal ideologues.
I don't know a ton of, but I don't. Was the person before Milei a neolib ideologue? Is this
yes.
Position that we're okay? I don't know a ton about Argentina. Like I said, I don't feel confident speaking about it either way. But I don't know if that's I don't know if that's fair to say they were all neolib ideologues.
Argentina is like pretty crazy because they've taken a shitload of IMF loans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you know that historically.
You don't think there's been
and it hasn't helped them at all?
More leftist people who have taken IMF loans and stuff too? Like, what do we mean? Like,
well, name me one. Like, I know that Mexico. I could give you the two examples that are going against each other now. Mexico, the IMF and the OECD recommended an IMF loan for Mexico, and they rejected it, knowing that obviously they push you to push austerity measures and shit like that. And hold on, well, I'm comparing it. And Claudia was like, we don't need it. And they had to change their projections of they said they were going to have degrowth. They were going to, their economy was going to go into recession and shit like that. And it didn't happen.
Okay. That didn't really answer any of my questions, but all right.
Well, I'm being simplistic. You don't think that Milei is a failure? I mean, the guy has to get billed $20 billion.
Oh my God! I feel like I just gave my reasons, and
I know, but that's
respond to anything I said. But okay.
How is that not a fucking failure? Dude? The guy's been in office for a year and a half.
Right now.
So you're saying that if another president would have been around, I don't know if he would have had the. They would have needed the $20 million.
I don't know for sure, but I think it's likely that Argentina would have had a pretty high inflation. They probably would have had lower growth. There probably would have been a variety of other things that Milei is better on.
Also, wait. I have a quick question. You said the person before Milei. Yeah, you said the person before Milei was a neoliberal shill.
he wasn't.
Yeah. So two questions. Two questions. Two questions. Okay, my
Hold
bad.
on. I wouldn't say he was a neoliberal show. He was. Latin America has different political. The ideologies that they have are a little bit different than us.
You said it was
So
a
he would be like,
neoliberal
he would
ideology,
be
to be clear.
I know. Wait. I know he said that. I know he said that. I'm aware.
He will be like somebody like Joe Biden, who the majority of his policies are neoliberal, but he wasn't as bad as Milei. Yes.
Right. Two questions then. Two questions. What was his name?
I don't remember. I don't know it on the top of my fucking head.
What was his party?
I remember.
What was his party? What was his party?
You're gonna be a simplistic dipshit and say that he was this
that's what it's
left-wing fucking dude. He was left-wing for Argentina.
He was from the Peronist party. He was from the Judicialist party. They're not right-wing, dumbass. They're not right-wing. It's the Judicialist party. There's a left-wing populist Peronist party. You fucking retard. You fucking moron. You don't have a clue. You don't have a clue. You have no clue. You're fucking retarded. You are fucking retarded. You have no clue. Oh, my bad. You just said a second ago, Latin America has a bunch of different ideologies. It's not mapping to U.S. or European politics, and now you're mapping it to Joe Biden. Dumbass. Peronism was a left-wing ideology adopted by the left-wing party. That was what Milei was running against. That's why they had record high inflation. You have no clue what you're talking about. You are retarded. You talk confidently without having a clue what you're talking about. You have to talk over me because you're scared. This guy is retarded. Did he leave or did we kick him?
No, he left.
Yeah, complete failure. Like, how can you fucking say Fernandez was a fucking neoliberal? How dare you say that? That's so retarded. You are so retarded. And he doesn't even know his name. He didn't know his party. Does anyone here believe for a microsecond that this guy ever heard about him? He didn't even know what Milei was elected to do. He guessed inflation. Yeah, I mean, the guy is a complete joke. I don't know why anyone thinks he can, like, talk confidently about Argentina.
Political understander, bro. He literally watches TYT. All right, so
that's right. No, I mean, look, the crisis is bad, right? I never expected Milei to go without any crashes. Like, I mean, I'm not an austerity bro, right? But to say Milei was a complete failure is just retarded. It's just ignorant. Poverty is down, inflation is down. These are the main things he was elected to do. He nuked rent control, and that led to a huge decrease in house prices, or in like rents. Yeah. I mean, he's gonna have a crisis, but like, to say he's a complete failure because of that, when you don't even know who was before him. Shut the fuck.
And it has it's gotta be the case as well. There were plenty of crises under like more sock dem left-leaning whatever populist presidents Argentina's had before. I don't know the full history of Argentina. Like I said, I never like
record high inflation was good for the peso under Fernandez.
Well, obviously.
Yeah, Fernandez. I don't know how to say Latin American names.
Yeah,
but yeah, I'm just saying this guy is a complete joke. But yeah, good talking. I just think that's entertaining. Gotta wait for him to cope harder. I don't know where he's gonna cope, but he's coping. I can feel it.
Well, on his kick stream, I'm sure he's still ranting.
I can't talk. What can we do?
People as possible, so I deeply appreciate a
subscription,
a like. You can click that.
Of course.
So obviously, Joe Biden in America is left wing, as in he's in the Democratic Party.
He's just gonna define left wing as only like to the left of Bernie Sanders. This is gonna be this. We're gonna do this meme like.
Nope. I mean, anybody with half a brain who could just get himself out of American politics will tell you that Joe Biden is not left wing. In fact, if you grab Joe Biden and take him into Iceland, Norway.
Yep, we're doing that meme. What's up? You're not speaking. This dude. Incredible.
Hello?
What's up?
Yeah. No, I mean, I know it's annoying. It's like, one conversation I'll be like, yeah, I mean, the term neoliberal means nothing. I mean, people even call Joe Biden a neoliberal. People will be like, what? People call Joe Biden neoliberal? No, it only ever meant Reagan and Thatcher. And I'll be like, okay. And then, like, the next day, I'll talk to dumbasses, like morons like this, and they'll be like, Joe Biden's a neoliberal. Everyone's a neoliberal. It's like, oh my God. Fernandez is a neoliberal. I'm like, oh my God, bruh. Oh my God, bruh. Yeah, no, this is, it's annoying. It's annoying. Neoliberalism only ever meant Reagan. That's the only, not even Thatcher is neoliberal. It only was Reagan. Only Reagan and nothing else.
Yeah, I don't know if you I think you joined a little bit before he finished or whatever, but he was literally doing the meme of like, if you put Joe Biden in Norway or Iceland, he would literally be right wing, like we're like, you know.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I don't know. This guy's retarded. I hope it's clear to everyone. This guy's completely clueless. But yeah.
Well, okay, it's fucking 5 a.m. where I am. Okay, so we're gonna finish this up. Okay, and then.
And the way that you consistently would reframe this conversation makes me go.
Is this the most likes you've ever gotten on a stream? No, definitely not. I think the shrimp welfare stream, by the end of it, had like 80 likes or something.
If this is moderates and we can't even begin at a state of being genuine, then I don't know what to do.
Honestly, if you think that a conversation with me is so fucked up and that what I've been offering is like irreconcilable with your positions, given that I've been overtly attempting to build bridges the whole time, I think you will struggle talking to people who are more conservative and more MAGA than me. But I
technically. This stream, I just went to my most popular live streams. This stream, that's 191 likes, but you know, this definitely doesn't count.
I'm suggesting that maybe we have to find a way to do this without revisiting the points of disagreement endlessly, because we know they exist. That doesn't seem to be something that's possible for you, which is a bummer. But if it changes, you know where I live. Well, you don't know where I live, but you know where to find me. I'd be delighted to have the conversation, because I think there actually is room for this, and I'm optimistic about it. But it can't be the sort of thing where people just have to concede to each other and just say, no, I guess I was wrong about everything. Let me lay down my arms. I think what we have to do is find ways that we can be productive and say, I see a policy that would be better and get both sides better than where they are today. And maybe we can focus on that. It does not seem to be interesting to you, but I would be delighted to have that conversation if you ever want to.
I mean,
What's up?
Wait, just a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do you think about the Democrat Kitty video?
Goated, honestly. Goated might be a stretch,
okay.
But I think
Are you
good.
serious though? Are you serious though?
I mean, yeah, I honestly, like, I don't think it was, like, in terms of memes made by, like, actual political parties and stuff, I think that's probably one of the better ones. I don't know if you...
No, exactly. I'm seeing people say it's like a failure. I have no clue what they're talking about. It was so effective because it does two things. One, it messages to Gen Z. Two, a lot of people are disengaged. They don't know the ins and outs of politics. They don't know what the difference between the Senate and the House is. They cannot even name all three branches of government. So every time you make a political ad, it needs to be very simple, very attention grabbing, and very approachable. And they did that. It was perfect. It was perfect. Usually Democrats are incompetent and retarded. They'll be like, no, Trump is overhauling the authority of the Senate judiciary, parliamentarian. No. It's like, what are we doing? No one knows anything of what you're saying. But this was perfect. This was exactly right on everything. Like a viral meme, a very funny ad on its own, explaining it like it's the first sentence was, "This is how shutdowns work" or something. It's like, yeah, great. Not everyone knows what it is. Shutdown is a technical term. Now they know. Perfect. I loved it. And I think everyone who doesn't like this ad, like, that's actually like, if we should ever listen to anything you have to say about politics, like that, or or like at least political messaging. If you're not in favor of that ad, you are, like, in my book, beyond saving. I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of people on Twitter be like, "Yeah, this ad is bad. This ad is bad." Like, this ad is
the
drugs
fucking,
for like disengaged voters.
The Brian Holland dude, the new Charlie Kirk. Okay, the twin Charlie Kirk.
I saw that. I saw that. That's what made
Oh
me
my
really
god,
think that.
asking
Yeah.
if it's about furries, dude. Like, oh my god, kill me. And he
Yeah,
didn't even.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
so
No,
funny
it-
that like he just played the video and like just did not address any of the things in it.
Any
Like,
other
it's like-
substance. No, they have to. And then you said it best. You said it best. Like you don't get to say, "Oh, Democrats cannot message to Gen Z" if you think this is about furries.
Yeah.
You're like either debilitatingly retarded or like you cannot. You're just like you don't have it, bro. But that he's both of them. So yeah, no, this guy is like. This is like the most obvious conservative like industry plant. Like that's so. I don't know. I feel bad even saying it. Like it should be obvious. It should be like saying schizo every time we say Candace O. It's like me saying, "Oh, Candace O, and she's just so schizo." I feel like bad saying it because it's like, yeah, dumb, bro, no shit. Like everyone knows this. Like it's synonymous with saying schizo. I don't know if it's synonymous to people that this Bryland Holy Hand. This guy's like obviously an industry plant. He's like synonymous. This is like the most shameless, obvious industry plant ever. But yeah. You're telling me that like he said two things or something after Kirk died, and now he's on a jet and doing a university tour? Yeah. I have a bridge to sell you. Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, I feel low IQ even talking about it because it should not be even explained explicitly. But I don't know. Bro, I wanted to talk to Quick Thoughts yesterday. I was on his live for like an hour, and he was like, "Only Trumpers. I'm only talking to Trumpers. I disagree. I think Trump is bad." And then he's too nice. He has accountability syndrome on steroids. He'll talk to someone who's like, "Yeah, I voted Trump because I disagree with him on some things, but like it just felt really oppressive that I talked to my progressive friends and have to pretend I'm progressive." And it's like, "Oh yeah," and he's like, "Oh yeah, but I think your uncomfort with pretending to be progressive, which yeah." That sucks. I agree. It sucks. But I think that is less important than, for example, people dying because he cut USAID funding. And then the guy's like, yeah, but, the left wing, they have a monopoly on the culture. And then it's like, you cannot even disagree on the trans stuff. It's like, yeah, I agree. Like, the pronoun stuff might be weird. Like, I went to the doctor and they said, "What's your pronouns?" I'm like, yeah, you can tell, right? But there are people dying because of USAID. Like they bombed a boat of fishermen without any justification. Mm-hmm. Isn't that like bad? And he's like, the caller just doesn't get it. It's like, oh my god, I want to kill myself. What is going on? What is going on? I was like, my blood pressure was so high, man. But the guy is just like super calm. He's like, yeah, so. He took $500 million jet from Qatar. That's like, that cannot be good, right? It's like, yeah, but the culture trans, like, kill yourself. Like, I cannot. Holy shit. But I wanted to talk to him, and I wanted to be very brief. I wanted to be like, one, please use PC, man. I love you. I love your content. But this got to stop. The CPI.
DM him. I don't know, like, I bet he would.
I did, but he didn't respond. I want to make sure. I DM'd him. He didn't respond, and he kept using his CPI. I don't want to.
Horrible.
I don't want to be mean, but this got to stop. The CPI propaganda has got to stop, man. I don't think he knows that. I don't think he cares. But there's that. The second thing is just like his DC crime stuff. Like it's not the best, and he admitted like, yeah, you could do better statistical analysis. But I'm saying like you should make it explicit that there are plausible ways in which the picture you drew is that valid or something. But yeah, I love Quick. Also, he's too probability statistics brained. Not in the sense that it's bad, in the sense that he understands. It's like that's his field, and so he extends it to other stuff when he really shouldn't. So there was the Matt Brunig stuff, and he said capitalism doesn't reward risk. And if you're probability brained, you think, obviously not. Well, I mean, if you take a risky decision between burning your house or making your kids drown, that's risky, but you're not going to get rewarded for that. Like, obviously, no one's saying you get rewarded for making decisions with high variance, even if the EV is incredibly negative. No one's saying that ever. What they're saying is, when you make a decision that has high payout but high risk, capitalism will reflect the high EV to you.
Yeah, it'll. Yeah,
basically. That's what they're saying. regardless of, like, yeah, the risk doesn't, you're not deterred for something because it's risky. You would do something because it has a high EV, unless you're risk averse. But then people who are not risk averse will have the ability to tap into that high EV and in expectation succeed. That's what the claim is. But he's too probability ran that he can just think in variance. But whatever. He's great. He's great. I love him. I just wish
he is goated. Yeah.
I wish he used PC and understood like causal inference. I don't know if he understands causal inference, but
I wonder if
I'm
he knows
sure
who Wick is. Wick should have him on panels. I mean, Tom Fuller was able to get him on his show, so presumably, if Wick reached out.
Yeah. Oh, I wanted to tell him also. Yeah. You should go on more shows. Like that was great. And Lonerbox, I wanted to tell him something like, I usually agree with Lonerbox, but he really dropped the ball. You were completely correct on everything. I wanted to glaze, man, but he was like, only Trumpers, only Trumpers. But yeah, I don't know. Bro, I was like, I'm just saying.
Wait, I gotta.
He was.
I gotta get through my shit. It's late where I am. I gotta.
Yeah, that's fine. You're like 7 hours streaming. Yeah, I get it. Oh wait, just one more thing. What do you think about? When you think about how many likes your stream has, that's obviously a function of how long it's been going on. So you should not compare it to the shrimp stream because that was like multiple days long. But this stream is like only 7 hours, like 20 likes. So
it's, I checked actually. It's not even for a not Subathon stream. It's not the highest. I think the highest is 38 that I have on this stream. Although YouTube won't let me sort by likes, but I can sort by views and scroll through.
Yeah. Maybe you have a video with like.
If everyone watching right now liked, it would be my highest like stream. But obviously people watching right now probably have already liked. Presumably, many of them have. So
that's right, all of them. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
but they have alt accounts. They have second accounts.
Maybe you have some stream out there with like 50 views, but all 50 people liked. You don't know it. You never know.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, that's how statistics works. But yeah. Either way.
All right. Yep.
I offered you multiple things.
Oh, this guy is. By the way, did this guy even? No offense. This guy's a smart dude and everything. Okay, and he follows me and he replied to my DM. Okay, he's goated. Okay, I love him. But wasn't this guy like 6 when he like left Venezuela or whatever? Like, no offense. He seems like he is elite human capital, but he seems so Venezuelan brain broken and. It's like, no offense, dude. I'm pretty sure he was like 6 when he left Venezuela, but okay, whatever. Oh, by this gifted student stuff with Mondami is fucking stupid. Even it's bad because even SDL said this was bad. Okay, so he escaped socialism, non-fun, have some sympathy. I have plenty of sympathy. It's just that I could be misremembering. I'm pretty sure his personal experience was not bad enough to justify this level of whatever. Everybody's good, actually. One of your programs that appears to have no benefit on schooling outcomes. The program has been around for a few decades and hasn't bothered to do randomized evaluation. Why continue funding it? Well, I can't sleep. Well, I'm glad you came back here north. But it says even hasn't bothered to do a randomized evaluation. Overall, we find little evidence. It's to say, the fuck is this? How's that Erudite V Ryan debate? You think we finished that? You think we didn't get distracted 100 times? Good programs seem to have stronger impacts and outcomes. On-time graduation, not test scores. Well, there's no point to G&T programs besides segregation. I mean, I would assume. This is saying that I would have to look at this research or whatever, that it probably does have some effect on other things, but not test scores. I would guess there are probably better design programs somewhere other than New York, but like, yeah, I mean, obviously, if it's not doing good, then sure. Wait, what is this even? You should follow Sasha. He's objectively the best environmentalist who fights hereditarians. Based. I don't know how interested I am in those. In those disputes, but like maybe one day. Not to brag, when I was in middle school, I was in the gifted programs. Although my charter school was weird. We just called them, I think we called them mom and ma'am or whatever, because it was just move up math, move up reading or whatever. Like, it was stupid. Although it wasn't, it was move up math and move up something. Fuck, what was it? Because it wasn't reading, it wasn't English either. Kill me, I forgot. Damn it.
Conceded multiple
Don't bug
things.
me.
I don't. Again, I understand that I'm reading.
Why are we back on this? We were talking about policy. We talked about
I think it was move up reading, actually. It was Mum and Mur.
Explained to you.
What did you say to DDM? Haven't I told you like 5 times right now? Like, literally, all I did was like ask him, hey, I saw you react to the Jubilee video or whatever. I was curious if you had any advice, because I'm talking to a lot of these people soon, and I don't know, just had a brief back and forth about some Milton Friedman stuff to read. Did you support NAFTA? Well, I was not alive when NAFTA was passed, but I do think NAFTA was net positive. If I was alive at the time, I probably would have supported NAFTA. I guess I don't know for sure, but sorry, but still, I read. I need these repeated me several times. Based, relatable. But I don't regret. This is a 12-hour stream. This isn't a subathon, but this was just a long stream that got 38 likes. This was a more regular stream. This was 8 hours, and it got 31. And this was, I have another one that's 9 hours that got 25, and that's all more than the stream so far.
Explain to you exactly why I'm reacting to this right now. Did you not track it?
24 viewers, nice. It's the food shops rated after she ended stream.
No, I tracked it. I just think that we were in the middle of a conversation about policy, and you went back to your let's not call it purity testing. Let's call it epistemic disagreement.
Oh,
right?
Don't make me agree with Ryan. Don't make me agree with Ryan. Don't make me agree with Ryan.
Which was the thing we fought about for the whole point of the conversation. And I think if you go back and watch this, you'll see that I dramatically changed tone when we got out of the debate section and was overtly trying to be friendly, to be welcoming, to focus on points of agreement. And then you went back to the thing that you know we disagree about. I can only assume that your reason for doing so is that you would prefer that we disagree. Because there's stuff that we do agree on, and I think we could be reasonable. And this is
consider NAFTA and neoliberal trade policy. Probably, but I don't think. Like, I would say yes, but like certainly I think you can. Like, free trade can be justified through a number of non-neoliberal ideologies. Like, I don't think it should be like, I don't think free trade on its own is really like that strictly like neoliberal or pro-capitalist or whatever. Like, even if you're a fucking communist dude or whatever, is it, you know, plenty of reasons to support free trade. But yeah.
You're doing this?
Technically, USSR, okay, just one big free trading bloc, okay? I actually don't know how free trade was between the Soviet Union republics. Presumably there was some, like, I doubt they could have like actual tariffs on each other, but presumably there were some non-tariff trade barriers. The same way the EU kind of has regulations that compete on trade, even though ideally it's a trade union. Why need to get the programs to elementary school? It's such a waste of money. It's at least somewhat justified. It's at least somewhat justified in high school. I mean, I kind of doubt it's that effective in elementary school. I would agree intuitively, but I don't know the research on either side. So.
Not ascribing this to you, but I will say the reason I irritate people on the left so much, they get madder at me often than they do at like diehard MAGA types, is because I'm reasonable and because I'm willing to have a conversation, and it boggles their mind that I still disagree with them, but I'm willing to have the conversation if you are.
So I'm blackpilled by you continually making the veiled accusation of me coming to you in bad faith and forcing you into a struggle session, when what I actually wanted to do is get you to convince me that we are living in the same reality. And if you and I can't agree on some semblance of a shared reality, it's very hard to have hope for the left-wing base to
It wasn't even what Erudite wanted before,
so with the supposed
right?
moderate voter.
That's what a struggle session is. A struggle session is saying...
Didn't Erudite just say before, not that it's, maybe it's not 100% incongruent, but she just said, like, I need you to explain to me based on your Christian deontology values why you think this way.
To someone, unless
this is why SCL performatively came out against it to seem
you
more
change
reasonable.
your position, we do not occupy the same reality. That's what a struggle session is. Like, I don't know what else to tell you.
I don't know if he, I mean, is it really that performative? Like, maybe SCL is performative sometimes, but like SCL is just, you know, just generally has positions on things.
You don't like the term because it's a shitty thing to do, but it is what you are doing. Now, if we could want to stop that and talk about something else, like I said earlier, I take none of this shit personally. The fact that I believe, whether you believe it or not, that you've been attempting to struggle session me for fucking 3 hours is not something I will hold against you. And I will in fact continue trying to work on shared understandings, even though I find it irritating because I am not the kind of dude who holds grudges that way. But if you insist on having the combative portion of the conversation, I will be combative. I'm not averse to being combative, but I don't think you actually want to have the productive conversation. I think you have decided that it's not worth having for whatever reason. I don't know your heart.
Yeah.
It's not worth
so
having.
You think that I'm being
that's
bad
fine.
faith?
I don't know what you believe well enough to accuse you of that, and I'm actually fairly careful with those accusations, so I wouldn't go that far. But I think that you are.
You're saying
more
I'm coming to
interested
you under
in the
false
conflict than the
pretenses.
resolution.
No, you said that I'm coming to you under false pretenses and do not care to understand what you're saying and actually just want to rip concessions from you. I've said.
I think you want a
North,
struggle
do you
session.
know what the actual prompt was for this conversation or whatever? I tried looking for it just at the beginning of the debate, but they started, I guess, by talking about the Charlie Kirk stuff and like Destiny and stuff. I don't know when they moved to this topic exactly.
You've said that you want. We have to find the same reality. That is the language of a struggle session.
Do you know what bad faith is?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Could you define it for me? I just want to make sure that we're working off the same.
No, I'm not
operation.
doing this.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
I talked to Ryan. He said they came to talk together to talk about Destiny, and they got on this massive tangent. Okay, I didn't know. I thought, but I guess I was mistaken, that Erudite originally, the part of the original prompt was the like building bridges thing, but
well,
that might have not been ever part of the original thing.
I guess bye then. I don't know what else there is to say. If you like want to reframe the whole thing as like this like bad faith thing, then like frankly, I genuinely might be
Ariel,
wrong.
where do you think the term bad faith came from before it got absolutely bastardized?
I think the first writer was Sartre. I think is the original writer of bad faith.
And it's used endlessly in the legal context. Like it's a thing we constantly litigate. What I am uninterested in doing is
Go to Ryan's channel. You can hear my convo with him. I might after. Well, it's getting late where I am. Maybe I'll skim through it or whatever. But it is getting late where I am. I'm not watching on Ryan's channel because his setup is worse. The way he had his stream layout.
Into a semantic debate with you about whether you have struggle sessions with me. I think anybody who's watching this knows that you've attempted a struggle session. I don't think it's worth having it. I just
It's like
experienced
an
it.
hour long.
But
Yeah,
if you're happy, if you'd like to move forward, I am willing. It sounds like you are not, in which case you can have a great night.
Yeah, it's hard to work with people who are basically accusing you of being bad faith. Yes, like
It is
like
also
you're
hard
doing
to
the
work with
you're doing the
people who are
Biden
struggle
thing.
sessioning you.
But the issue is though you're making it seem like I'm saying I really want to
Biden
rip concessions from you, and that's not
No,
really
but
what I'm
it's
trying to
because
do. That's what a struggle
this
session is.
This is the fucking problem on the left. It's this conversation. It's what Ezra Klein, your boy, called the sneering, condescending attitude that is the Achilles heel of the left.
Like his, he's got 2 really small webcams and she's big, but she's not even the full size of the thing because he's capturing his whole screen.
They'll
Whatever.
say something like
Regardless.
Obama said, we want
Do
judges.
you think Arrow just wanted a struggle session? I don't know if that's what she came into wanting, and I want to be. I've already been mean enough. I don't even know if it would matter at this point. But in my opinion, she clearly is trying to bring it back. I think like 2 times she has like brought it back to that, especially that one time where like she was like, "Do you want to move on to the whatever talking about the future now or whatever?" And then like one question later, she was like, "Okay, well, it just feels like that epistemically your deontology Biden." I was okay, dog. Like, what do we do? Like, clearly, There was something there.
Who
You wanted to get.
empathy. But what he means is we
She
want
wanted to
judges who
get
will
to.
rewrite the Constitution. And you say, I just want to understand you. I just want to know your epistemology. But in reality, what you are doing is a struggle session. And no amount of wordsmithing will change that. So if you force me to get into a combative mode and talk about what you are doing, I will call it out. But I was absolutely the one
Speaking of
attempting to
victimhood.
move past this, and you're the one who came back to this endlessly. So
I came back to it endlessly because you asked me for examples. You asked me for examples where yes, you did. Yes, you
Oh,
did.
sorry, too many. What do you think of the magic soil argument? DDM being so passionate about Venezuela, convincing me of it. I don't know it. I'm not familiar with it. My roommate is a shotgun, barrels, sub-Saharan nostrils, and snores 71 dB. Your stream helps tune him out. Thanks. You know, I guess you're welcome, and hero. I guess I'm glad I can fulfill that purpose for you. Let's go.
About policy on ICE, and you jumped back to this unprovoked. There's no fucking universe. Go back, watch this.
Why did I bring this up? Why did I bring this up? Why did I bring this up?
Because you want the struggle session.
Okay, so you're saying I'm bad faith. You're just saying I'm bad faith. Okay, if that's what you're saying, I just want to be super clear. I just want to be super clear. I just want to be super clear. You are proving to me. No, that's not what I'm saying. Oh, okay.
Well, yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe moderates are not worse for each now too. Holy shit, that was insanely painful. I can't believe you laughed. Oh, that's so funny. I knew he was angry. God, I hate this like intellectual conservative who's not too bad. I'm very polite. See, I'm the one being polite, Missy.
Wait, what North say in the chat? I saw.
Who's not too bad.
Sorry, I can't pop up.
I'm very polite.
And not so Erudite VC.
See, I'm the one being polite, Missy.
Oh, Jesus, what's up?
Look, I have no clue why you're antagonistic to Erudite here. She's 100% in the right. This Ryan guy is retarded. He's incapable of having a dialogue. This guy, no, this guy, she nailed it perfectly. This guy's like, oh, I'm an intellectual. Oh, the localism versus the
I agree with the substance there. I agree with the substance there, to be clear. I agree.
Why are you talking like Pisco? You were I got Pisco vibes when you said that. You were talking fast and you said some very logical thing. I agree with the substance, but not the semantic. Like, look. Yes or no. Is it under my definition? Like you will be like, Pisco will be like that later.
I agree with the substance now. Yeah, I think Ryan's evil, which is why I don't like agreeing with Ryan.
No, I mean,
I don't even know if I don't know if I fully agree with him. I do, but like, it did feel like legitimately like Erudite. Like, I don't know why she's bringing it back to the quote unquote struggle session. Like, I feel like that.
He's so irritating to target. Like you will say something like, yeah, Trump Trump cut USAID, which killed possibly millions over the next decade, and will kill, and I know they're striking random people on boats, and it'll be like, yes, but you need to understand how we got to Trump. Trump is a reaction to the left. You guys did this because you were behaving and telling everyone they have to shut up, and you have to understand, yeah, it's bad, but you were bad too. Like, I cannot listen to people like that. I cannot. Holy shit! Shut the fuck up! Kill yourself! Oh my god! I cannot listen to people like that. Like, addressing of the substance, just like aura farming and vibes and aesthetics of like this rational cultural commentator who's an intellectual because he knows what localism is and the Constitution, and somehow is a lawyer. God, I'm terrified that this guy's a lawyer. Like, holy shit. Very, very, very annoying. You know, how he will be like, yeah, I'm not defining bad faith for you. Yes, Sarta brought it up, and we litigate it all the time because we're lawyers. We're doing lawyer stuff. Like, no one cares, bro. Don't say that. Don't say that. Shut the fuck up, address the substance, and then shut up again. Holy shit. I cannot. I hate this guy. Bro, I hate this guy with a passion. I think I hate him more than Gibbs. I'll say that.
Wow.
I said that.
Wow.
I said that. I meant it. You're
falling into
I don't know.
his not even his caricature, what he said earlier, okay? Everyone hates him more than the diehard MAGA people because he's to some degree reasonable. Oh no. I fell for it.
Yeah, for a good reason. But not because I'm like, oh, he's too logical or something. Like, he's demonstrably illogical. Like, he's demonstrably like Gibbs will be like, yeah, I am retarded. But like this guy will be like, the intellectual stuff or whatever. And then it'll be like on Twitter, it'll be smug. Like, yeah, shut up. Just shut the fuck up. Mods, banish this guy to the shadow realm. Do worse stuff, but I cannot say it on Twitch. Yeah. No,
Okay.
no.
Well, we would talk a little bit more about it, but I gotta fucking go to bed by now.
Yeah. You gotta go to bed.
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't go to bed.
I've noticed.
You noticed? What do you mean by that?
I'm just a noticer. I just noticed some things about you type of.
You know what I don't? Before you go to bed, Pisco. Look. I love Pisco. Before you go to bed, you should next stream. You should read the article I sent you by Noah Smith. But look, I like Pisco, but he's gotta relax the Phil bro. Is that what I call it? Ask yourself ish. Antics.
Yeah.
He was talking to the Live and Learn crowd, and I think Hutch asked him like, yeah, but should we like force AOC to like endorse California mayor races or something? They were talking about endorsing Mamdani. He was like, yeah, I don't know what you mean by force. Like, should we make her with violence? Like, no, bro, no one thinks that. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Like, no one would you not know what force meant here? Really, do you not know what he meant by force? Like, look, I also don't like that people use the word possible to like they think the default meaning of possible is logically possible when that's like not at all.
Yeah,
like it is a very useful definition. It's a very useful thing to think about. It's very useful to use logical modalities. But like, come on, bro. When people say the word possible, they obviously on average don't mean that. Yeah. I don't know. I don't like that. But
yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, I think like there are cases where him being aggressive like works well against the MAGA people or whatever, but I don't like I don't even think it looks good when he does that against the when he does the like super Phil Bro stuff, I guess, against the MAGA people like that. It doesn't even work. Like it's fucking kill me.
Yeah, maybe against MAGA people it's good because like these people are too low IQ, so they like have a hard time thinking about it. But maybe the audience is average IQ, so they can think about it.
I think that's that's probably like it's never gonna. People are just gonna people are gonna come away with the wrong impression or whatever. They're gonna be like, oh my god, this guy was just harping over dumb definition stuff. He just wanted to play definition games about what technically is possible and what really does force mean. Like
but then these people will watch Andrew Wilson and be like, oh my god, it's so true.
Well, that's true. Unfortunately, yeah. Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, I know. Bro, Wilson is such a pussy. He's like demanding money to debate Pisco. Like this guy is terrified, petrified even. Like yeah, totally retarded moron. Dumbass. But you know, before we go, just final note. God bless Newsom. I will say, okay, this has been driving me a little insane. You know how Gavin Newsom's like press office Twitter account thing changed their profile picture to Trump as Marie Antoinette?
I did not see that, but
yeah, they did lately, like to troll Trump. I've not seen a single conservative point this out yet, but she was the let them eat cake queen. Wasn't she killed because of that? Like, they could say that's a call to violence against Trump, but I would maybe even be like, yeah, I don't know, that's maybe. I mean, damn, maybe, but like no one has said that yet. But like,
yeah, I don't know.
Like I get the sentiment. I get the sentiment. Like, yeah, Trump is like the elite. He doesn't get the struggle of the average person. He's like, yeah, whatever. We can shut down the government. I mean, yeah, we can fire people now or something. But like, probably not the best time to put Marie Antoinette. But you know what? I respect that. I feel good knowing that Democrats doing things right now that I think are too risky because for so long they've been too safe. So I'm fine with something
like salient thing though. No one gives a fuck about that.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
I'm just saying. I'm waiting for like one Republican like brain cell to work to realize, hey, well, maybe we can make it look like a death threat or something.
I follow him or whatever. But
you know, I think it's Proudhon that gave this quote. But it's like, I want a society in which I would be hanged for being too conservative. So I want a Democratic Party in which I would be like, that's a bit risky. You know, that's what I think we need right now. But yeah. I want a Republican Party. I want a Democratic Party where Destiny would be like, that's a bit risky. But yeah, that's what I want. That's what I think we need. But yeah. Either way, good night, good stream, good stuff.
I gotta fucking
yeah. See ya.
All right, see ya. Talk to us.
I should be able to mute people though. I think the PBG and discussion showed it.
I can't trust anyone with that power, bro. You are
I don't
hamsters.
abuse it.
Okay. You have abused it. I believe hamsters has too, but
that makes me feel better that you said that.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know if he abuses muting powers. I think he abuses.
Okay, yeah,
other mod
fuck you.
powers,
Okay.
But
like demodding, kicking, and muting, and
exactly.
Yeah. Okay. See ya. Talk to her later.
Talk to her. Community panel, I'll never use it. I could do that. I need to make a like secret mod roll or something, because there's a lot of people like I like trust with some of the mod powers, and it'd be useful to have them. But one, I don't like I feel like if I like give you the moderator role and like it's actually separated out into like the like mod thing, even though I've never said this, and this is fucking small ass Discord server, doesn't matter. There's like 200 people in the server or whatever. It's like there's like some expectation of you like actually doing shit, and like I don't have that expectation. I just like, you know, if you see some fucked up shit, I trust that you would do something about it. Basically, that's about it. And most of the people who have the mod role are like barely active in my server. They're like my IRL friends, who half of them have not even said anything in a server ever. But and also I don't want like 60% of my viewers, like my loyal viewers, to just be mods. it'd be weird or whatever. But yeah, I need to make like a hidden mod role in my Discord server that has like the mod powers, but doesn't like display separately. Non-colored, not separate role. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because you know, it'd be like it's like, listen, and that it's just a little, it just feels a little weird. Okay, to be like, yeah, you know, I'm watched by 80% of my viewers are just mods for me. But yeah, then I have to host debates, man. Maybe either that or I gotta host them, and if you host them, hell, I'm willing to come on for stuff I find interesting, at least. I don't know. I like host. Like, I like the one-on-one discussions I set up with people and stuff, but I'm not a super fan of either moderating or like hosting more debates that I'm participate in, and also have to be the moderator in, and or I guess someone else to be the moderator in, and technically the one like hosting it or whatever. But I'm sure Isaac would moderate some stuff if I needed him to. So. Is there anything else I need to...
And then are actually like swinging out and like reframing the entire conversation in bad faith. Like it's he wanted to talk to me originally actually about Destiny's unhinged tweets and crashing out. And I was like,
any conversation about that? Maybe I missed it in the beginning.
We did not even begin to sort of talk about it. But I had mentioned to him, I was like, you know, we can talk about that, but like, you know, like, is there more? And he's like, well, I'm really interested in Supreme Court culture war and blah, blah, blah. So we started more on the Supreme Court culture war, and it just like went down from there.
Okay. So all of this conversation basically was kind of impromptu, unplanned, just kind of off the cuff. Went how it did. Am I understanding it right? I'm just trying to get a starting point. Okay.
Yeah, I did no prep or anything. If you're
yeah. So it was very frustrating watching you be mischaracterized over and over and over again in what I saw you doing. Now, look, was it a perfect conversation on your end? Of course not. No conversation ever is.
And I was just very surprised.
That's misrepresenting his views at all. I think if he were still in chat, he'd say, yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking. He's referring to these so-called independent agencies, which are created by congressional statute that provide employment protections for their employees, where they're not at-will employees of the president. So again, the
a evil bureaucracy, deep state, anti-constitutional nonsense. Okay, Jesus. Yeah, I gotta get to bed, but we'll maybe talk about that more tomorrow, and then we'll maybe we'll see. I don't know. Do other shit, but yeah. One very last final thing, okay? I got reminded of this paper, okay? Because I was just scrolling through my fucking notes, while watching the shit. There is one argument that unions are good, okay, which is that under certain conditions, all right, strikes actually probably help the owners more than more than the laborers. If it's like it's a under like two assumptions. Oh yeah, high intertemporal rate of substitution. People are very willing to substitute their consumption across time, and suppose that the industry operates near capacity, such that short-run supply curve is very inelastic. Quantity won't respond much to changes in demand, but prices will respond significantly. Under these circumstances, Thompson argues that the industry actually benefits from strikes. The reason is that the quantity of production is restricted over time, but that the total demand does not change because people are willing to substitute consumption now for consumption later, or vice versa. In short, a strike allows the industry to act as though it's a cartel to restrict quantity to raise price above marginal cost, increasing its markup. And there's like some evidence, like for example, in an industry that works like this, for example, is like mining, and like you do see, you know, unions are more common, or strikes, really, not just unions, are more common in mining industries and other similar industries that fit these two assumptions more closely. So there's actually some reason to believe that this does actually like empirically happen sometimes. But yeah, lowest prevalence of strikes are those like agriculture, restaurant, hotel and restaurant services. Strikes in agriculture start to become more frequent as a significant innovation in refrigerated transportation. This is significant because the cumulative demand for farm product, or basically, refrigeration made, agriculture products more durable. Essentially, they operated more like durable goods rather than, perishable, short-lived goods. But yeah, more substitutable across time. Yeah, it's the one argument, okay, that unions are good. It's not even really, I mean, it's, it's strikes technically that are a good thing, but it's the unions that enable the strike. And by good, I mean helping the capital holders, the real oppressed minority in our world today. What are these icon sites? Bro, I don't know why everyone makes fun of me so much for this, okay? Fuck you. They're fine, okay? What size is your monitor? So I have two monitors. So I have my ultra wide. I have an Odyssey. It's like an iPad, and that's what makes it cool. I have a this is technically it's a 49-inch like ultra wide monitor, but I split it into two, so it's it's like two 27-inch 1440p monitors. You can see none of these are like split up actually. I wonder, is there a picture of just it? Like you can see, you can just split it up and treat it as if it's two monitors. So really, it's just this is a 27-inch 1440p monitor placed directly next to another 27-inch 1440p monitor. That's what I treat it as, at least. Yeah. I need a second monitor for streaming, but I'm poor. I mean, I've noticed because I browse Facebook Marketplace a decent amount and submit some lowball offers. I don't need any more monitors. I don't have a convenient way to mount anymore, but there's been deals good enough on monitors near me, at least, that I was tempted to buy them just to like flip them. It's like, but yeah. Anyway, I kind of doubt Radical Coder will even be streaming for that much longer, but on YouTube, you guys can head over to Radical Coder. What is this, Vermi? Median weekly real. Why are you showing this to me? CPI includes non-essential goods. Yeah. I mean, I think again, PC is going to be better for this as well, but I don't know what you're trying to show here. It's not even like particularly bad. I mean, it's been worse post-COVID, but lol. It's let's say, what do you mean by like non-essential? Like CPI, like I believe, for example, like CPI includes like smartphones. Is that an essential? Do you consider that an essential good? CPI includes it's a basket of goods that represent things like people commonly buy. I mean, like you can look at the list of everything in it. That skews inflation? No, it doesn't. What do you mean? People buy non-essential goods, believe it or not. I don't know exactly what your definition of essential is, but people buy non-essential goods. If the price of non-essential goods is going up, that represents inflation. That should be included in inflation. Like, it doesn't necessarily represent inflation technically, but because like, you know, they do hedonic adjustments for smartphones because smartphones get better over time. So the price going up doesn't always mean inflation. It could mean just that quality of the phone has gone up, but regardless. It makes it look like wages are going up more than inflation. No, it doesn't. What do you mean? Cheap TVs while food goes up? I mean, you can just look at the CPI for food. If you want to just look at food, that like wages have outpaced food. So even by that argument, like you lose. But, you know, it does represent a material increase in a standard of living. Your money goes further. You can buy more cool shit when the price of TVs falls. That is a like material thing that should be included in inflation. You can disaggregate the data if you want to and only look at whatever you consider essential goods. I'd be willing to bet it still shows that wages have outpaced inflation. But regardless, and it's weighted. It's weighted like, you know, housing and food are weighted more than TVs are because people buy or spend a higher percentage of their income on housing and food than they do TVs. So like it's weighted. So yeah, believe it or not, these people have thought of that. Okay. But regardless, all right. And then I guess you can go to Kinakin on Twitch. Actually, doesn't Kinakin stream on YouTube? Can I rate him on YouTube? I might just not be subscribed, so I don't see him in my whatever. I'm not subscribed. Oh, he's in subscribers only mode for his YouTube chat though. So you know what? He doesn't get my YouTube rate. Okay, I'm giving it to Ryan anyway. Okay. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Like, sub, subscribe, all that stuff. Yeah. CPI worse than PCE, but a lot better than Vermi thinks it is. Okay. And capitalism good, neoliberalism good. Okay. Did we learn anything else today on stream? I don't know. I don't think so. Economics good. Okay. Economic misinformation bad. Anyway, okay, yeah. See you guys tomorrow. Live streaming. Love to guys watch the stream. It is really cool that I get to talk to all these people. I get to explain econ to fucking food shops, and I get to talk to my econ wonk buddies about fun stuff and react to cool, epic slop, as well as read nerdy stuff. Live streaming. Really cool that you guys watch me stream. Like and sub to catch all the future content. See you guys later today, really, but you know, tomorrow, 6 a.m. where I am. See you guys. Gotta